here. It should be good now, good to go. We've got John Smith up here, and he accepted an invite to talk a little bit about Jesus and Paul or something like that. I believe his last comment was quote, historians overwhelmingly agree that a Jewish man named Jesus of Nazareth lived in the first century. He put a comma at the end. Maybe he continued on. I don't know. Anyways, what you got? Well, was that your stance?
Basically, I'm an atheist. I've always been an atheist because obviously, I were in Marines for a long time till I got disabled. But we were on tour quite a few years ago, and we was in a building, and something appeared in the building, glowing. We didn't know what it was. There were 7 on us. We had to talk about it after, and all decided, but we couldn't figure out what it was and not to talk about it again. And then it made me question everything after that.
What does that have to do with whether or not Jesus or Paul existed?
Because we all thought, well, this is what we think, anyway. It was Jesus telling us to get out of the building, because we left the building and a missile hit it about 5 minutes later.
So were you able to confirm that it was Jesus?
It looked like him, but
how do you know what he looks like?
The pictures, it was white, it was glowing, and he just pointed to the door.
How white was it? I mean, what were you comparing whatever you were seeing to Jesus? And even if it was Jesus, how does that mean Jesus existed 2,000 years ago?
Well, I didn't believe in it because I was
naturally because
my brother was a doctor and my dad was a professor, so we wasn't really brought up to believe in that. But on that day,
right?
When
so again, how did you determine it was Jesus, though? Is my question.
It was white. It was glowing. It wasn't.
I mean, I can think of a couple things that are white and glowing, like TVs.
Wasn't of this world.
Okay, what does that have to mean? It was Jesus then? Because if it wasn't of this world, if you were able to identify it as not of this world, then how are you able to identify it as Jesus, who was supposedly on this world and had a body?
Because we all sat down after, we had a chat about it.
Okay, listen. I don't care about whether or not you guys saw something or anything like that. How did you determine it was Jesus? Skip ahead. I don't care about the little powwow that you had with your friends later on. Just talk about how you knew it was Jesus specifically.
Well, this is what we saw. We saw a figure. It was glowing.
Okay, how did you determine it was Jesus? Just skip ahead to that part. We already know it was glowing.
Because of the things we've read over years, we couldn't explain anything else.
You couldn't explain it as anything but a person who lived 2,000 years ago in Judea?
Yes, yes.
Did it have arms?
When you see something like that,
did it have arms?
Rocks your world. It rocks your world when
did it have arms?
Don't believe in it. Yes, it was stood in the corner. It was white. It was glowing. It pointed to the door.
All right, John, listen. If you say white or glowing one more time, you will be disconnected. All right. Okay. I want to hear what you're talking about, but you keep saying the same shit over and over. Okay. And I'm trying to figure out how you determined that it was Jesus specifically, like someone who existed 2,000 years ago in the desert. How did you determine that was what it was?
Obviously, just by what we've read over years as people, or what we've been led to believe as people over the years. And
like the paintings of Jesus or something?
Mosaics and things like that.
Right, but even those paintings don't depict the same person every time, so how did you determine that it was Jesus then?
Because when you see something like that, believe me, it changes you.
Well, how could it not be another deity?
It could have been. It could have been a ghost or something.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it could be a billion other deities or something else, even some deity that we don't even know about, then how did you narrow it down to just Jesus?
Basically, because, we're all led to believe this is what he looks like. So
because it was something that kind of sort of reminded you of a painting, as well as some of your friends, you just kind of decided that's it?
Well, we couldn't explain it.
Not explaining something and being able to explain what it was are two vastly different things.
Of
I
course they are.
understand that you may have seen something that you can't explain. I get that, to some extent, but like that, you're saying that you can explain it, that it was Jesus. You're saying that you narrowed it down.
What we couldn't see, we couldn't understand. Well, yes, I see what you're saying. I can understand what you're saying. You know these, but we went by what we seen on the day, what we'd read over the years, what pictures we'd seen over the years. You know, just as that was just general knowledge, just like anybody else just looks at things. You know, to get a sort of an idea of what you think it is. But to see something like that and then a building get blown up after, it's it rocks you when you don't believe in it. If that makes sense.
It doesn't. I mean,
No.
you
Okay.
might like have some kind of a moment where you're like, hey, I need to believe in something, I guess, but like that
What, seven
doesn't.
of us?
What?
Seven? There was seven of us.
Okay.
We was in the Marines and was on tour. So we all seen it. We all said we couldn't explain it. We all had a chat about it. We all did us point of view, what we thought it was. Then decided not to talk about it because who's going to believe you? Who's going to believe you? Do you know what
No
I mean?
one. No
No
one, I
one.
guess. Yeah,
No
especially
one.
since you're saying you can't explain it. It was out of this world, but yet you were comparing it to things that you had seen before that depicted something of this world, like a
Yeah.
human.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it
Yes.
was out
Yeah.
of this world, but yet at the same time, you compared it to paintings that people make of Jesus in human form, which would be of this
Basically,
world.
we all had a chat about it. We all get his point.
It's pretty clear that he either needs help or was trolling. Okay, Diamond, how's it going?
Good morning.
Hey.
Um, I requested to know what your stance is because, I've followed you for a little bit,
Oh,
but I've
thank you.
never really heard what your actual stance is when it comes to Jesus or Paul. Because the title here is Jesus and Paul never existed. Prove us wrong. Well, nobody can prove you wrong if you never actually state your stance. And I
My
think,
stance is that they
maybe
never
that's
existed.
that's something that,
I mean, how?
excuse me.
My stance is that they never existed. I mean, I mean, more officially, my stance is that me and my co-author stance is that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, as well as the Book of Mormon and the Quran, did not exist. That that's it. That's the whole thing.
Now, I will tell you that I almost agree with you on Paul.
Okay.
I believe Paul is just an out for Constantinople and the Roman Catholic Church.
Well,
And
that's
so
weird because before Constantinople was even a city,
I
Paul
know,
was talked about.
I know, I understand that, but they used his teachings to spread Christianity.
Well, then how would you?
In
Then how
in
would
the
you
in
agree with
this
me that Paul didn't exist?
Well, I don't totally agree with you that Paul never existed, um, because I haven't heard your proof.
Okay.
What sources are you citing? Where are you getting this information? That's what I need. I need to know how and what are the facts that you are stating that Paul never existed, and I need the same thing when you say about Jesus.
Yeah.
Now I can understand. Now the Messiah existed. Now there's proof of that
Wait,
for over
what? What do you mean by
2,000
that?
years of documentation that the Messiah actually existed. Now, if you say Jesus, I mean, I could agree with you there. That person never existed.
What Messiah do you think is talked about?
What do you mean, what Messiah?
Well,
The
you said,
Son, the
yeah.
Father, the Most High God
It doesn't say anything about the
came
Messiah in
in
the Old
physical
Testament.
form.
So it
Now, I
doesn't
got to
say anything in
finish.
the Old Testament that the Messiah would be God, the Son of
It
God, the
does,
Father. No,
actually.
Where
It
in the
does.
Old Testament does
You
it
can
say the
see in the
Messiah will
Old
be
and the
God?
New Testament. I actually went to a place where I
Okay.
needed to be quiet so I could actually.
Yeah, well, you need to be quiet now. So, Diamond, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'd like for you to answer it. Where in the Old Testament does it say that the Messiah is going to be God? Where does it say that? Where does it say that anywhere in the Old Testament? Please provide the verse. We'll pull it up.
I'm going to send you a message
No, just say it
that
here.
will cite the Old Testament
Uh-huh.
and the New Testament where the Messiah is shown.
Okay, just tell
I'm
me the
not sure if
verse
you
of
all
the Old
have that
Testament where it says that
information.
the Messiah will be God.
I
Tell me the
will.
book.
I actually will.
No,
Give me
just
5 minutes. I'll be
just
back.
tell me now. Why don't you just tell me now?
What did I just say? I'm not saying it because I went to a quiet place and I do not have my notes. I have 14 years of research. So I know that the Messiah existed. I do know that the teachings of Paul is not something in which the apostles agreed with. So, what I will do, I will be back.
So you did
Save
14
my
years of
place.
research and you can't tell me off the top of your head of
Save my
something?
place. I'll be back.
"14 years of research, guys." Makes a statement about how the Messiah is God, said Son, said Father, and said something about the Most High. Literally never says any of those three things for the Messiah in the Old Testament. That was really weird. She made 3 demonstrably false statements without any supporting evidence after 14 years of research, guys. 14 years of research in a quiet place, mind you. Well, I don't even know if it was in a quiet place. It's just she was in a quiet place, and now I guess she doesn't have the information that she had in a quiet place, so she's got to go back to a quiet place. I don't know. Say hi to Jim for me, because I have no idea what you're even talking about. We're going to go ahead and bring up someone else. By the way, thank you if you're watching over there on YouTube. I take guests on TikTok. You can click the link in the chat to come over here to TikTok and have a conversation. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come over to TikTok, don't worry about it. Just send a super chat there in the YouTube chat. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. So if you have any questions, you say, "Oh, hey, here's the evidence for Jesus" or something like that, or just want to call me a douchebag, that's perfectly fine. What is going on? We got Heg.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's me. I got muted for. They said I was crying. I wasn't really crying. I was trying to make a point. I said Ben
Wait,
Franklin,
what?
George Washington, Abraham. I said Ben Franklin, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln didn't exist. I mean, how do we know they existed? We've never saw them. There's no real record. You've never seen a real picture of them. So how do we know they even existed?
Yeah,
Faith
so
comes by hearing, and hearing
because
by the word of God.
as far as those 3 people go, not only do we know exactly what they look like because all of the paintings actually line up with each other because they posed for things back then. On top of that, we have descendants of these people, or at least we have people who are related to said people. We then have writings from these people that stylometrically come back as them. We have writings about these people that stylometrically come back as those authors that talk about them and they live at the same time as them or personally knew them. And we have writings to them, like letters to them. So there's a lot of things that we have for George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and we actually have pictures of Abraham Lincoln, by the way, and Ben Franklin, that we do not have for Jesus or Paul.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I get that. But the thing about it is, it's hard to argue your point, and I'll tell you why. And I'm not for you to argue your point. It's hard for me to argue it because I can't argue from the Bible as a place of authority if you don't believe the Bible. So
What are you talking
do that.
about?
So
I mean, I'm fine with you using the Bible as long as you can show me that it's historically reliable when it talks about what you're talking about here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you don't believe it, then I can't argue it from a place of authority. You can't.
Where are
do
you
that.
talking? Where are you getting that idea? I didn't say that at all.
So you never. Well, see, I don't know. This is the first time I've been to your live,
Well,
so I don't
then
know.
don't make any assumptions about what I'm not going to allow for you to do.
Okay, no, but what I'm saying is, if you don't believe that if you don't believe that
Well,
he ever existed,
if try me, I'm saying that Jesus and Paul never existed. You're trying to say, "Oh, I can't use the Bible." I never told you can't use the Bible.
Hold on. If you say that Jesus and Paul never existed, then that means you don't believe the Bible, right?
It means that I do not believe that the Bible is talking about a historical person. And now if you want to use the Bible to say, hey, here is something that is historical and I know that it's historical because of this, that's fine. And we'll have to accept what the Bible says about that person. That's how that works. I mean, same for like Harry Potter. I'm not going to take the book about Harry Potter and say that this is evidence, but if you can show me that the book is actually a historically valid and supported way of talking about Harry in some particular way, shape, or form, then I'll accept what that book says at that particular passage. That's perfectly fine. That's how that works. Establish that it's historically reliable, and I will let you use it. That's fine. So when it
Okay,
comes to Jesus in the Bible, obviously you believe, I assume, that Jesus at the very least existed, in some kind of natural form from the New Testament. Now, I assume that you always also put a supernatural part to that, but that's not really what we're talking about here. But again, what part of the New Testament talks about Jesus in a way that you deem to be historically reliable?
Okay, well, I would have to get my Bible out, man. I don't have it with me, sorry. But I would like to know too, though. So, if you can't believe that Jesus and Paul existed, what parts can you believe of the Bible that are correct? I mean, do you understand
The
what I'm
parts
saying?
that we
I
have
mean,
the part that we have evidence for, like for instance, it talks about Pilate. Pilate's a real guy. Two contemporaries talk about Pilate, and there's a stone that dates to the time of Emperor Tiberius, who he served under, that actually it has his name and his government position. So we know that he actually was a person. We know quite a bit about him, to be honest, and quite a bit about how
but Pilate ordered
his
Jesus'
government
death,
style.
right? He ordered Jesus' death, right?
That,
Pilate did.
I brought up Pilate because he's part of the New Testament. I'm saying that this is a portion of the New Testament that we can confirm actually is a real thing. Pilate was a real person. You asked me for something or someone in the New Testament that I think is real, and I answered your question. Now, I do not think that that Pilate condemned Jesus to the cross or something. You can't just magically do that. In the Amazing Spider-Man comics, Peter Parker meets Barack Obama while he's president. That doesn't mean that Spider-Man is real or that Barack Obama actually did meet Peter Parker just because a real person is in a fictional or a fictional story. So, like, where are you? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, man. I'm gonna have to get it out and read. It's been a while since I've read, man. It's been years, and I just come across, and I wasn't prepared. Sorry,
Well, what
I'll
was
be
the
honest. I was
evidence
not
that
prepared.
convinced you that he actually existed then? Not
Because-
today. It doesn't really matter about like if you've been saved or you had some kind of experience. I mean, I talked to a guy earlier who was, I guess, part of the military or something like that, and had some kind of weird experience or something. He said, that's not even really what I'm talking about. What convinced you that there actually was somebody 2,000 years ago in the way that the Bible is presenting them that really existed? Like what evidence was presented to you? Do you remember?
Well, actually, it's yeah, I'm gonna have to say it's the evidence within my heart, man. Faith come by hearing and hearing by the word of God. I
Right,
mean,
but
that's what I have to say.
obviously other religions
So,
have faith and you
I mean,
don't
I
agree
can't
with
prove
them.
that, but you can't prove faith. Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah,
I
I know,
can't
but
prove
I'm
that.
saying other religions have faith and you're not part of a different religion, right? You have one particular religion and you're not part of like you're not Hindu, are you?
No, but
Okay.
see, all right,
Well,
but
they
there's
have faith
there's a
in
difference
their
in
gods, right?
but there's a difference in Christianity and other religions. Religion ruined Christianity. See, there's two big differences there.
Uh-huh.
Every other religion is a works based salvation. The
No.
only one that is not a works based salvation is Christianity. All you
No,
got to do is
that's not
accept it.
even
Every
that's
other
no
one is a
well
works
that
based.
I mean, you literally just said it's not a work based and then said what you have to do. So, I mean, yeah,
All you got to
that
do is accept it. I'm saying accept it. I'm saying
yeah,
after you
yeah.
accept it. It's
Well,
not a
yeah,
works
in
based.
other
You don't
words,
have
yeah,
to.
after you do the work, then it's not work based anymore. That's how that works.
It's not work. It's acceptance. It's
Yeah,
not.
is
If
that
somebody
something I
gives you,
have to
wait a
do or
minute.
is it automatically apply to
Wait a minute.
everybody?
If somebody gives you a gift,
No,
do you have to do
listen,
anything
listen,
for it? You just have to
listen,
accept it, right?
listen.
Am I right? Am I right
No,
about that?
no,
If
because
someone gives you a gift,
you're trying to say that acceptance is not something that I have to do. Acceptance, much like consent, is something that has to be given, and that is something that is up to the person who is the recipient. All right, consent is not just assumed. It should not be assumed, and you're kind of giving some kind of weird vibes there too. So
okay, if someone gives you a gift,
acceptance
is
and
it free?
consent is not not something that is just automatic. Now, if you'd like to say that Christianity is not a work-based like religion or something like that Jesus came to die for our sins, and then he wants everybody to go to heaven, and it's not work-based, then that means that it automatically applies to everybody, even the people who don't accept it, because that would require them to do something. That is work. That's how that works. Now, I understand that you don't call that work because you've been, indoctrinated into a belief that tries to tell you that doing something isn't doing something. But that absolutely is work. That's how that works. That's how that word operates. All right. So, that being said, no, Christianity is not the only religion that doesn't require works. That doesn't make any sense. In fact, it explicitly says in the Roman road and everything, which I'm sure you're familiar with, that first you have to admit that you're a sinner, believe in your heart that Jesus was raised from the dead, died for your sins and was raised from the dead, and then you have to confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord. Those are three things in the Bible that it tells you to do. Those are three
But what
works
is that?
that you
Is
must
that
do.
work? Is that work?
Yes, that
I'm talking.
work. The
I'm
word
talking about.
work implies
I'm
that you
talking
did
about.
something.
See, but what I'm talking about,
The word
it's
work
not
implies
work.
that you did something. You're not calling it
Wait a
work
minute.
because you don't feel like it's like laborious
No,
to
no,
do
no, no.
this.
You're not listening, man. You're not listening.
No,
What I'm saying is
okay. You're
it's
going
it's
to
about
you're
what
going
how
to
much
give some
good you.
kind of weird version of the word work. You're about to do that.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not
Hmm.
going to give. It's
Go ahead.
about. Okay. It's about. I give this much to the church. It's not about how much you give to the church.
Is
It's
that
not
work?
about how much you do for your fellow
Sweet,
man. It's
sweet.
that's all. That's all
So
the
what
works
is
I'm
it
talking
about?
about.
What is it? What does it require to go to heaven?
Okay, well, let me say, salvation is a free gift. If somebody
Okay,
hands you
if
a
it's
gift,
free,
did you have to work for that? Did you have to work for it?
listen. Because I did not pay an amount, or because I did not trade services or something like that for said gift, does not. I mean, the word gift automatically applies that I didn't actually purchase it or something like that. Just because something is free, that does not mean that I actually accepted it or it belongs to me automatically. That's not how that works.
Right, you've got the choice.
So
You've got the
so
choice. You're right.
exactly. And that choice implies that I am actually doing something, and that doing is making a choice. I
Oh my
understand.
God,
It
you're making it
is.
so
It is.
complicated. So
No.
complicated. It's
It's
not
not.
complicated.
I get that. What you have done is you have somehow confused the idea of going out and doing things physically with work, and then anything that you don't do physically is not work. That's not how that works. That's not how that word operates at all. The word work, like for works and stuff like that, just implies that you are doing anything. If the religion was not work based, if it did not require you to do anything, then you wouldn't have to do anything, which means everybody gets it automatically. That's how that works. The word effort, I guess, that you wouldn't have to put out any effort. That's the that's the problem. There is an effort that has to be given in order to accept Jesus, correct? Your effort is I believe something, or I choose to believe something, or I accept it, right? Right? He somehow muted himself. I don't even know what happened. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, there's other things that are involved on top of that, but in the strictest sense of the word, Christians lots of times will try to work down. I know we're using that word a lot, but they will try to whittle down the definition of the word work to where it within their religion to where they don't call it work anymore. It kind of like how they look at miracles and they don't call it magic because that implies that it's fake. Work implies that it's you have to give out some kind of physical effort or something like that, or it's merit based, and that's just not the case. Like that's not no. And they try to compare themselves to other things using the wrong using the terms that they themselves decided that they don't have anymore. If I can whittle down my belief to where it's not magic and it's not work, then I get to call everybody else magic and everybody else work. But because I've whittled it down to where, or watered it down to where, like, I come up with a new definition of the two words. That's all that it is. It's silly. It's silly. It's a mind trick. It's like a psychological thing that Christianity does that you don't actually see other religions do, and it's quite frankly, it's pathetic. I mean, it really is. Like they're like, oh hey, no, your religion requires that you do something. My religion requires that you also do something, but I'm going to say that this doing something is much easier than your religion, so therefore your religion is worse. It's like comparative. It's all that it is. All right, what's going on? Well, I thought at first that person connected, but it looks like Pisces, maybe Pisces.
Yeah, it's Pisces.
Yeah, Pisces. How's it going?
It's going okay. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. What you got?
So the evidence on how I think Jesus is real
Mm-hmm.
is because there's a church. I don't know if it's in Jerusalem, but I know it's over there in Israel, and it has the stakes of Jesus Christ rusted down, tore up,
How do they
dug like
determine that
that's
they were used?
used.
Mm-hmm. How did they determine that they were used specifically for the crucifixion of Jesus?
They're used for the crucifixion of Jesus Christ because, okay, first the blood off of it.
Okay. How did they determine that that was blood that came from Jesus's body? In order to determine that, they would need to compare it to something they knew was from Jesus. Have you ever seen
They
any kind
tested
of?
it in lab.
Yeah, no, that's
They
not how that
tested.
works. So, have you ever seen like cold case files or something like that? Like these
Oh yeah,
detective
of course.
shows where they talk about something that happened like in the 80s or 90s and it didn't get solved for like a really long time.
Yeah,
Yeah, similar to that. If you watch it, you'll notice that like they lots of times some evidence will have like some blood from the perpetrator on from the crime scene or on some of the artifacts. But, well, technically, yeah, but some of the evidence that they keep in bags. But so that will have their DNA. But back in like the 70s, 80s, 90s, they might not know really how to utilize the DNA to actually like confirm it was one particular person because of DNA science. It just wasn't there yet. But after certain advancements show up around the turn of the century, they're able to actually take a look at the evidence. They're able to take a look at the DNA and know that this is one particular person. All right. But they don't automatically get to say, hey, we know it was that guy. They have to go out, like they have to tail the guy or something like that in a car for a while or something. And like
yeah,
they'll get like things that they drink from or like cigarettes that they smoke. And then they'll take those back to the lab and confirm that this is something from that person. We have known DNA. And now we're going to compare it to what we think is evidence or what we have as evidence. All right. So
yeah.
you have to have something you know is Jesus's blood or DNA in order to compare something else to it. That's how that works. You can't just say, "Oh, the blood on the nails, they tested it and it's Jesus's." No, you have to have something you know is from Jesus in order to compare it to him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Just like
so
okay,
just having the
so
nails doesn't mean anything. I'd also like to point out that no one even claimed to have the nails until about the 4th or the 5th century. These are just nails that maybe were used for a crucifixion, maybe were used and have actual blood on them, maybe were used at all. We don't know. But the point is, there's no way, shape, or form that we have any way to test to see if those are Jesus's. That's just some claim from the later church that has them.
I mean, but it's just like saying, okay, they found the rock that Moses struck down and water flowed out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And they really did find that rock. So
No,
that's
that's
the
a claim
rock.
from Ron Wyatt, and that's actually something that happens actually quite a bit. It's just weathering on a rock. That's how rocks split. Like that's erosion. Like it happens all the time, dude.
Wow.
I mean, it does. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like
But
that's
why
literally
do
what
you
you learn in
think
school is
Jesus and
erosion.
Paul would never have existed, though?
Say
Because
what?
I think they have. Like, why would you think that Jesus and Paul never existed?
Because of the fact that their stories presented in the New Testament don't line up with what we know about the first century from geography, archaeology, contemporaries of the time, that kind of thing. And they contradict each other. They're written in third person omniscient, where you're able to hear behind walls. It's very strange. We don't have any evidence from anybody who was actually there who says, "Hey, Jesus, like I knew Jesus, or I saw Jesus, or I knew Paul, or I saw Paul, or something like that."
I mean, but in another case form, though, I mean, a lot of people could say they saw Jesus. I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah,
different
but no one
Christians.
does. That's the problem. I mean, maybe today, if that's what you're talking about, but no one back then says that they saw Jesus or anything.
No, not back in like, okay, 2,000 years ago or
Yeah.
something like
Well,
that.
that's really weird because that's the time that he was supposedly running around and doing stuff.
Yeah, because by the time he died, he was 33. He was 33 when he died. So, and at 30, he was with his disciples, and just like, actually, he didn't even meet the disciples until, yeah, he was 30. And that's when
You
he
think that's
ended up
when
in,
his ministry began? Is at 30?
yes.
Well, that's really strange
Well,
because
no, not
the
me
reason
all
you're
the way, because
the
he was in
reason
a
you're saying
temple
that
too.
is because of the reason you're saying that is because of one particular verse in the Bible. It is found in Luke chapter 3. In Luke
Yeah.
3, it mentions that Jesus was roughly 30 years old when he began his ministry. This is the
Yeah.
only verse that says that. It says Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. The only verse that says that is Luke chapter 3. And, by the way, it also tries to say that Jesus was born, in the chapter right before it, during the census of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, which we know this census took place and Quirinius was in charge of it, and that happened in the year 6 CE or 6 AD, however you want to call it. Or whatever you
But
want to say.
then also,
Wait. So if Jesus dies at the
yes,
year,
it's
if Jesus dies at the age of 33 and he was born in the year 6, then what year would he have died in, roughly?
hmm, what was it? What year would it have been?
Yeah. If he was born in
How do
6 and
you,
he died at the age of 33, what year would he have died in?
has to be at least 36, right? 36 AD?
If he was born in the year 6, if he was born in 6 and he dies at the age of 33, then what year did he die in?
39 AD.
Yes, 39. Unfortunately, Pilate was removed from office in the year 36.
Yeah.
So it looks like the same gospel that you are quoting from in order to say that Jesus began his ministry at 30 literally doesn't even line up with history itself. I'd also like to point out that the particular gospel that you're quoting from and the particular chapter you're quoting from, Luke 3, starts off by saying in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, when Pontius Pilate was governor of Judea, Herod, that's Antipas, was ruler of Galilee, and his brother Philip, the ruler of the region of Ituraea and Trachonitis. All this is from the year 29, because the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, who started reigning in 14, this would be 29. All this is perfectly fine. This right here is bullshit. Because Lysanias, we actually have coins of this guy. He died in roughly about 33 BCE. So 60 years prior.
60
So the
years.
gospel you are using to try to say like when Jesus started his ministry, the one that you are literally quoting from is one of the worst fucking historical gospels or texts ever. It is absolutely asinine. It doesn't have any clue what it's talking about.
Hey guys, I have to go to work. So can I just say my piece?
Sure.
Jesus does exist, and
Thank you. Anyways, Pisces, back to you.
Yeah. But yeah, like you're saying, yeah, Jesus does exist. I mean, even though it is, you might think it's.
Well, I don't care about if he exists
corrupted.
today. If you think that he healed you, saved you, or jerked you off yesterday, that's perfectly fine. But I'm talking about whether or not he existed 2,000 years ago, like the New Testament says.
I mean, if you don't think that he did, I mean, literally,
It's not
you
that I
just
don't think that he did. It's that you're literally quoting things to try to talk about when he was alive and everything like that in his age that isn't even historical. Like, it presents the story of Jesus in a way that isn't even historical. It says that he began his ministry around the year 30 or age of 30 and says he's born in 6. He literally would have started his ministry the year Pilate was dismissed from office. So, no, Pilate did not crucify him if the Gospel of Luke is even remotely close to true.
That doesn't make sense. Why Pilate didn't crucify him then? Because Pharisees, of course, Judas told on him got him
All right, yeah,
was
you're just kind of
fixed.
talking more about the story. I don't care about how Harry Potter wins the Quidditch match. He didn't exist either. So, do you have any evidence that Jesus actually existed?
Oh, I don't.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming up. All right, we've got some other people. I don't know what that was. Sounded like he like turned on some kind of weird like like helicopter toy or something. That was weird. $5 over there on Super Chat there from Alan0465 says, Jay, that's John the Baptist also died in 36 CE after Pilate's time in Judea was over. Yet in all the Gospels, John the Baptist dies before Jesus, so there's also that. And that is true. If John the Baptist did exist, which I know that my co-author has actually like presented some evidence to me that suggests that maybe he didn't even exist either, but regardless, if he did exist in Josephus's account of John the Baptist, which is really the only account of John the Baptist that we even have, is like from an actual historian, like somebody like around the time. If it is accurate, then John the Baptist would have died after like 36, after Pilate's time in Judea. Like, yeah, like pretty far into the story, but like with the Gospels, it kills off John the Baptist pretty quick in the text. Like he ends up dying like somewhere around like sometimes it's like within the first 3 chapters of the Gospel. It's pretty wild. I think he ends up dying in Luke. He ends up dying in Luke 3. Here, same chapter that we were looking at here. Here's Luke 3. It talks about, this is like when John the Baptist starts his reign, that kind of thing right here, or starts his reign, starts his like his baptism shit, and it ends up, where is it? Right here. Well, he ends up in prison right here, in verse 19, right before Jesus apparently gets baptized or whatever, and then it starts talking about how he starts his ministry. Like Jesus starts his ministry around 36 according to Luke, but John is already imprisoned before then, when he was actually imprisoned after that. Like it, well, technically I guess Luke might have John the Baptist more correct because of its later dating or whatever, but it ends up fucking up Pilate. So it ends up like being a little bit more correct in one spot but worse in another. It didn't happen, guys. That's the that's the point. But very good point there, Alan. And then $5 there from Matthew Mulkeen that says, "Think you said you will be using Stylo on Old Testament for your next book? Yes, especially if yes. Thoughts on Pentateuch sources, JEDP or JPDD, the documentary hypothesis, scholar models, dating and Stylo. So actually, we are finding out more and more about how the JEDP or the Yahwist, Elohist, Deuteronomist, and Priestley sources, the documentary hypothesis. We are finding that that is actually not the case. Scholarship has actually started to move away from it, to be honest. Interestingly enough, it was actually like this concept, this particular like hypothesis and whatnot, or theory, if you will. It was actually presented by people who did not have PhDs. I don't know if you know that or not, but like the whole like JEPD thing, like that came from people like lay people. They ended up finding out that there seems to be like these sections that talk about certain things, and they presented this particular theory that held water, or at least seemed pretty plausible, and actually made scholars go, hey, I think that this is legit, for like a really long time. It's only here recently that we're able to dive even deeper and dig a little deeper there and find out that it's not necessarily the way, it's not as clean cut, if that makes sense, and it's kind of all over the place. So as much as the JEPD theory was around for quite some time, and was something that I, even when I was younger, I was like, hey, this is pretty legit, you know, this sounds pretty good. As much as that kind of takes away from the whole like, ooh, Moses was the author thing, and kind of moves us away from that, we're now finding out that that was more or less not accurate. So in our book, we actually not only do we only take away from like the idea that Moses was, not only do we show that Moses didn't write the Torah or anything like that, but we also show that the Tanakh was not just a JPD thing. We actually take that theory down too, I guess. But other scholars or scholars are talking about it and stuff like that, and saying that it didn't happen. So we're not that far off. It's not like we're crazy. All right, $5 there again from Matthew Mulcahy says Wiki documentary hypothesis scholars are in disagreement with models. First, earliest DH, two earliest DH, two newer fragmentary and supplementary, three neo DH, etc. How do you lean? You'll have to find out. You will have to find out specifically there in their next book, where we do talk a lot about the JPD theory and like how it was good for a while, but we're starting to it was kind of like a really preliminary kind of approach, like stylometric approach to the Old Testament. So it needed to happen. It's like a stepping stone, if you will, for scholarship. Unfortunately, we're kind of, if you will, living in that time frame now, or starting to get into that era of scholarship for the New Testament, seeing as people like Badun and Trowbridge and Livesey and Bilby and Litva are starting to say, hey, these Pauline texts and the New Testament text absolutely could have been post Marcion or Marcion and later. So they could have been second century. So we're starting to kind of get to that like let's take a look at this and consider whether this is even like the tradition is even accurate. And we're starting to slowly get out of it. And eventually you end up with JPD theory doesn't really work. The documentary hypothesis isn't really accurate, but it's at least closer than just saying Moses wrote it. Likewise, for the New Testament, eventually I feel like we'll get to, yeah, it's not just that Marcion is producing these things or publishing these things in the second century. It's also the fact that Jesus didn't exist. But at the very least, like, we're not just going to accept everything as being written by these four gospel authors or like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and that Paul's a real guy, that kind of thing. Anyways, and then thanks there from Matthew Mulcahy. Well, thank you, $2 there. All right, Moto, I think you were the first one up here.
What's up, man?
Hey, what you got?
So not necessarily a Christian or anything like that. Just kind of curious as to what your response would be to like the criticism.
What does not necessarily a Christian mean?
So I guess I would say that I know quite a bit about it, but I'm not a believer in it. I was probably like raised as a kid, so I did believe it, but no longer.
Okay.
So I guess, well, and I'm sitting here waiting to ask you this question. You said that like some stuff was like post Marcion, which I was like, whoa, that I didn't know that at all.
Yeah, I would say that all the New Testament is 144 or later.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
well, yes, virtually all of it. We can get into like the finer details if you want, but virtually all of it is 144 or later. Yeah.
And so, and forgive me, I'm sure you've explained this 1,000 times. I just came across you on YouTube Shorts a couple days ago.
Nice.
So, what your hypothesis for as to why the New Testament was written is just like fulfillment literature or something like that, or?
No, I would say now. Intent is very hard to prove, so it does get a little bit more into like speculation there.
Sure.
But seeing as the fact that we do see Christianity as like some kind of a group or mystery cult or superstitial, as the Romans put it, existing and going back as far as about the 1st century BCE or so, like the late 1st century BCE. So what we end up with is a mystery cult that eventually ends up with a mythology of Jesus in the middle of the second. So it is likely, what I would say is it's likely a like an origin story, like a mythological origin story for their beliefs and practices and rituals that they just kind of came up with, if you will. Like, oh, hey, we believe in healings. We believe in like certain types of philosophy. We take the Eucharist with like the wine and bread to symbolize blood and flesh and stuff. We also baptize, we do all these different kind of things. And so as a result, we need a story that says that this deity shows up and starts these institutions, like starts these rituals, tells us to start doing them, and then fucks off. And so it's like a origin story for their practices.
Are you of the school of thought that it's just it coincides with other myths like Mithras or Helios or
to some
like
extent, like it's influenced by these kind of things because they were swirling around, but not because it's like, oh, hey, like Mithras like has all these things that lines up, like he was born on December 25th. Yeah, like no,
right.
That's not a thing. But
Zeitgeist pill.
Yeah. Zeitgeist is about, I would say, 90% bullshit. Like,
Right.
but it was barking up the right tree in the sense that you do see these influences on it. Like, the example I always give is if I told you to come up with a superhero, you would come up with a superhero who would have traits much like other superheroes that you know of, because that's the trope, that's the genre. So that doesn't mean you're copying Superman when you give him the ability to fly. That doesn't mean that. That doesn't mean that at all. It's just that you're
Right.
influenced by prior things. When you think of superheroes, you think superhuman abilities, and you think of the things that have already been talked about. And for gods and stuff like that, if you're coming up with a mythological character that comes down from heaven and gives you these different teachings and miracles and shit like that, and then fucks off, you're probably going to include some things that you feel like a god would do. It's basically the story of Jesus is more or less second century comic books. That's basically what it is. And then you end up
Interesting.
with like later stories of like the apostles and stuff like that, and these are like spin-offs of the original story, if you will.
Well, right. And then like, I mean, with the addition of everything from like Nag Hammadi and stuff like that. So what would your argument be if somebody came up and argued to you like, okay, do you believe in like Socrates? We have less manuscript evidence of Socrates than we do of like Jesus and Paul. Like, what's your manuscript argument?
So
like the volume of
that is a very
manuscript.
common argument. Are you pretty into sports? What's your favorite sport?
I'm not big on sports.
None?
But I'll be able to understand what you're saying.
Okay. You know who Ricky Henderson was?
No.
Jesus, man. Pete Rose? Yeah, it's
No,
probably a
like
little
I
bit more
said,
specific.
not a
Michael
sports guy.
Jordan.
Maybe, yeah, sure, okay. LeBron James.
Okay,
Yeah.
LeBron James. Okay. Or okay, do you know Dirk Nowitzki?
No, man.
Jesus Christ, man. Man, this is rough. I'm trying to. Okay. Oh, man, Yao Ming. Do you know who Yao Ming was?
I know who he was because he's a tall person. I
Yeah,
don't
there
know
we
anything
go.
about
He's
his
tall,
athletic
super tall.
performance.
Houston Rockets, super tall. Okay.
Sure.
So let's say that we were going to try to come up with the best player of the 2000s. The best player of the 2000s. And there is a clear answer for like 2001 to 2010. Very clear answer. And if people don't put it in the chat, I'm going to be pissed. So listen, there is a clear answer as to who is the best player of that time period. However, if you were to say, well, who has the most blocks? Okay, that would maybe be someone like Yao Ming or something like that. Okay, that's fine. But does that mean anything? Does that mean that you're suddenly the best player because
No,
you've whittled
right.
it down
And
to one particular like statistic?
no, and
So-
I understand that. No, because and believe me, because I don't think that I think it's a fallacious argument to
Oh,
argue because
yeah,
there's
yeah,
so many manuscripts or whatever. But
that is
guess
my argument against it, because
Right,
what
I
they have
guess-
done
I
is
guess
they
my
have
question
taken
to you-
the idea of manuscripts and said this is how we determine that someone is historical. Just like
Sure, I
like
guess-
taking a random statistic of Yao Ming and you say this is how we determine that he's the best player of the 2000s. And that's not how that works.
right,
You would
I
have
guess
to
my
take a lot
question
more
to
into
you
it.
would be
Yeah.
my question to you would be not evidentially, what would your opinion be as to why there are so many manuscripts?
Because it's the biggest religion and it became
Well,
the
it
official
was- it
religion
wasn't-
of the
it
Roman
wasn't at the
Empire in
time,
Greece.
though.
But when it
wasn't at the
became
time, though. It was still persecuted.
So first of all, it wasn't persecuted. Secondly, whenever you get to 380, it became the official religion of the Roman Empire, and other things were destroyed. If someone says, "Oh, Jesus was the most attested to person of all time," or he's got the most writings about him, or we have the most manuscripts of him, I would look at you like, "Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. What did you expect?"
I guess
what are you talking about? Who else?
But you're
who else
looking
would
at
it
this
be?
from the frame. You're looking at this from the frame of okay, everything's post 144. I guess now that you're saying that,
We
to
don't
me, that
have
would
any
make-
manuscripts that go into the 2nd century. So I mean, no. I mean, my
I'm not
dating of
arguing
one.
with you, man. I'm
No.
genuinely
I understand, but
curious.
my argument of 144 doesn't come into play here. If we're just talking
Well-
about like manuscript count, that wouldn't come into play.
I just mean that the claim would be that things are written like 40 to 70 AD, right? Like at least the Gospels. and Paul's letters.
Whoa. You're talking about two different things here. Whenever people say the number of manuscripts, that doesn't have anything to do with the first century.
Oh, so when they refer to manuscripts, they're
They're
talking
referring
about
to
the
paper.
copies.
Yeah.
The copies of everything.
Yeah.
that are
The
made.
number of manuscripts, that's just
Okay.
paper. No.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Those
So
are two different things.
It's not even necessarily original writings found from 1st or 2nd century.
No,
It's
they're
everything
just-
from after.
Yeah, because the oldest manuscript we have goes to the 3rd century. The oldest fragment we have goes to 200, which is the last year of the 2nd
So
century.
these niggas are talking about copies of the Bible?
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
And they're talking about we have 250,000 manuscripts. They're talking about copies of the Bible?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, man. That's crazy. I guess I was looking at that the wrong way. All right. Well, sweet, man. Thanks.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up. We can all agree that was weird, right? Like, am I wrong? That was weird, right? Right? That got kind of weird at the end. Anyways, Michael Lee 999.
Yes, sir. How you doing this morning?
Pretty good. Thrown for a loop there at the end of that last conversation, but what you got for us today?
Well, in his defense, if you never come across some of this information, and you think people are talking about originals and things like that,
I don't
realizing that we don't have some of the original.
That's not the part that I was thrown for a loop there. That's
right on.
You may not have been paying complete attention to what he said, but it was just really quick. But anyways, Michael, what you got?
All right.
So
Hello? Oh, my bad.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Just 1 second there, Bossing Glove. Okay, Michael, go ahead.
So I've been in the small atheist, Jesus is a myth camp for quite some time, and I always get hung up on Paul. It's funny that you say Paul never existed. I was wondering how you got to that point. But after hearing you speak for a little while, I think my question's actually been answered, because the earliest, I guess we can call it manuscript if you want, was 144.
Well,
and there was no time for him to be writing.
Yeah. I don't
way
date the
that he
earliest
did.
manuscript to that point in time. Like, when we talk about manuscripts, we talk about like actual physical copies or pieces of paper. What I'm dating to 144 is the first time that pen hit paper. But yes, you're just using the wrong term, but you are making the correct point. Yes, if it first shows up, if it's first written in 144, it couldn't be from Paul. Yeah, correct. There you go.
I think my question's been sufficiently answered, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's all about the redating. And if you want, so I've got a book on this topic. Me and my co-author, we are data scientists. We take a look at the New Testament there in Greek and compare it to other things that we have in Greek from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century, that kind of thing, 1st century BCE. We try to figure out when it was written, and we show that it was written in the middle of the 2nd century. That's when it shows up. So, and by the way, scholars are starting to talk about this kind of stuff using data science or just using like literary analysis, looking at the rhetoric of people at the time. So it is becoming a very, very fast-growing kind of study or take stance. So yeah,
I completely agree. It's not
Paul
shoved
goes
to
out the
side
window
like
if
it
it
has
shows up in
been.
the 2nd century.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Now, really quick, are you? Is that you on a Vulcan or a Boulevard? Like, what is that there on the picture?
That's just a Honda, VTX 1300.
Okay, not bad. It kind of from the little picture, it almost looks like a Suzuki there. Kind of from like a little picture.
People try to call it a Harley too, but
nah, it doesn't really have the Harley like light at the beginning or on the front there. It's kind of, anyways.
You're right.
Yeah, but anyways, that being said, thank you very much for coming up. If you have any other questions or anything like that, let me know or stick
One
around.
last
The
question.
chat is super knowledgeable. Go ahead.
How do you feel about Atwell? Obviously, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, Joseph
Yeah.
Atwell.
How do you feel about some of his hypotheses?
So I'd say that Caesar's Messiah, that book is, I'd roughly put it about 85% bullshit. About 85%. The reason I'd say that is because
that's fair.
The reason why I say that is because like the more conspiratorial kind of stuff, like Roman provenance, which is what it's called, where it's like the Roman government's behind it, Josephus is behind it, you know, that kind of thing. That's dog shit, especially since we understand that these writings are later, and he requires that the things are written in the late first century, around like the time of the Flavians. That's what he requires.
Right. Yes.
But I do give him about 10 to 15% like thumbs up, because he is onto something. He's barking up sort of kind of the right tree, because it's talking about like how Josephus's works were being used. Like he's finding all these parallels with Josephus's works and the Bible. That's because these things are influencing the writers of the second century. They're very clearly aware of it, but that doesn't mean Josephus is behind it. Say what? I don't know if he said that or not. But yes, were there any other questions that you had there?
I like that. I would just, I'm gonna interested in that book. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It'll
Well, the
definitely
ebook
follow.
is just $3. It's Christ Before Jesus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, right on, man.
Yeah, the ebook is just $3. There's a link in my bio and a link on the YouTube profile. There is, of course, a print version like I had just held up, and an audiobook version as well, read by me and my co-author. So you can check it out if you like. So yeah, just let me know if you have any other questions or anything on that.
One last question.
Yep.
Is there any connection to Rome conquering Egypt and then Jerusalem, and possibly those influences being drug into the Jesus narrative?
Rome conquering it? Not really.
It's like they gained those stories. It's like they gained access to those stories, you know?
I mean, kind of, sort of. So, the Christian concept. So the Jesus narrative shows up in the second century, but Christianity had already been around for quite some time. Most likely following this guy, Serapis, who is a god that was a statue was brought down by Ptolemy the First Soter in 300 BCE. This would be before the Roman Empire really kicks off there, and he brings it down from Sinope, where Marcion is actually from, by the way. Later on, of course.
That would be the reigning kings era. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so he brings down this. He brings down this statue from Sinope in Asia Minor down to Alexandria and introduces it down there, and they start worshiping it. And he's trying to bridge a gap between like Greek and Egyptian religions and that kind of thing. So, I mean, yeah, to some extent, like the merging of these cultures and stuff like that brought about this, but it takes a while. It's like offshoots of offshoots and stuff like that, and eventually it kind
It's
of
amazing
evolves.
that you know exactly the person and the statue and the worship that I was referring to. Nah, man, you're on the right track, and I dig what you're saying. So, dropping a follow and we'll check out that ebook.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Let me know.
And I love that hat.
All right. Well, thanks. Yeah. Well,
Have a
yeah.
good one, bro.
That's my thing. Anyways, well, take it easy, man, and stay riding. Have fun riding there this summer. All right. Let's see. We've got boxing glove. Boxing glove.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What do you want me to call you, by the way?
You could just call me that. That's fine.
I'm not gonna call you boxing glove, dude. What do you want me to call you?
Well, I mean, I don't really have a name that
You
that I
do.
would want you to call me.
You can make up a name, dude. Just give me a
Let's
name.
go Ace, since it's my nickname.
Ace? Is that what you said?
Since it's my nickname, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah,
Ace.
yeah, sure.
What you got, Ace? What you got?
All right. So, are you a Christian? That's just what do you believe again?
They say, am I a Christian?
What do you believe? What do you like? I know you believe in God,
Like-
but like, what do you believe about?
Sorry, you're Ace friendly.
Okay, hold on. Just explain the argument. Just explain the argument.
I'm
one
sorry,
time.
your connection was breaking up there.
Yeah, my connection
I
is
think you're
bad. I
good.
have 2 bars.
I think you're good now. I think you're
Okay.
good. Okay.
So what's your argument?
My argument is that
So-
Jesus and Paul never existed, even the natural versions that were presented there in the New Testament, because they don't line up
Okay.
with what we know about that first century history. They the stories contradict each other. There are anachronisms in the text. It's written in third person omniscient, where you're able to hear behind walls, which would be indicative of fiction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I'm not gonna say that I have literal proof because nobody has literal proof of them being real, but
You there? You there? Ace? Ace, you there? He's not muted. He may have got a call. I don't know. I have no idea. I'll give him some time. Well, he's muted.
Oh,
Oh, there you go.
okay.
There you go.
Something's wrong with my phone. I don't know what it is. Sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
so I was just saying, like we don't have any literal proof because we can't, like, I mean, you know. But do you believe anything that the Bible says about Jesus and Paul being real? Like,
No. Man, his phone's on the fritz. No, the other person who was just up, just request back up because it sounds like his phone's going in and out. Like I'm. Okay, so to answer your question, no, but I don't know. I don't know if you said anything after that.
my phone is like cracking up or something. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna make it quick since my phone's acting up.
I can't hear the guy. I'm just gonna I apologize, man. I'm just gonna disconnect you there because I can't hear you and you're going in and out. If you got better signal later on, just request back up. Leroy, how's it going?
Doing good, man. How you doing, boss?
Doing good, doing good.
Show me. You say you don't think there's any validity behind what Josephus or the Greek Septuagint had to offer?
What does the Greek Septuagint have to offer on Jesus or Paul?
And I guess reiterating the accounts written about in the Gospels.
What do you think the Septuagint is?
Or I guess what like I said, a reiteration of what the Hebrew people were going through at the time. The Gospels as well. The Gospels.
What do you mean? What time? I can't hear you. When you're off the app, I can't hear you. What is going on? What is happening?
Man, I'm bad. I didn't know that. Okay.
Okay.
So you don't know what the Greek Septuagint is then?
No, I do know what it is. It doesn't sound like you do.
Well, actually, yeah, man. That's why I brought it up. What problem do you have with this Greek Septuagint being brought up?
Because it doesn't have anything to do with Jesus or the Gospels.
How does it not, man? You're not being intellectually honest. I mean, explain to me how. Explain that so I can be on the same page so we can agree.
Because
I don't want to be.
The Septuagint is just the Greek version of the Old Testament. That's what the Septuagint is.
My friend.
What?
Oh my God. Okay, man.
Did you think the Septuagint was something else?
No. My thing was, you don't think none of this brings validity to the whole radiation of I guess what Jesus came forth with, right? You said,
what would the Septuagint have to do with that? It's the Greek version of like Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, 1 Kings, 2 Kings, 1 Chronicles, 2 Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Song of Solomon, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi. Do you have anything else that you would like to talk about?
It sounds very serious, your friend. But like, listen, the reason I brought it up is because just in case you want to go back as far as the Old Testament and try to debunk all that as, I guess, having no basis or no, I guess, corroborated sources to back up the Old Testament itself. In the same way, Josephus.
What are you even saying?
Outside source to corroborate. What do you mean? What am I even saying? You want me to explain to you, like definition?
The Septuagint doesn't have anything to do with Jesus. Acknowledge this.
It has everything to do with the Old Testament.
And the Old Testament doesn't have anything to do with Jesus or the Gospels.
Yeah, but just in case you want to go as far as the Greek Septuagint, I'm ready to talk about the Greek Septuagint too. You know what I'm saying? I only brought that up.
You
You're
didn't
the one
even know
hitting
what
up
it
on it.
was. You said like what the
I'm not.
Hebrews
What are
were
you
going
talking
through at
about?
the
I brought it
time
up
and
for
the
a reason.
Gospels. You said that.
That's the narrative you want to hold on to
No,
feel
it's not the
justified in your
narrative. Is
sense
that's
of
what you. That's what
superiority, fam.
happened.
But
You
you're not even
literally.
actually
Okay,
confronting the
Leroy.
question,
Leroy, listen. I asked you what you
my
thought the
friend.
Septuagint was, and you said it was what the Hebrews were going through at the time and the Gospels. And it reiterated the Gospels, is what you said. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because I want to talk about what Josephus talked about too, man. I
Cool, and
mean,
that's fine,
that
but
was
I'd
my
like
first
for you to
question.
acknowledge. I'd like for you.
I
No,
think
you
you're
mentioned that.
ignoring.
You had
You're
mentioned
trying
this.
to ignore what I'm trying to get
Okay,
at.
sweet. Listen, I need you to acknowledge the Septuagint doesn't say anything about Jesus or the Gospels, and then I will talk to you about Josephus. That is perfectly fine.
Well, the reason I brought it up because you know, as Christians, we do believe in prophecies, right?
Sweet. So,
You know, the Book of Ezra existed, right?
yep.
Did the Book of Ezra ever mention Jesus?
No.
It did not mention Jesus. Are you
No.
sure? You want to go with that?
Sure. What verse says Jesus in it?
Just Google. Does the Book of Ezra mention Jesus?
You want me to Google? You're the one providing it as evidence. I'm not Googling shit. What verse says?
Otherwise
What
it'd be my
verse
word of
from
mouth.
Ezra?
I'm gonna do some research,
What
fam.
verse? What verse from
You're
Ezra?
the one claiming to have done your research. I'm the one pointing out that you haven't done your research. You're coming at
There
this
is.
with a
I'm
narrative.
telling you right now
Not
that
your
there is
research.
nothing in Ezra that says
Well, look
the
it
name
up.
Jesus. That
Look it
doesn't
up,
make any
man.
sense.
Look it up, then, fam.
What
Like,
verse?
prove me
What verse
wrong.
do you want me to look up?
Just Google that, fam. What the fuck?
I'm not gonna do that
Why not?
because I'm not just taking a look at the entire
Okay,
book of Ezra.
okay,
You can
okay,
point out a
okay.
verse if you want.
Wait for me 5 seconds, then I'll go Google it for you.
Sounds good. Go ahead. All right. While he was doing that, I wanted to check just to see maybe if the word Joshua even appears in Ezra, which would be like the Hebrew version of it, and it doesn't appear in Ezra either. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And obviously, the word Jesus only appears in the New Testament here, just to kind of let you guys know. Yeah, well, there's some apocryphal stuff, and of course, Sirach. So I mean, if he includes Sirach as being like Old Testament or something, but that's not part of the Septuagint. Would that be the Septuagint? No, it's not. It's not officially the Septuagint, but it'd be something that is from Hebrew that gets translated to the Greek in the 2nd century BCE. But while it does say Jesus, it's talking about Jesus, son of Sirach. So like, it's not gonna help him anyways. All right, is this guy still here? Well, he's still Googling. Leroy, just to let you know, we can't hear you when you're off the app, so hopefully you're not talking. But my guess is that you are trying to find the mention of Jesus in Ezra, and you're not finding anything. So, yeah. Leroy, we're waiting, buddy. I mean, what the fuck? Come on, man. What you got? What'd you find? What did you find for us in Ezra that mentions Jesus? Well, he's still searching. Leroy, we all know that you're going to run. I'd love to be proven wrong. So please, if you do find the mention of the name Jesus in any verse in Ezra, please come back. But what's good, Josh? What's going on? What you got?
Hey, yeah. So specifically about Paul, I feel like there's a difference between saying he never existed and like parts of his life that were written in Acts are like unverified. You know what I mean? Like I feel like he definitely existed.
So
We have
what type of Paul would you like to carve out of history and say that he existed? Or carve out of the text?
Someone who either wrote or spoke and then had someone else write. Someone who either wrote these letters the 7 letters that are in the Bible that are attributed to him, or his follower wrote them and he dictated to his follower, because in those letters it says like so and so who is writing this down as I'm dictating to him. So I'm just saying like
The
a
earliest
physical.
iterations of the Pauline letters do not include those verses, by the way.
So the earliest iterations
Of
of the
Paul's
letters.
letters do not include anything where it's like I'm writing this for him or something like that, or I'm finishing this letter like Tertius or whatever his name is. Tertius.
So okay, but if that isn't included in the earlier letters, are you saying that originally it just said he wrote the letters, there was no mention of him dictating to anyone?
Correct.
And then later,
correct.
I see.
Yep. And later on, people add to the text. In fact, the earliest iterations of Paul's letters show up in 144. They're published by a man named Marcion, who publishes the first canon known as the New Testament. Like I said, in roughly about 144, it includes his gospel, or his version of the gospel, which is called Evangelon or Evangelion, which just means gospel in Greek, and then 9 or 10 books written in the style of letters attributed to a man named Paul. These versions were much smaller than what we have today, but that is because later like proto-Catholic Church fathers added to them. I mean, Tertullian himself admits this in 200, saying that he has to take Paul's existence on faith, and the only reason he does so is because he has his own letters or versions of Paul's letters. Otherwise, he would say that Marcion just discovered like Galatians and stuff like that.
So there was like 100-year gap, at least, between like 144 AD is like the first time that these letters.
Oh, I see. Between like that and like Paul's supposed life, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, Paul supposedly dies in like the early 60s, so it'd be about an 80-year gap.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Huh. So maybe he didn't exist. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy.
At the very least, what I say is that Paul that's presented in the New Testament didn't exist because he's presented as somebody who writes these letters in the first century. That is just not the case. If you want to say that Paul existed in the first century but didn't write the letters, okay, that's fine. But I mean, I still technically
it's kind of irrelevant,
right?
Yeah.
But if you want to say he existed in the second century and wrote the letters, okay, that's fine. Maybe he worked with Marcion and wrote some letters or something that they put his name on it instead. That's fine. It's kind of weird, but it's fine. But I mean, nevertheless, it's not the way that the New Testament presents him. Someone running around doing all this kind of stuff with like the disciples who knew Jesus and stuff like that. Very clearly, that couldn't have happened in the late 130s, early 140s.
Okay. Yeah, I was more. Wow. Well, definitely stuff to think about.
Yeah,
That's
if you want to know a little bit more, you can check out my my book where we talk about when the New Testament is dated to. The ebook's just $3. The link's in my bio. If you want some scholars who talk about this kind of stuff, you can check out the works of Dr. Nina Livesey. Her work it came out in December of 2024. It's called The Letters of Paul in Their Roman Literary Context. Don't worry if you can't type all this down. This is on YouTube, so you can go back and watch it. We're about an hour in or so, I'd say. About an hour and 12 minutes in, by the way. But by the way, there's also some other authors like Dr. Jason Badoon. He is able to, or what he did is he went through and tried to reconstruct what Marcion had published in 144. This would give you an idea as to what would have been in those earliest iterations of Paul's letters. So his book is called The First New Testament. It's Dr. Jason Badoon. And then Dr. M. David Litva, he makes YouTube videos and stuff like that here recently. He's done a lot of different work and actually reached out to me and my co-author for our work in data science on this kind of stuff. And so he has presented a lot of stuff more recently around like data science and stuff regarding Paul and Marcion.
All right. Well, I'm procrastinating today, so I know what I'm watching on YouTube. But
oh yeah, check it out. All right. Thank you very much. That was what's good, Josh. There. What's good? Thanks. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, you can definitely request up. The link is in the chat or on the YouTube profile, or you can send a super chat. If you send a super chat, now again, The link to come up it's on TikTok. So if you don't have a TikTok or you don't want to come over to TikTok, I understand. You can send a super chat on YouTube. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. And I'm even going to respond to the other two that I forgot to get to yesterday. I will respond because I promised that I'll do that kind of stuff. So anyways, Leroy, what did you find? What verse in Ezra mentions Jesus?
Yeah, I see where my mistake was. It wasn't actually Ezra, it was Zechariah where it mentions where it mentions Yeshua, the high priest, and how he automatically actually was supposed to be the prophet actually had a vision about crowning him, and somehow he's supposed to represent the coming Messiah. And ironically enough, he had the same name as Jesus. So, I mean, the whole idea of the whole concept of Jesus existed in the Old Testament before there was a New Testament.
So first of all, no, not at all. Now I like the fact that you were able to man up and say that
Zechariah
you had
7, 11,
made the mistake there.
2:23.
I get that, but again, no. Joshua explicitly is talked about going all the way back to Zechariah 3:1, where there is a vision of the high priest Joshua standing before the angel of the Lord, and then it talks about how Joshua was wearing filthy clothes as he stood before the angel,
Yeah,
and all kinds of things.
Zechariah 7.
Zechariah 3:8 says, "Now listen, Joshua, high priest, you and your colleagues who sit before you, for they are an omen of things to come. I am going to bring my servant the branch." So it's a whole bunch of different things like that. Again, in no way, shape, or form is this something that's actually like a real.
Read Zechariah 7. You know, 'cause it all
Again,
talks
this
about-
isn't
it's all
Jesus.
referencing-
This is talking about a high priest named Joshua. That's all that it is.
Yeah, and Jesus was the high priest, and his original name was Yeshua.
So no, when did in the Gospels does Jesus become a high priest?
Well, he's the actual fulfillment of the Levitical priesthood.
Sweet. Well, you know he's not, because he's not he's not even a descendant of that.
Yeah, he is.
Where does it say that?
That's why they give us the lineage, because Rahab.
Where does it say that?
With the prostitute, it was actually came from the line of David. Well, yeah, look it up. It doesn't say, but you can follow genealogy. That's how we know it. That's how we know Jesus is actually following Levitical laws as well. He's the what's called
Following the laws doesn't have anything to do with whether or not he was a Levitical priest. In no way, shape, or form is Jesus ever a high priest in the Gospels.
It's understood. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you
No,
look
it's
at
not understood because it never says it.
If you look at the genealogy, I mean, not for you, maybe, fam. That's what I'm trying to help you.
Which genealogy? Because there's two genealogies of Jesus
Why do you think the
that are
Bible gives us
contradicting.
genealogy, man?
Yeah, the genealogies of Jesus contradict themselves too. So which one did you want to
Okay,
go with?
what point them out, fam? Because this is your narrative you're trying to portray, right?
I don't even know. You
like,
brought
I
up
don't
the
know how many historians
genealogies.
agree with you on this topic when calling
I don't
Jesus
give
one of
two
the
flying
existing-
fucks how many people agree with me. You don't agree with me either, and I don't give two shits about that.
I know.
That
I'm
being
saying,
said, do you
if
have
wanna-
do you
if wanna
have
take this conversation
which
seriously, I'm saying,
which
fam,
particular
you're not a
genealogy did you want to
historian.
go with?
I can't think of a single historian who agrees with you. So
Sweet.
I'm trying to get to you.
I don't
what
think
your
that you can
narrative
name a
is.
lot of historians off the top of your head anyways. That being said, whenever we take a look at the Gospels, like for instance Matthew 1,
I
it
guarantee you, you're
says
not one of them.
Sweet. Yeah, it's because you don't know my name or the name of anybody else. Congratulations. You're stupid in like multiple reasons. Now,
Very
that
simple
being
of you,
said,
fam.
whenever it comes to Jesus, we can
but
take a
you're
look
just
here
looking
at
down
his
on me at
father.
this point,
So,
fam.
yes, I am looking down on you. You're kind of an idiot. So,
How is
Joseph's
that-
father
how
is
that
Jacob,
intelligent?
according to
How is
this
an intelligent
genealogy.
conversation, bro? You're
Sweet,
just trying to
yeah.
straw man me.
So then show me how to be intelligent and be better than me. So as far as Joseph's father
That's
goes,
fam. I
what's
don't
his
think you're
name?
capable. Like I said,
What
you're-
is
I don't know
Joseph's
how
father
many
in
percent of
Matthew 1?
historians actually agree with you, and what kind of
What
sources
is
are you using to
Joseph's
cite?
father according to Matthew 1? What is Joseph's father's name? Go ahead. You can unmute and tell me the name of Joseph's father's name, or Joseph's father. The name of Joseph's father. Here, we go back here. The name of Joseph's father. It's highlighted right there on your screen. Say what?
Jacob, it says Jacob, right?
Okay, so Jacob is the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, who bore Jesus, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now what we're going to do is we're going to go over to Luke 3. And it says that Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of Jacob. Wait, is that Jacob?
Heli.
Okay. So that's a contradiction, correct?
No, I feel like that's a paradox, right?
Yeah, that would be a contradiction, dipshit.
No, that, face value, narrative wise, that's what you're using is contradiction. But the truth
Yeah,
of
right. So
paradox,
which particular
means if you look
genealogy
into
would
it,
you like to go with for Jesus's
well,
Levitical priesthood?
let's get into it, man.
Sounds good. Which one would you like to go with?
I guess Mary's side of the family.
We don't have a genealogy for Mary's side of the family.
Okay, we want to follow Joseph's side of the family, right? You're like, well,
Sounds
what's
good.
your last
So which genealogy would you like to go with? Because they contradict, you'll have to pick one.
Oh, okay. Let me get into my workstation, fam. In a second.
And while he's getting into his workstation to get his ass kicked even harder, thank you very much to one JC follower there on YouTube for the super chat, $2.
I thought we could be friends, but no.
Oh, no, not at all, man. We're way past that. So which genealogy would you like to choose?
Yeah, I already said, fam. I appreciate the Joseph side of the family.
Yeah, which one? Because both of these are for Joseph. Did you want the one in Matthew 1 that I read you first, or the one in Luke 3 that contradicts the one I read you first?
Let me look at it, fam.
Yes, please look at it for the first time in your life.
In the lineage of Jesus. Okay. How do we know that Rahab is within the lineage of Jesus? Do you know that?
Well, if Rahab is listed in a genealogy, you can pick that one if that's what you want, but you're going to have to say that the other one is not the correct one.
Well, no, I'm actually going to, like I said, it's a paradox. I can look into it, but because the thing is, the whole point is that he's part of the Levitical priesthood. But
yeah, well, prove it. Which genealogy would you like?
Is Jacob.
Also, I'd like to point out that these genealogies wouldn't mean anything anyways because Jesus isn't the son of Joseph. So congratulations.
It says right here, okay, it says right here, Jacob was Joseph's biological father. Heli is his legal father, his father-in-law.
Where does it say that?
Luke 3:23.
Nope, we are taking a look at that right now, and it doesn't say that. Where does it say that that is just his like legal father or something like that? Where does it say that?
Let's see, man. Where does it say that? Where does it say that? Now, Jesus himself was about that. The son of Eli. Oh, yeah, it's right here. And Luke, it's actually in the context of the whole ancestry. So here you can actually see it.
So this would be like just like a legal father. It has nothing to do with that. Where does it say it's just legal fathers?
It's within the context of his whole physical ancestry.
Where?
The whole
Luke? Okay. Well, taking a quick look over here, is Nathan just the legal son of David? Like he's not an actual son? Is David just the legal son of Jesse and he's not an actual son? I mean, going all the way back over here is, let's see, where we've got, this goes all the way back to Adam. Is Shem just the legal son of Noah? He's not an actual son. Is Isaac just the legal son of Abraham? He's not an actual son.
Is Shem just...
So where in this genealogy does it imply that it's not actual sons?
Oh, no. What is, I guess, let's see.
Jesus Christ, dude. Do you have to search up everything? And if I gave you a penny for your thoughts, I'd expect change back.
I'm trying to to you like that the answers are already like they're inherently obvious. So I'm just
the answers are not inherently obvious, which is why you're having to Google search things. If it was inherently obvious, not only would I know it, but you would also know it, and you wouldn't have to Google search everything. Like, was Shem the legal son of Noah or his real son? If it was inherently obvious, you'd be able to point it out.
No, yeah, I did point it out. You wanted the actual like what's
so where in this text does it say this is just legal and not actual sons?
Well, with Shem for Noah, or are you talking about Jacob?
Literally anybody. You said the genealogy shows that.
No, I already answered the question. Like I said in Luke,
so where?
It talks about the context.
What context?
It talks about the context of it is actually
what context? Yeah, what context? Yes, ancestry. That's genealogy. That would mean the literal sons. That's what that means, man. You keep using these words, but I don't think you know what they mean.
Bro, you're just avoiding the answer. You're ignoring what I'm
So
saying.
what's
and
the
you're trying to
answer?
be not-
Where in
you're
this
not-
does
you
it
don't- you don't
imply
like to
that?
stop
Where
looking
is
for the
this does
answer.
imply that Heli is not the father, the actual father of Joseph? Where does that imply? It says Joseph is the son of Heli. So where is it implied that Heli is not his actual father?
Okay. It's a grammatical phrase. It's a grammatical phrasing that people are really used to, and I guess
Okay.
in
So
Hebrew.
where in this does it say anything about like anybody else who is not an actual son?
It says right here in the original Greek text of Luke's genealogy, every single father-son relationship uses the Greek definite or article tau, meaning the son of, directly before the father's name to show a direct physical biological link. However,
So that would
Luke
mean
breaks this
son of
grammatical.
Heli would mean that he's the actual son.
Listen. This is the answer, fam. And don't
I
run
mean,
from
you
it.
just contradicted your
Listen,
first. You contradicted your first point.
Let me
You
finish,
said that
fam.
when it says son
let me
of
finish
no.
contradicting
Okay,
myself,
listen,
man.
Leroy.
Let me
Leroy.
finish.
You're muted. You just read something that says whenever it says son of, that implies that they are the literal son of. You just read that, and that contradicts what you had first said, that Luke is giving like the legal father, whereas Jacob was his real father. Okay, so no, you've already contradicted yourself. We're probably going to go ahead and move on to somebody with an IQ over room temperature. Okay, like keep reading, I guess, or keep trying to understand words, but words mean words, and this is a contradiction. You're not going to find any other way out of it. See you later. All right. $2 there from BVP666 that says my super chat yesterday never got read. It will be read today. I'm going to read it. I was able to pull it up and everything like that, so I was able to find it, and I'll read it there. And then $4.99 from Jim. Thank you very much. Says, I think we all need to leave. Well, put him on the board. We're going.
How you doing, man?
Quaif after Leroy's mindfuckery. Hashtag quaking for Christ. All right, there we go. We got two. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. Well, we're starting.
I like your hat, by the way.
Thank you very much, Jake. What you got?
So, for me, I just wanted to get you to look this guy up right quick because I'm not here to like talk about Bible stuff at all. It's just about where you said Jesus and Paul never existed.
Yep.
There's this scholar from Liberty University who has his PhD named Gary Habermas. And he actually debates atheists and other people.
Okay, yeah, sweet. So what's the evidence that good old Gary Habermas, good old all the Gospels were written within a decade of Jesus's life, Habermas? Do you have any evidence? What kind of evidence does he point to? Please, for the love of all that is holy on this planet, which isn't much, give us the evidence that Habermas points to.
Well, he has his four minimal facts argument. That's one thing.
Okay, yeah, sweet. All right, let's get into it. What's he got?
So he has
Habermas.
So he has the crucifixion, which is one thing.
Oh, no worries.
He has the
Thank
disciples'
you.
experiences. He has the transformed lives of the
Okay,
disciples.
the disciples. Okay, sweet. So I want you to provide me any mention of the disciples outside of Christianity in the 2nd century.
You said
whoever mentions the disciples. Give me any evidence the disciples actually existed. Because we don't have anything specifically from them. So I don't know what to tell you there.
The extra biblical evidence for the existence of disciples relies heavily on the undisputed letters of Paul, which are still in the Bible.
He's not a disciple.
No,
and
Paul was a disciple.
also,
Paul was a disciple. He said
no,
he was.
There's
he
12
was the very
disciples in Paul.
last.
No, so there's 12 disciples. A disciple is somebody who learns at the feet of somebody else, like directly from them. An apostle would be someone who's going out and like spreading something, like a messenger, if you will. Paul was an apostle at best within the story. Also, I say he didn't exist. So we don't have anybody who mentions anything about Paul. So if you're going to say that the best evidence for the disciples is Paul, well, considering the fact that I'm saying Paul never existed, it's almost as if I've looked into this and we don't have any evidence for Paul either. That's like saying the best evidence for Uncle Sam is Paul Bunyan. Like okay, cool. Or the best evidence for Paul Bunyan is Bigfoot. Like it's not going to work Like, you're just pointing to something else that we don't have any evidence for. The best evidence for Thor is Odin, I guess.
I can see that
Okay.
point. I can concede that point
But
about
that
the
immediately
not possible.
destroys all of Habermas's points because they're built upon each other. They're trying to say that the disciples would have said X, Y, and Z, or they
But
or
scholars
would have said
across the
this thing, or they said this thing, or they saw this thing, or claim to have seen this thing, or they wrote this thing at this point in time. We don't have any evidence the disciples even fucking lived, let alone died, let alone said anything in the first century at all.
Well, according to Josephus in 93 CE,
Which
he
disciples does
reports
Josephus mention?
James and some others are being stoned.
No.
Papias,
No, not at
Papias was
all.
another
Actually,
one.
this argument right here is not going to. That dog won't hunt, considering the fact that that James is
You know,
not
you won't
James,
even.
one of the disciples. In
It's
fact,
very
the argument.
interesting that
The
you won't even
argument.
let someone talk. You just
Correct, because
railroad them.
I'm letting you know that what you said doesn't make any sense. The James that you're talking about,
But that's
that's
not
in
using
listen.
the Socratic
That's
method of
I don't really
communication.
care. I don't give a shit. What you're talking about is Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, Book 20, Chapter 9, Section 1. Correct. Correct.
I shouldn't have to dignify
Correct.
you with an answer if you can't.
I don't give two fucks. You're talking about Antiquities of the Jews from Josephus, Book 20, Chapter 9, Section 1. That is talking about James, and that is explicitly supposed to be the brother of Jesus, not one of the disciples. All right? Now, we can get into that if you want, but you were trying to find evidence for the disciples. You did not find any evidence for the disciples. Josephus doesn't mention one of them. Now, you can admit that you just kind of said James and just thought something. Okay, he left. All right, Bruiser. Oh, sorry. I muted you whenever you. There we go.
What's up, bro? So, you can hear me?
Yep.
So, all right. First, I want to ask, what is your basis in believing that Jesus never existed? I'm not too worried about Paul here.
Yeah, the stories of Jesus that we have, even the natural ones from the New Testament, do not line up with what we know about the first century history.
And so, is your claim pretty much based off of scripture? Based off of lack of evidence in scripture or something like that?
No, it's based off of lack of evidence and the fact that there are things in the text of the scriptures known as anachronisms, which make stories historically impossible.
All right. Now, do you do you believe that, let's say, Leonidas existed?
I have no idea. Never looked into him.
Are there any other ancient figures in history or things like that that you believe existed?
First of all, why does that matter? Secondly, yes.
Because I'm building up to a point.
Okay. Pilate.
You believe he existed?
Yep.
Now, why would you believe he existed?
Because we have two contemporaries, Josephus and Philo of Alexandria, who write about him. And there's the Pilate Stone, something archaeologically dating to the time of Tiberius Caesar, which is who he served under, which mentions him, Pilate, and his government position.
Okay, now if I was to say that Jesus existed for the same reasons of why you believe Pilate existed,
then I would like to find something that dates to his lifetime that mentions him, and I'd also like to find something from a contemporary of him who wrote about him.
all right. And so what if I just pointed you into the direction of people who actually acknowledge his existence?
Cool. Are they contemporaries of him?
What is a contemporary?
A contemporary who is someone who lived at the same time.
No, they have.
All right.
No, they
Well,
didn't
then I
live at
guess
the
they
same
don't meet
time.
the same. I guess then they don't meet the same criteria that I just gave you for Pilate. So if you were to say, as your question said, if I was to, because you asked me if I was to say that we have that for Jesus, I would say that's bullshit. And I just showed you why that's bullshit.
But all right, so all right, I'll put it like this. There are plenty of anti-Christians or just people who don't don't accept Christianity who do mention the existence of Jesus as a real person.
Sweet. I talk about Captain Moroni, who becomes an angel later on, according to the Mormons, quite a bit on this live. That doesn't mean that he's actually real. And I'm an anti-Mormon.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're not somebody who actually was not. You're not. These people were born not long after the life of Jesus. You get what
Okay,
I'm
I'm
saying?
also an anti-Scientologist. I was born not long after Scientology was started. Sorry, man. It's not going to
That's
go
kind of
anywhere.
like a. I don't know, bro. That's kind of
I
like a. That's
also
kind of
don't think that Harry Potter
kind of a
existed, and I
petty.
was born not long before Harry Potter books started coming out. I was born before.
It's kind of petty though.
I was literally alive at the same time that books from Harry Potter came out, and I would say that he didn't exist either.
Where that point comes from though, bro, is that there are people who are actually around the realm, the followers, the
Okay, name me
early
one person
Christians.
who knew a disciple, and show me where they say I knew one of the disciples. Give me
I
anybody
know
who
people who
claims to know a
I know
disciple.
I know one person who knew of disciples.
I know
Well,
of the
I know a
stories
few.
of Scientology, and I know of the stories of Mormonism. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, but it actually does mean something
It
if these
doesn't.
people knew of the disciples and
It doesn't. Okay.
have encountered the shock
Then
wave that the existence of Jesus
name me
left.
someone who knows of the disciples that's not a Christian, because very clearly somebody talking about the same bullshit that's not really going to do anything.
I'd say
Marbar Serapion doesn't say
Serapion.
anything about the disciples. I want you to tell me
Yeah,
which disciple he mentions.
no. So all right. So like I said, he acknowledges the existence of the disciples.
No, he doesn't.
He
He
wrote
never
a he
says the
wrote a
word
letter to
disciples.
his son. He wrote a letter to his son, acknowledging the Jews killed their own wise king for his new laws. But his new laws lived on through his followers. He acknowledges the followers. He acknowledges the disciples. He acknowledges the new laws are continued because of the work, the existence of Jesus.
All right. Well, you're muted really quick because you're just kind of saying random bullshit. Nowhere in here does it say anything about the disciples. That was dumb as shit, man. Doesn't say anything about people who were following them either. Not at all. It doesn't say Christ. It doesn't say Jesus. It doesn't say disciples. It doesn't say Christians. It doesn't say followers of this guy. It doesn't say anything like that. You've never read that in your fucking life. It doesn't say anything about the disciples.
Where is that source from? What's that source?
This is specifically Jesus Outside the New Testament, an introduction to the ancient evidence by Robert E. Van Vorst. I don't know if that will pull it up or not. But anyways, that being said, that is the actual quote from Serapion, or Marbar Serapion. Do you have anything else from Marbar Serapion that literally says the word disciples or followers of this guy? Because you were maybe reading from an AI or something.
No, I'm sure.
What were you reading
you can
from?
find.
No, you can't, because I just pulled up the quote. What were you
No, I'm
reading
sure
from?
you can find on sources other than Wikipedia where it
There are
mentions
no
followers.
There are no.
Where I'm reading from is me learning about this shit
Sweet.
on random days and shit like that. You get what I'm saying? Just jotting down the names that I know of.
Okay. Well, Marbar Serapion doesn't say anything about followers of Jesus, disciples. He doesn't say the word Jesus, Christ, or Christians either.
No, he doesn't. I didn't say he mentioned the name.
Sweet. Well, you just said
or Christ.
Yeah, sweet.
But he
you
mentions
said
followers.
Where?
And I encourage anybody else
where? What
in this
what
live
line?
to go find
say
that.
Say the actual line. Read it.
No, I don't have the line. If I read it, I'm gonna have to leave the live, so I'm not really trying to go through that. But it's out there. It's out there. The same way people try hard to find the proof of Jesus not existing.
All right.
There's proof
Listen,
of Jesus
I'm
existing.
going to pull this up. This is explicitly from newadvent.org. It is a Catholic website. All right. So this is not just Wikipedia or something. And this is going to say, or the Jews by the murder of their wise king, seeing that from the very time their kingdom was driven away from them. For with justice did God grant a recompense to the wisdom of all three of them. It's talking about Pythagoras, it's talking about Socrates, and it's talking about this wise king. But nevertheless, it doesn't say anything about followers. It says, for the Athenians died by famine, and the people of Samos were covered by the sea without remedy, and the Jews brought to, not talking about followers of Jesus, brought to desolation and expelled from their own kingdom, very clearly not Christians, are driven away into every land. Nay, Socrates did not die because of Plato, nor yet Pythagoras because of his statue of Hera, nor yet the wise king because of the new laws which he enacted. In no way, shape, or form does it mention followers. It doesn't say the word followers. It doesn't say the word disciples. It doesn't say the word Jesus. It doesn't say the word Christ. It doesn't say the word Christians.
Okay,
You
now
pulled that entire argument out of your
if
ass,
we
and then you
use
tried to
context
appeal.
clues-
Listen. There's no context in which this is talking about the followers of anyone. It literally just says that the Jews lived in complete dispersion because this wise king was unalived, and right after that, their kingdom was abolished. There is no talk about any followers of this person. That is not a thing. That is not a thing. We are looking at this on a Catholic website now, and we have looked at it at two websites. Nothing about what you just said is in here. You are pulling this out of your ass. You are a horrible excuse for a representative for your religion.
Fam, bro, the mutant shit is crazy.
Yep.
Listen,
Do you have any other? Any other
the
site that you'd like
Jews.
to pull from?
Okay, so let's use inferencing. Let's use context clues.
Okay.
Let's use literary tools, right?
Sounds good.
To help
Including the
people understand
actual
bodies of text.
including the actual literature. That sounds pretty good. What do you got?
Okay, now watch this. The Jews
Uh-huh.
and their wise king.
Okay.
Right?
Yep. So where does it talk about the
Who is
followers after him?
supposedly the wise king? And matter of fact, if Jews have a wise king, who are people of their king? Are they not followers of their king's laws?
Shimon Bar Kokhba.
Are followers not kings? Are followers not followers of their king's laws or king's ways of thinking or things like that?
You mean the Jews, which it talks about who are dispersed and they lost their kingdom?
Yes.
You think that's the disciples?
Followers.
It doesn't say followers.
Disciples.
This just said the Jews brought to desolation and expelled from their kingdom. You think that's the disciples?
Who was expelled?
Who is
from
driven
their kingdom,
away into the Jewish people? Because this isn't talking about Jesus. This is talking about Shimon Bar Kokhba, who was crowned king in the Third Jewish-Roman War. This is not about Jesus.
You can find me that?
Yes, because Shimon Bar Kokhba, literally we have coins that say for the redemption of Israel and have him on a throne on it. That being said, he was actually claimed to be by Rabbi Akiva in the 130s, the Messiah. On top of that, this explicitly talks about how they were brought into desolation and expelled from their kingdom and driven away into every land. Immediately after that, it says, so from that very time, their kingdom was driven away from them. That wouldn't make any sense for it to be talking about Jesus in 30. It's talking about Shimon Bar Kokhba leading and being crowned king, leading the Third Jewish-Roman war, the revolt against the Bar Kokhba revolt, the war against the Romans in the 130s. And right after that, Emperor Hadrian banished them from Judea. He kicks them out of Judea and renames Judea to Syria Palestina, which is where we get Palestine today, and renames Jerusalem to Aelia Capitolina. So again, they lost their kingdom and they lived in complete dispersion. Or right here, brought to desolation and expelled from their kingdom, are driven away into every land. This is not talking about Jesus, nor is it talking about his followers, nor is it talking about his disciples. This is talking about Jewish people who followed Shimon Bar Kokhba in the 130s. This has nothing to do with Jesus. You literally pulled up something that has nothing to do with his disciples, tried to claim the disciples are mentioned, and you made shit up.
Okay, so I didn't see the name of this guy Sharman, whoever you're saying, in that little section of research.
Congratulations. Did you see anything about what you claimed was in here, like the word disciples or followers, now that you're trying to be nitpicky and look for a word?
See, I didn't claim that the disciple.
Yes, you did. You claimed that the disciples are mentioned by this guy. That's
I
what
didn't
you
say
said.
disciples. I said followers. I
Yes, you
said
said
followers.
disciples, and then you tried
Followers
to
of their
change it to
wise
followers.
king.
Yep. So
No,
does
I
it say
didn't
the
try
word
to change it,
followers?
bro.
Does it say the word
Let's not do
followers?
that.
Did you say the word followers?
Who
Does
are
it say the
people
word
under a king?
followers?
Who are people under a king,
Okay,
bro?
so you know how you just tried to say, hey, it doesn't say Shimon Bar Kokhba? Cool. It doesn't say followers, and it doesn't say disciples, which is what you initially tried to say. And don't gaslight
Who
everybody
are
here,
people
because this
underneath
is
the
actually
king?
recorded on YouTube, and we can actually show. You're actually probably going to be clipped. You're going to be part of a later clip that's going to be shared all over YouTube,
Okay, but
where
who
you said that
is
this
under a
says
king?
disciples, and it doesn't. And it doesn't say anything about how the
Who
people are
gets
still
expelled
following
with
the
their
king.
king?
It doesn't get dispelled. He's not expelled. He's unalived. So no, he's not
So
expelled with their
he's
king.
killed, and then the people under him are expelled.
The people are driven out. This is what's talking about in the Third Jewish-Roman War in the 130s.
So their wise king is killed, and he and then the
And
people
they get
under him
dispersed, yes,
are
because they
expelled.
were part of the Third Jewish-Roman War. Emperor Hadrian won that war.
Now, so all right, so you wouldn't it would be irrational to say that those are followers, right? Because I'm not gonna
Of
stand
Shimon Bar
on this
Kokhba, you're
point
trying to
anymore.
say that these are followers of a particular person that you thought was Jesus.
No, but I'm not gonna stand on that point anymore. But let's
Oh, you're
just
not? Okay, well then
clarify.
move to something
Let's
else
just
then.
clarify the understanding.
Sweet,
You
then
get what I'm
move to
saying?
something else. You're just looking for a win. You're just fishing for something. Go ahead and move to your next point.
All right. What about Sutorius?
You can't even say the name right. Move to your next point.
No, I can't. But what about him though?
I don't even know what
You
you're
know
trying
who
to
I'm
say.
talking
Move to your
about.
next. I don't even know where you're going with that.
It's spelled Suetorius.
That's not a name.
All right. He was a Roman historian who wrote to the Roman emperor. Who wrote that
Where
the
are you
Roman
getting an
emperor.
R in the word Suetonius?
What? What do you mean? Where am I getting an R?
The fuck is this guy talking about? Yeah. You see how there's not a fucking R in there?
Suetonius. That's my handwriting. That's my handwriting. The R looks like an N.
Well, just like reading this, apparently you can't finish anything. So, what do you have on Suetonius?
He was a Roman historian, right? Who wrote
Yes.
that the Roman emperor expelled Jews from Rome because they were constantly rioting at the instigation of Chrestus,
Okay.
a Roman misspelling of Christ.
No, Crestus is a name. It means
And
the good
it's
one.
the
It was a name
Roman,
that was given.
it's the
No,
Roman writing of Christ.
it's not.
Chrestus is Christ.
It's not.
What?
Crestus is a name. We actually see it going back hundreds of years prior. It's a name that means the good one, and it was generally given to slaves.
What would the translation of Chrestus be?
I just told you, the good one.
No, that's the definition. What would the translation of Chrestus be?
What do you mean? Like the name Crestus? Just crest.
Like how Yeshua translate to Josh in English? How would Chrestus
Crest.
translate?
You would drop the US. It'd just be crest.
And so it wouldn't be Christ.
Correct. Christus is Christ in English.
But Chrestus is just crest.
Yeah, dude. That's how fucking language works. You want to hear it in Greek? Christos.
All right, bro. Show me that Chrestus would translate to crest. Let me see that first, bro.
What are
Let
you
me see
talking
that.
about?
Let me see that,
It
bro. 'Cause
follows
you
the
just
same. It literally follows the same linguistical patterns as Christus. Christus would translate to Christ. Christos would translate to Christ. Or
okay.
Christos would translate to Christ.
So who else in the Jewish let's say history of Jewish faith and God and stuff like that, who else would be named Crestus? Who's Crest in that sense of the
Again,
information,
it's
I
a
guess?
popular slave name. So it's probably just a slave rebellion in Rome. Why does that have anything to do with it? In fact, if you think that it's a misspelling, then why does Suetonius say the word Christians later on with Christ spelled correctly? If you think that this is just a way that he spells Christ, then why does he spell Christ later correctly? And why, by the way, does he mention Christians later on, but doesn't call them Christians there if they're following Christ? He says the Jews and Christus. If he knows what a Christ is, why didn't he spell it correctly? And if he knows what a Christian is, then why is he calling these Jews that follow Christ? That's dumb as shit.
Show me that.
Show you
me
what?
That him spelling Christ and him spelling Crestus.
All right. By the way, this is the last thing that we're going to do. People are asking for your drop. We probably should have dropped you a long time ago. But that being said, this is the particular line here. It says, punishment was inflicted on the Christians, a class of men given to a new and mischievous superstition. So he knows what a Christian is. He knows how to spell Christ. But then the text that you're talking about is right over here. It says, since the Jews constantly made disturbances at the instigation of Crestus, he expelled them from Rome. So he knows what Christ is. He knows how to spell it, but apparently misspells it here. And he knows what a Christian is, but calls these people Jews.
It's not even his writing. That's people recording his writing. That's people recording what he said.
Who?
That's people in
recording
what you're reading.
Recording
that's
what
other
who
people
said.
writing what he said.
So you don't think he said Christ? You think a translation error put Christ? I don't even know what you're talking about at this point.
I'm saying what you're reading off of is not even his words directly. They're people reiterating his words and putting them on the site.
Hey, Bruiser. Tell your mama said, hey, it's been a while since I fucked her. All right, we're moving on. That's ridiculous. Absolute idiot. I don't even know what he's talking about anymore. He was trying to say that like I was reading, I guess, like a translation or something, and that's a fucking problem now. All right.
Yo, what's up,
What's going on? MGC Bands 1. What you got?
So are you're an atheist, right?
When did I say that?
You said like Jesus never existed.
That somehow makes you an atheist?
Are you a theist?
What? And what does that have to do with anything about the topic? We're talking about whether or not two people existed in history. That doesn't matter what my religion or your religion is.
You're right. I'll stay on topic. My bad. So yeah, I think they existed. Can I just like build up to it real quick?
Yep. Please explain how you think that they existed 2,000 years ago. Go ahead.
All right, bro. All right, I will. So we gotta start off by like saying there's a soul, right? Can I just prove to you there's a soul?
Nope. Give me evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago.
You gotta let me build up, bro, because it's relating to what I'm gonna say.
If you say anything that is not historically like provided evidence or something like that, we're gonna go ahead and drop you down. What do you got?
All right, that's okay. So let's say this, like, this is just a quick analogy. You just gotta stay with me. All right. So if you watch a video on your phone, right?
Okay.
The video does not live inside of the phone. The video lives on the internet. If you drop your phone in a lake, right? And the phone breaks, the phone is dead.
What is this an analogy for?
The soul.
Right. Moving on. Let's see here. Mike, what's going on?
Hey, man. So I tend to agree with you. I just had a couple of questions, if you don't mind.
Okay.
What's your rebuttal to the people that do claim, Josephus as truth? Obviously, in the testimonium, and before that, when it is mentioned of James, what's the rebuttal of that?
The testimonium is written by Eusebius, who writes a little over 200 years after the death of Josephus. We can tell stylometrically, we can tell from certain phrases that he uses all the time. We can also tell that he's the first person who even brings it up. Multiple church fathers prior to him quote from Antiquities of the Jews, the same book, or quote from Josephus and never mention anything of the sort. Anything, even remotely close to that paragraph. As far as the James passage goes, that's most likely just a scribal note that just makes it, or like a scribal note or like a marginal note that makes it into the text. Considering the fact that the paragraph tells you who that Jesus is later on, it says Jesus, son of Damnius. He becomes high priest in the early 60s.
Definitely, because that's always the argument, right? That's always kind of the be all end all for historians is they refer to Josephus, book 18. That's kind of their go-to and belief of that as 100% accurate. So I was just curious as to your take on that. And
Yeah, look, if James was unalived, like the Christians said, if James, the brother of Jesus, was unalived for his Christian faith, wouldn't make a lot of sense that the next four gospels that come out, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, all said that Jesus's family and his brothers explicitly mentioned in John did not believe him.
that is a very good argument, and I am going to take it, look into it, and use it moving forward on on people who disagree with me. So
yeah, like the Gospel of John straight up says his brothers did not believe in him, and then later on it even talks about how like the disciple that Jesus loved would not die, but Peter would die, you know, that kind of thing. It gives away the ending quite a bit. When it introduces Bethany, it just says, "Oh, this is the hometown of Mary and Martha." When the first two times it brings up Judas Iscariot, it mentions that he's going to be the one that betrays him. The Gospel of John's author is absolutely not afraid to just like give away the ending. But when it talks about the brothers of Jesus, one of them apparently was unalived in 60. About even if you use like Christian scholars and stuff like that who say that John was written in like 90 or something, that was just 30 years prior. 30 years prior to this book being written, a guy literally died for the belief in Jesus, and you say he didn't, like the one time you mention him, he's said to have just not been a believer? Okay, what an asshole.
I mean, there's so many inconsistencies within the Gospels, even just the flat out of when Jesus was born, right? Like,
Yep.
You think you'd get some of the story right consistently.
I think a lot of it is because a lot of the whole like connection there is that James is like retrofitted into the story. So when we read this story in Josephus that talks about a James and a Jesus who were brothers, and this James ends up getting unalived by Ananus ben Ananus, what ends up happening is we are seeing the story that later Christians adopted as theirs. So in the late 2nd century is the first time that you actually get stories of James being unalived, the brother of Jesus. And they eventually settle on using that character's story from Josephus, and that's when they start putting James, the brother of Jesus, into the text. Like, for instance, a lot of people will point out that James became a Christian after Jesus resurrected, because it talks about in 1 Corinthians 15 that James, the brother of Jesus, was he was approached by Jesus after his resurrection. Right? Are you aware of that part?
Yeah, I'm with you up until there, definitely.
Okay. So in 1 Corinthians 15, just to kind of let everybody know what's going on here. So in 1 Corinthians 15, it says that Jesus appeared to a whole bunch of different people. To Cephas, to the 12. He appeared to 500 brothers and sisters one time. Most of them are alive, but some have died. He appeared to James, who is apparently not one of the disciples, so it would have to be James, the brother of Jesus there. And then to all the apostles, which would be like all the people who like spread the word and everything like that. And then it appears to Paul, all right? Appeared to me. So the point is, this line here, then he appeared to James, as well as the other lines where it's talking about who he appeared to, is added later. And we know it's added later because the oldest iterations of Paul's letters do not include that line. They just don't. So, like when it's published in 144, like by Marcion, who is the first publication of it, and even Christian scholars acknowledge this now, that it does not appear in there. So what this means is that they're very clearly trying to shoehorn a relationship or a religious version of James, the brother of Jesus. James is mentioned as one of the brothers of Jesus in the Gospels, but he's never mentioned as a Christian. In fact, they explicitly say in the Gospel of John that he's not a Christian. It's just in the later 2nd century, that's when they go, oh shit, there's a Jesus and a James in Josephus, and that James dies, so let's use that story. And then we start to see this James, the brother of Jesus, being added into the text to make it seem like he became a Christian later on, and that way they can use his martyrdom. They can claim that that's one of their martyrs.
Compounding on it. I always like to point to moral epistles when talking about Paul. I mean, it's just
like from Seneca, you mean?
Yep, where the writing style is almost identical.
Yeah. Oh I mean, it's
crazy.
incredibly stupid that these. I mean, they very clearly utilized the concept that Seneca is building on, this trope, this genre of writing, and used it for Paul. Like it's incredibly obvious that that's what they did.
You can't read both of them and not come to that conclusion.
Yeah, which is why Dr. Nina Livesey, in her book that came out in December of 2024,
which is an incredible book.
Oh
by
yeah,
the way.
an incredible book. But she's pointing out that like this is a trope. This is what people did. This is how people got information across. Paul's letters serve no purpose but to tell you how to be a Christian or how to run a Christian church. There's nothing really else in there. And the earliest iterations definitely don't have a lot of biographical information. Not at all. So it's just later on they start building out the story. That's all that it is.
And I feel like you always run into the argument also, which, where you can always talk in circles where it's like, okay, well, maybe this person, Jesus, didn't exist in the way that he's written about, but you can't prove that there wasn't a person at the time who was named Jesus. And I'm just like, come on.
At a certain point, it's not Jesus anymore. And that it does kind of get a little philosophical, because like at a certain point, at what point does historical fiction become fiction? Like obviously, yeah, I can look at Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, and I could make that same argument. I could say, well, you can't say that Abraham didn't exist, and it's like, well, of course he did, but like the rest of it's bullshit. So like this is fiction. Like I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, and not to mention, like, if the only way that we had, the only stories we had of Abraham Lincoln were that he was also a vampire hunter, like, I don't know how to tell you that, like, there's a possibility of the guy existing, but, like, it's not him. So what do you want me to do here? Yeah, it's
that's
dumb.
always my favorite is when they back into that piece of it. It's like, well, you can't prove that there wasn't a person at the time named Paul. I'm like, you're absolutely right.
Cool. Yeah, it doesn't really go anywhere. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, the name Paul, or the word Paul, is a diminutive. It's not even really a name. So it's dumb. It's very, very dumb.
Absolutely.
But
Hey,
yeah.
I appreciate the quick chat down on Josephus and James, and I'll stay here listening. And I appreciate your time, man.
All right. Thank you very much. That was Mike, everybody. That was Mike, whose logo is a fire inside, also known as AFI. Also known as the people with that one song that starts off with a drum roll. No, it starts off with a bass, and then it starts with a drum roll. All right. And everybody knows that one song. Everybody knows that one song. All right. Really quick, I did want to get to the super chat. There's one really fast. $1.99 from Felonius or Felony used or Felony used or Felini used. I don't know. There we go. Everybody's saying it. It says, "What ruined Amberlin for you?" What ruined Amberlin for me was a girl that I dated mentioning one of their one of their best songs in a way that I absolutely can't fathom that she possibly even suggested or read it in. Let's see. But I did want to get to some super chats that were sent yesterday. There was a super chat that was sent, and let's see. It was there at the end. So really fast. A Lope Nope sent $2, said, "Christians, this Goliath has been undefeated. Raccoon buttholes." Prior to that, he had said, I guess it's a he. I don't even know. I think it is. I don't know, actually. He said, "Christians, bring us your David to our Goliath, raccoon buttholes." And then there was $5 from BVP that says, "Can you talk about Ken Dark's archaeology work on the first century Nazareth? He seems to be based in Catholic/Christian colleges, so pretty suspect." Well, yeah. Yeah. But also, I think a lot of people are trying to find Nazareth and trying to find that evidence. They're literally trying to find anything and everything that could potentially say Jesus existed. So they're not really looking at it from an unbiased standpoint. They are literally trying to find evidence for Jesus. Is it really scientific if you're like, hey, this story says that Nazareth was a place at the beginning of the first century, so I'm going to specifically look for things that confirm that particular bias or confirm that story. Is that scientific? Is it, or is it just curiosity? I don't know. But here's where it gets kind of muddy. You could maybe chalk that up to curiosity, or maybe just someone saying, well, I think it's historical, so let me dig, let me check, let me at least check. Fine. But what happens when you find something? What happens when you find something? Are you then incentivized or motivated to date this as early as possible to possibly show that your story is true, that your preconceived notion was actually correct? That's where shit gets really weird. Because like P52, that document that I bring up a lot, or that fragment I bring up a lot. So this was dated. It's held at the University of Manchester. It's the earliest fragment from the New Testament, and it was initially dated between 100 and 150 because people just really wanted it to be as early as possible. And if you say that the Gospel of John was written between 90 to 110, and this is just a little piece of a fragment, like a copy, then it might behoove you to date it to a little bit after the time you thought the gospel was written initially. But no, as more information came in, like it says here, recent research points to a date near to 200. So it's like, okay, well, no. You came in all guns blazing and stuff like that, trying to say, oh, hey, this is as early as possible to support your presupposition, your belief, your bias. Evidence itself proved otherwise. So I think a lot of people, when they take a look at things like artifacts and whatnot that pop up around like what you would consider like an ancient Nazareth, if you will, they like to date things as early as possible. But the earliest you're going to get anything in Nazareth is going to be the late first century. I say that because there's no mention of Nazareth from Josephus, and that is very suspect. If Josephus didn't say shit about Nazareth in the multiple books he wrote mentioning towns all over Galilee where he was born in 37, it doesn't make a lot of sense that Nazareth was an actual place until after he fucks off to Rome in 70, which is at best the first time that we get anybody moving to that area. At best. Yeah. Anyways. Can we make a list of known towns he didn't mention? That would be interesting. Known towns in the time that he didn't mention. I don't know. That's a good question. But I think something that is really like I get that it's the argument from silence in some cases, but the silence is deafening when it comes to Josephus on Jesus and Christians and a lot of these different concepts. Like, why does Josephus not mention the Pool of Bethesda in the way that like John says that it is? Why does he not say that? He goes through Jerusalem and like gives you the layout of the place and stuff like that, but doesn't mention that shit? That's really strange. Why is it that Josephus doesn't mention Nazareth? He doesn't mention Christians or, well, aside from the, of course, the very obvious line that was interpolated from Eusebius. But even if he did actually say that, the fact that he only mentions Christians once is bizarre, because that would have been a group that was, according to Christian tradition, persecuted not just by the Romans, who Josephus was living with later on and dealing with, but also persecuted by the Jews. He doesn't mention anything about some heretical sect that doesn't practice circumcision or animal sacrifice anymore. He doesn't. That's really weird. That's really, really strange. Like, he would have been the guy to be talking about Christianity in grave detail, but he never does. It's really weird. The silence is deafening there. Let's see. Are we DNA? Are we DNA? We are DNA. Says, or why didn't any of the other writers or Jew tribes write about Jesus? Yeah, Yeah, I mean, the Christians complained that Justus, the rival, the first century rival historian of Josephus, who was Jewish as well, Justus never mentions Jesus. They complained about it in the 9th century, and now we don't have it. Now we don't have the text. We just have what a guy over in Constantinople said. It's sad. All right. If you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. If you're over on YouTube, you can click the link that's in the chat there. You can click the link that's in the chat, and that'll take you over to TikTok. That's how I take guests, because I can't take guests on YouTube. YouTube doesn't allow for it. They don't have a system for that. But you can click the link, or you can send a super chat there, and I will read it out loud and respond to it. Above my head is the verse 1 Peter 3:15, and it says, "You should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believed, and when demanded or requested of you, but do so respectfully." It's part of the Bible. It's part of the Bible. I will literally go ahead and read this to you. This is 1 Peter 3:15. You can look it up yourself. 1 Peter 3:15. This is a particular version. It says, "Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you, to give a reason for the hope that you have. But do this with gentleness and respect." Respect. Respect. If you don't take the time to click that link, come up here, give me evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago, or at the very least, send a super chat there on YouTube giving me the evidence for Jesus or Paul. If you pass away tonight, Jesus will look at you and he will say, "Depart from me, I never knew you. You had the opportunity to talk to that guy that's dressed like a gay cowboy." And you didn't do it. You didn't do it. Didn't do it. Sorry. You had your chance. Get thee behind me, Satan. You didn't do it. Remember, guys, if you don't come up here and give me evidence for Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago, you're letting God down. And when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. Twice. The same puppy. Twice. Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. It's in the book of Haggai. Not the puppies. Not the gumdrop puppies. All right. Looks like we do have somebody here who is here to save the puppies. He's doing it for the puppies, guys. Doing it for the puppies.
Yo, you hear me?
Yo. Wait, hold up.
What's up, man?
It said
How you doing?
weakest
Dude.
jungle enjoyer? Is that what it says?
Yeah, I'm the weak one, man.
Oh, sorry. Your connection's not great. Something happened. You still there? You still there? Are you still there?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah,
What's
I can
up?
hear you now.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey.
Yo, what's up, man? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. So you want like evidence for Jesus and Paul, and truth be told, you have a point. You really do have a point. There's not a lot of evidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Like I've been looking into it at the same time I've been watching your stream. It's pretty substantial. But I think it's just because the New Testament is mythology, like a lens to interpret the Old Testament.
Which is more mythology.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. Like it's confusing.
Well, it's like, okay, I will grant you that the New Testament is written by people who like many people and edited and stuff like that, you know, after the first stories and stuff like that of Jesus come out, by people who really like the Old Testament. So it might be like their take on like a continuation of the Old Testament. Like I get that.
Exactly.
But like
dude.
that'd be like a mythology of a mythology. It'd be like someone later on who doesn't have anything to do
like
with
it's
like the original
Hebrew-
writings of Hercules coming around and saying, "Let me
Making
write a
fan fiction of
follow-up
that.
to it." Yeah, let me write a follow-up for it. Yeah.
Yeah, and like the whole basis for like God as like the father of the, like we call him the father. The reason we call him the father is because he's the father of the nation of like Israel, right? Like this goes back to Moses mostly. Like this is where I'm mostly
Probably
like
not
all these
really the
feelings come
reason you
from.
call him the father. It's more just that
Yeah.
So Marcion's first gospel produces or it presents Jesus as the son of God the Father, who was a completely different God from Yahweh. But later on, you end up with a like
see.
Yahweh is the Father.
Yeah. That he so the Yahweh is considered a separate God, or is it a different belief system?
What do you mean?
Like it comes from like a Jewish faith, or is like it's like specifically a different like sort of belief
So
system.
Marcion's gospel does not come from the Jewish faith per se. It just kind of like but it deals with it. He's very clearly aware of what the Septuagint says. But he's trying to say that Jesus is here to take you away from Yahweh, whereas the Gospels, especially like Matthew and stuff like that, and even Luke, are trying to say the opposite. They're trying to say that like Jesus is here to like be Yahweh's representative almost on earth, as opposed to take you away.
So it's
so they do away with
essentially
that
a
other
purist
God.
view.
Yeah, they
It's
kind of
essentially a
like come
purist
around and like
view.
try to fix it and try to line it, like reform it and try to bring it back.
Wow.
To
so this whole
specifically more
time,
Jewish kind of thing.
So this whole time they pretty much like they heard about this rebellion in the Jewish faith centered around this guy named Jesus, and then they basically started writing about like later accounts of that guy and his family, and like
yeah, they
just
tried to
went
make
for
him
it,
historical and tried to make him like of the line of David and stuff like that because they wanted him to be
by
directly
taking
connected to it.
taking by taking these places from like this really authoritarian period in Judea, you know.
Yeah, that's the backdrop.
That's fucked up.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, would you consider the mythology of the New Testament art then?
What I consider art? Really fast. Speaking of art, could you turn down the music in the background there?
Oh yeah, my bad. Let me turn down the TV completely down.
Are you watching VH1? The fuck was that?
Yeah. How do you mute real quick? Cause I got my dog's coming in. Needs to be let in.
Okay, I muted you. You can click the little microphone button when you're ready to talk later. And in the meantime, we got $2 there from BVP666 there on YouTube that says, "Thank you for the answer, becoming a mythicist." Well, welcome to I don't know, welcome to mythicism. Here's a chip. It's virtual. Enjoy. All right. Let's see. $9.99 there from Jenkins of ODU says, "Why do we call it an interpolation rather than a straight up forgery? Seems it's the latter." Well, interpolation is the idea that you've taken a text that already exists and you just added to it. So that'd be more like an interpolation. A forgery would be straight up like saying, "Hey, I'm writing as this particular person." Now, okay. We are quick, especially in CBJ, to call these texts forgeries. Like when it says that I'm Paul or whatever, that would be a forgery. That's what we call it, or at least called it. But when we were on the phone with Dr. Nina Livesey, a video call there with her, we kept saying the word forgery, and she kept correcting us to pseudepigraphica, because that's the idea. Like there was a genre of writing as somebody else. It wasn't really forgery. Forgery implies like nefarious intent, I guess, was kind of her point. And that makes sense. I mean, it does. Honestly, it does. But yeah, it just kind of depends. I think we, in today's day and age with like a copyright and trademarks and stuff like that, like we have an idea of forgery. Like if you write as somebody else, that's bad, because you could say something that they don't want you to say. But back then, they're not really writing in the name of somebody. They're writing like, well, they're writing in the name of somebody, but like they don't consider it forgery. Like their views of things back then were just a little different. But nevertheless, it's still not from Paul. Whatever you want to call it there, yeah. But technically, there's a difference between interpolation and forgery, and the difference between like a forgery or a forged document and like pseudepigraphical works is like, I don't know, just the intent.
Forgery
I
is
guess
usually
the
done
intent.
with ill intent.
Yeah, it's like the intent.
It's always the intent, man.
Yeah,
it really is. So what do you think like the New Testament was written? What do you think its intent was when it was written?
Probably more as I believe that it was the intent of the New Testament, or at least the first gospel, is like a mythical origin story or mythological origin story for some of their beliefs and practices and like rituals. And really fast to TikTok, I see from Evolve says, in the same way, it's a little dishonest to claim the Israelites adapting pagan myths is plagiarism. That is correct. That is correct. Plagiarism is a tough word to use there, and I don't like to use the word plagiarism.
Yeah,
I like to use the
it
same
might
like
not
influence.
be plagiarism. It might just be a recountance, you know.
Yeah, well, that or just like a recountance of like what you've learned over time, but evolved over time, and you didn't know it. Or it could just be like you were pulling from influences and stuff like that. Plagiarism implies that they were straight up like saying, "Hey, here's a story that I know of. I'm going to literally change it and make it." Maybe a couple times, especially with something as big as the Old Testament, with as many stories that you get in the Torah, like you might run into straight up plagiarism there, but
you might
you'd be hard pressed to try to find explicitly where they did it, as opposed to not.
That in addition to the fact that I think the New Testament is trying to use Jesus as a story, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because history is full of stories. You know, we use stories to teach lessons. We use stories to teach parallels, and like we mostly get this from the characters in the story. You know, and this is why when you're on Tumblr and shit, you hear them refer to it as the Jesus fandom. You know, they don't refer to it as Christianity. Like it's like they're just fans of Jesus.
Tumblr. I don't have enough blue hair to be on Tumblr.
It's a nice little art thing, man.
Okay. Well, yeah, maybe for art. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on your.
I went to school for math.
I mean, the thing is, the internet is so fucking personalized nowadays because of math, bro. Like these people are living in entirely different realities than like the dude in the house next to them. You know, because of how personalized all these algorithms are. Like it's essentially social engineering. I mean, like it's all just propaganda.
Well, now we're kind of drifting off a little bit too far. But that being said,
let me get. I have this thing. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, not a problem. But was there anything else?
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got you. That was weakest jungle enjoyer, everybody. Weakest jungle enjoyer. Yes. All right, and then really fast. Let me see. I saw something in here. Queen the Doctor James says meow. And then we get, where was it? Oh, Mateo Potato says you can't say Israelites as Canaanites stole Canaanite stories. Yeah, I mean, if the Israelites are nothing more than just like a branch, if you will, of or a sect of Canaanites or whatever, or a group of Canaanites, you can't really say, hey, they stole Canaanite things. It's like, no, that's them. Like then. What are you talking about? So, yeah, again, I think it's more of just influences, tropes, genres, evolution of thought, and just a completely different way of living where copyright and trademark weren't really things. And you didn't have as good of ways to determine what was the original version of X, Y, and Z. Or what does somebody think of this particular story from another, like what is their take on this story somewhere else? You didn't really have that ability. You just kind of got together and said, hey, I think this story happened this way. I think there was a guy named Noah and he built a boat and there was some animals on there. And someone else says, okay, well, I think they were animals, but there was like maybe like two at a time. And someone's like, well, I think it was probably 7. And so you just kind of get together and you're just like, fuck it, we'll just write the story. It's okay. And that just kind of shows you that, like, A, it didn't happen, but also B, it didn't happen the way that it says, even if it did happen, because the original story is probably something else that is way, way, way older, and they're just kind of talking about how they recall it, how they remember it. So you can't really. I mean, again, like I told the last guest, I truly do feel like the Torah has enough information in it, and not just the Torah, but also, you know, you got Joshua and Judges and the Chronicles, of course, Kings, you know, that kind of thing. Samuel. So like, there's enough information in there that some of it was probably plagiarism, like where they're just like, yeah, we're just going to take that story that I know isn't this, but I'm just going to put it in here that way. But I don't think that that's as often as you think it would be. Not really. To the point to where I'm not even really concerned with it. So I don't give a shit. like, I give a shit in the sense that like I give a shit about talking about it, but not to call it plagiarism. All right. Let's see. Personalizing the stories to different towns and their cultures. Yeah. And lots of times I feel like it probably just happened naturally, anyways. Like, it's not like Kevin down the street who shows up and tells you this story about how the guy's name was Noah. It's not like he was saying, oh, well, I heard a story about Upushtim and I'm going to change that to Noah and then I'm going to go tell everybody to write that shit down. No, it's just where he grew up listening about it. He was raised to think it was Noah because the name just kind of changed over time. And that's what he was brought up as. So it's kind of like this, like it's not that he's trying to deceive. It's that he's kind of just heard the wrong thing. He just heard it's a game of telephone, and he kind of picked it up at a later date. What's going on? Joe Flash. Oh, you there?
Hi.
Hey.
Yep.
What's going on, man?
Not much.
Well, Joe,
I mean, you invited me up. I don't know why.
I did?
I don't know why.
I think it may have
Somebody
been
did.
like a mod. Have you said anything there in the chat or anything?
I just said that I disagreed with the prompt.
Not a problem. Where did you disagree?
Well, just that we don't know. We don't know whether they existed or not.
Well, the Jesus and Paul is presented by the New Testament definitely didn't exist. Saying as the New Testament it tries to present Paul as being someone in the first century who apparently went to synagogues and the temple in Jerusalem in early 60s, which doesn't make any sense. There's not synagogues in Jerusalem until after the temple's destroyed in 70. So that guy's out. As far as Jesus goes, it presents Jesus as being born 10 years before he's born in another story. So that's impossible. You can't be born 10 years before you're born.
Okay.
So, like,
I mean,
the way that the New Testament is gross.
I just don't think that we can definitively claim that these, figures didn't exist.
You can. Again, you can't be born 10 years before you're born. And Matthew says Jesus is born during the reign of King Herod, but Luke says he's born during the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who begins his reign 10 years 10 years after.
Well, yeah,
Herod
I mean,
dies.
there's tons of contradictions in the Bible. I won't refute that at
Yeah.
all.
So in order to say that Jesus existed, you'd have to say, or possibly existed, you'd have to carve out which one of the contradictions you want to go with. And then I just
That's
ask you
true.
why you chose that one instead of that one. It's because the only way that you'd be able to determine A is better than B if they're contradicting, or A is more likely than B, or B is more likely than A, is if you had evidence. Otherwise, it's just a contradictory story. But let's take an example of somebody who we know did exist, like George Washington. If I had a story that I presented you, and I said George Washington was a president, and in order to communicate with Benedict Arnold, he texted him on his iPhone. You would know that story is obviously bullshit, right?
Sure.
Yeah. But we know George Washington existed because of other material, and that's fine. But you could at least say that the George Washington that I talked about in my book is not real, right?
I don't know. I'm like, all I said was that we can't definitively say that these people didn't exist.
You could
because they don't
definitively
have,
say
like,
that my George Washington doesn't exist.
All right, so can I speak?
I mean, yeah,
we
but
we
you're,
don't have
you're
like
saying
dental
the same thing. Yeah, go
records
ahead.
of people from the first century. So does
Right.
everybody else that lived in the first century have a dental record or something? That's a fair
I don't know.
question. I mean, you're saying that they did not exist,
Right.
at all.
Right.
Aren't you?
The way
Is that not what you're
Jesus,
saying?
what I am saying is that the natural Jesus presented by the New Testament did not exist. That's what I'm saying. And we can know that for sure because the way that Jesus is presented, even the natural one in the New Testament, is impossible.
Okay, so who do you think wrote said the words that are claimed to be said by Jesus? Just the author of the Gospels?
The author of the book. Why not?
Yeah. And you don't think they're based on somebody's words?
Why do they have to be? In fact, when we
They
do
don't.
see some of them
They
being based
don't.
on things, they seem to be based off of Jesus ben Sirach, who wrote a text known as the Wisdom of Sirach that you can still find in Catholic Bibles today, that was written in Hebrew in the early 2nd century BCE and translated into Greek by the author's grandson in the late 2nd century BCE. But
Right.
that's very clearly not the Jesus from the New Testament who interacts with Pilate. And
Okay.
so, I mean, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like feel passionately about this or anything. I said that I didn't agree with prompt and got invited up, so that's why I'm up here.
Right, right. But
I don't
again,
like
just
have
to
strong feelings about this.
right, but I just want to kind of get to a mutual understanding. Then, I mean, you could agree that even if George Washington existed because of other material, that the way that my book presents even the natural George Washington as somebody who texted Benedict Arnold with his iPhone, the way that
Right.
my
Yeah,
book
we have
presents him
clear
is
evidence
bullshit,
that
right?
yeah, we have clear evidence that George Washington
Yeah,
existed.
that's
I'm not
fine, but
refuting that.
yeah, that's cool. I'm asking you, would you agree that the way that my book presents him, even the natural George Washington, did not exist according to my book? Like my version of him did not exist.
Yes. If
Yeah.
you wrote a book making false claims about George
Yes.
Washington, yes, I would
Yes.
agree with that.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that the New Testament makes false claims about this particular character because they don't line up with history. There's anachronisms in the text and contradictions and all kinds of things like that. So therefore, that guy didn't exist. So
That
we have to
character, right.
correct. So we have to then say, well, do we have any other evidence for him? And since we don't, I don't know what to tell you. But you
Yeah,
could
well,
at least
my
agree
point,
that the way that he's presented in the New Testament, which is the story for him, he didn't
right.
exist.
My point was that we don't have evidence of a lot of people that existed in the first century. So we can't say definitively that so and so didn't exist just because there's no dental record or story about them or
But there
letters
is
by
a
them.
story about him, and that story
Right,
doesn't
yeah.
make sense. It's impossible.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that.
So you would have
I
to come
believe
up with
he's
a Jesus that isn't that guy in order for a Jesus to have existed. That's my point.
in order to prove that he existed.
In order
Sure,
to
I
in order
agree.
to show that Jesus did exist, he'd have to be someone who isn't that guy.
Right. Yeah,
So I'm
I agree
saying
with
that
that.
guy didn't exist. In order for George Washington to exist in the 18th century, he can't be the guy who texts on an iPhone.
Okay. Well, I mean,
So
I
that's what
think
I'm saying. In order for
here's what.
Jesus to have existed, he can't be the one in the New Testament. That's what I'm saying. That's all that
Okay.
mythicism
Yeah. I
is.
mean, I'm not going to argue against that.
Yeah, that's all that
I think
mythicism
that
is.
the Gospels could have been based on somebody's teaching, like whether his name was Jesus or Yeshua. Who knows? We just don't know. But that's just. I mean, there's not really any point in arguing it because I don't believe that you can say definitively whether or not the man who taught those things existed.
The only story of him that we have teaching those things is one that we know couldn't happen. That's the problem.
Okay.
So I mean, we're just at best you're just
Mystery
saying, okay, well,
solved.
it's just. But again, all that mythicism is saying that if Jesus existed, he's not the guy from the New Testament, and not the supernatural guy. That's not what we're talking about. He's not the natural guy that's presented in the New Testament. If he existed at all, he would be a Jesus in name only, a Gino. It wouldn't make any sense.
Okay.
It would be a
All right.
completely different Jesus.
Cool.
That's all that mythicism is. And if you can agree with that, which I think you said earlier, then
Nothing further.
well, yeah, welcome to mythicism. I mean, you'd be a mythicist. It's that easy. It's kind of like a lot of people back in the day, they're like, oh, atheism is where you say that God didn't exist or God never existed or there is no God. And it's like, no, atheism is as simple as saying, I don't subscribe to a belief in a God. That's all that atheism is. It's really simple. And all that mythicism is just saying the natural Jesus that's presented by the New Testament didn't exist. If you want to say that a different Jesus existed and they just heaped all these stories on, cool, but he's not the one from the New Testament, even the natural one. It's not a supernatural stance, it's a natural stance. That's all that it is. It's really easy to be a mythicist, just as it's really easy to be an atheist. It's not really that complicated. Does that make sense?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't listening. Sorry.
Nice.
I don't know
Anyways.
why I'm up here.
Well, I'm just because somebody saw that you were saying some stuff there in the chat, and they probably didn't know your overall stance. But anyways, thanks for coming up there. That was Joe Flash, everybody. All right. Let's see. Before we get to B Russ, there was some super chats. $20. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very, very much. That is $20 there from Cameron Vino Rosso, who said, "Hey Jay," I guess that's me, regarding Muhammad. What are the best evidences for his existence? Who really met him in person? The Persian Empire had a letter invitation from him. So was the king. I guess so had the king of Ethiopia. Letting you know, maybe. Thank you for all you do. I'm not really sure what LUK means. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I mean, so we have some people talking about him from a military standpoint, saying that like the armies of Muhammad came in and did something. We have some, I think they're, I don't know if it's hadiths really, but it's just later text specifically written about him from like family members and stuff like that, or supposed family members. We have about as good of information that we could possibly have for the guy, short of like maybe like a statue or a coin or something like that, that we could have, like something archaeological for him. Like we have just as good of information as you could possibly expect for somebody back then who maybe didn't have a coin or a statue. Like that's about it. We have things from purported contemporaries or people who knew him, people part of his family, that kind of thing, and then people who were alive supposedly at the same time that talk about how he came over and kicked their ass militaristically. So again, the evidence for Muhammad is pretty high up there, especially when compared to Jesus, and pretty high up there in just like ancient standards. It's pretty good. It's definitely pretty good. But that doesn't mean that he was visited by a fucking angel, and it doesn't even really mean that he had really any hand in the Quran itself. Not really. So, but more on that in our next book. But anyways, then $5 there from Resting Up Face says, "I don't want to grow up. I'm a Queefs R Us kid. There's a million Queefs R Us for us to play with. Good Lord. What is wrong?" Hey, but we finally got our first 5 there. There we go. Look at that. There's a 5. You know what? I'll take it. B Russ, can I get your age for TikTok purposes? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Let's see. Is that even a giggity? You're welcome. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hopped over to YouTube just to give me that terrible... And I like how you put music notes in there. You put little, like, fucking eighth notes in there. It's funny. All right, so we got somebody coming up here. Hopefully they can give evidence for Jesus or Paul. We're looking at Orlando Flores.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, man? What you got?
I don't have no evidence. I'm just asking why. What evidence do you have that they didn't exist? How do you know they didn't?
Anachronisms.
What does that mean?
Anachronisms are a concept in a story that are out of place in time. If I told you a story about George Washington driving a Camaro, you would know that story's bullshit, right?
Right.
Yeah. So likewise, the Gospels and the Book of Acts, as well as the Pauline epistles, have elements in the story that don't line up with when they're supposed to be taking place.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah. So in let's see, in Acts, Paul says that he was in multiple synagogues in Jerusalem as well as the temple. This would have been at latest early 60s because that's when he supposedly dies. But there's no synagogues in Jerusalem until after the fall of the temple in 70. A synagogue is where you go if you can't make it to the temple. There would make a lot of sense for there to be synagogues in Jerusalem while there was a second temple.
So you're saying that when Jesus was on earth, there was no temple?
I didn't say that at all, actually. I was talking about Paul, and I said that the temple is destroyed in 70.
Right, Jesus came before Paul.
Cool. Well, I was talking about like Paul there, but I mean, did you want me to give you like more of a like a
Well,
anachronism
the
for
reason
Jesus, or what?
the
What
reason
you
I'm
want to do?
saying that is because you're saying that when Paul said that he was going to the synagogue, there was no synagogue, but Jesus was there before Paul, so there was a synagogue when Jesus was alive.
Not in Jerusalem.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. So you're saying there was no synagogue where Jesus was alive either?
In Jerusalem? No, there's not.
So what synagogue was he on?
What?
What synagogue was Jesus on when he turned the tables down?
That's a temple.
Okay.
That's not a synagogue.
How is this? How do you know, archaeologically speaking, how do you know that what you're saying is true?
Because it wouldn't make any sense for there to be synagogues, because that's where you go if you can't make it to the temple. That's why there's synagogues in like Rome. There's a synagogue supposedly in Nazareth, according to the story. There's a synagogue in Alexandria.
It sounds like you're using logic without evidence. Logic only works when evidence is presented.
Right. Okay.
So where's the evidence?
Where's the logic for your?
No, I'm asking you. You're the one trying to use logic with no evidence. I'm trying to figure out.
What?
I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to believe you, but you got to give me evidence.
Evidence that something wasn't there?
Yeah. This is
Josephus
all I got from you.
Never mentions it. When he goes through and he mentions all the places in Jerusalem, he never mentions synagogues.
He didn't mention there's plenty of other things that he didn't mention. That doesn't mean that it didn't exist.
What did Josephus not mention in the city of Jerusalem when he goes by street and tells you what's in the city?
Well, maybe he didn't mention the plants that were created at they were at the city.
The plants?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my argument doesn't have anything to do with plants. It has
I
to
know,
do with
but
buildings.
you asked me for something.
Something that we know was there that he doesn't mention? Well, what plant do you know was there that he didn't mention?
Yeah. So just because somebody didn't mention something, that doesn't mean it didn't exist.
Okay. I
This
guess
is
it
your
really
best
just
argument, bro?
No, this is just one of them, and you're having a hard time eating that one.
Actually, I'm actually trying to figure out your argument because I'm not fighting. I'm not even debating you. I'm trying to figure out where your facts are, and you haven't given me anything.
Okay, cool. Well, the pool of Bethesda that Jesus goes to in John 5, and that has 5 porticos where sick people would lay, is built there in about 130s. That's about 100 years after Jesus died.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because archaeologists uncovered it. It's part of an Asclepion, which is a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius, built by Emperor Hadrian, who wasn't even emperor until 118.
Okay, so that what you just mentioned was built 100 years after Jesus, is what you're saying?
Yep. So Jesus couldn't go there. That wouldn't make any sense.
Okay, so are you saying that Jesus' story is
fictional?
Later
Yes.
than 100 years? No.
I'm saying it's fictional because nope. Pilate dies in 36.
Okay, so listen to this logic. Let me see the logic you're saying. So
that's good.
If the lake was created 100 years later,
if the what?
Whatever you mentioned, what was it that you mentioned that was created 100 years later?
The Asclepion, the temple, the
temple,
with the 5 porticos. Okay.
So you're saying that the scriptures was written after?
No. After what?
When were the scriptures? Do we have evidence
written after what?
After that temple you mentioned that it was
well,
created.
Yeah, they'd be written after that because they know about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean the New Testament's written in the 2nd century. Jesus supposedly dies in like the early 30s. And so when the New Testament mentions things from the 2nd centuries that would have been there during that time, during the 2nd century, okay, they're just mentioning things, but Jesus couldn't have interacted with those things because that's 100 years later.
Okay, so Jesus never existed, is what you're saying. It's
Correct,
just a
because the stories that are presented do not line up with what we know about first century Judea.
Okay. Do you believe that history influences the future?
What?
Do you believe that history influences the future?
That's a weird question, and it
No,
doesn't have anything
it's
to
a
do with
very
it.
simple. It's a very simple question.
No,
Does
it doesn't really
history?
make a lot of sense.
It
Rephrase
does
it.
makes a lot of sense. A lot
Then,
of
well, it doesn't make a lot of
whatever
sense to me. So
America.
please rephrase it.
Okay, for example, if America does something politically wise, it may impact history in the future. Would you agree?
I mean, okay, yeah.
Yeah, history influences the future. Would you agree?
I guess, yeah, yeah, sure. Why not?
History influences the future. Look,
Yeah.
we're in the
Okay.
modern
Cool.
world, but people before us built what we are using today.
Sweet. Land the plane. How does this have anything to do with the topic?
If Jesus wasn't real, it's been 2026 years. We still talking about him.
Awesome. We still talk about Zeus from
Countries.
time to time.
Hold on. Countries have been built on
Greece
religious
was built.
beliefs.
Greece was built on religious beliefs.
Okay, so how long did they last it?
They're still here, dipshit.
Yeah.
That's how you know what it is.
Bro, why are you getting offended?
Because you're saying dumb stuff. It doesn't have anything to do with the
Greek
topic.
is still here, but they're not influenced by their religion. They're
Yeah,
influenced
they
by
are.
Christianity.
The religion
brother.
never really went away. In fact, one of the official religions is Hellenic religion. That's
Which
the
was the
belief in the
biggest
Greek
religion in
gods.
the world?
That
Which
doesn't
was
have
the
any.
biggest religion
What
in
was
the
the
world?
biggest religion in the world before Christianity? And does that make it real? Does that make it real? Does it make? No, that's not how that works.
Listen, man, listen.
That's not how that works.
If you're gonna bring an argument that Jesus or Paul didn't
If you're going to
exist,
bring the argument,
you gotta
yeah,
bring
I already
better.
did.
You gotta bring better.
Okay. You don't have any evidence that they did, and even if it's the biggest religion in the world, that doesn't mean that they did, because the biggest religion in the Western world prior to Christianity was the Roman imperial cult. Does that mean that the god Jupiter existed? No, that's not how that works. If you're going to come up here and actually have a conversation, you're going to actually have to know how words work and also how arguments work. So if you have anything else, please present it. Otherwise, say hello to your mom for me. Do you have anything else?
Can I ask you a question?
No, he doesn't have anything else. Okay, Kylie, go ahead.
Because I just joined the live. What do you believe as far as creation?
What does that have to do with whether or not two people existed?
I just want to know your basis. Like, I want to know your outlook.
My basis for whether or not two people exist? What are you talking
I
about?
want to know what you believe.
I believe that Jesus and Paul didn't exist.
Okay, so why are the writings in the Bible not considered factual? And then also
Because they
Jesus
don't
is
line up
written
with
about.
what we have from contemporaries. Because the books
Do
of the
you
New
believe
Testament are
that
not written by
everything that
Jesus.
they teach us in textbooks and in all of the writings are true?
What?
Or do you believe that information that is given to us is always factual?
What does that have to do with whether or not two people existed in history?
Because if you're using writings, so if you're saying archaeologists
Aren't you
found
using
this
writings?
information-
Aren't you using writings?
So I'm just trying to ask you a question, and I feel like you're
Sweet.
deflecting instead of asking the question.
No, I'm not answering the question.
And then
but-
you're not even letting me
Okay.
finish speaking.
Correct. Now you're muted. The reason why this question is not being answered directly is because it's a stupid ass question. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to use the slippery slope argument and try to say that we can't know anything in history. You are trying to say that I appeal to like books or textbooks or what I've been told from people saying
I'm
that,
not
oh,
trying
this
to say
is
anything. I'm trying to ask.
Well, what you're going to do is you're going to be quiet until daddy's done talking. All right. So that's how that's going to work. And now, that being said, as far as history goes, if you want to toss all of it out, including Jesus and Paul, we'll do it. That's fine. Do you want to do that? Because I don't want to do it. If you don't want to do it, we don't have to. But you're going to have to drop the whole like slippery slope argument shtick and try to go, oh, well, do we really know that anything in it? Yes, we can know things in history. Now, we can talk about whether or not Jesus and Paul existed. That doesn't have anything to do with my personal religious beliefs or your personal religious beliefs or Kevin down the street's personal religious beliefs. It doesn't matter. We are just talking about whether or not two people existed in history. We're not going to toss out all of history. We're going to try to figure out whether or not we have evidence for these people. Now, please, if you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. But we're not going to use that weird hypothetical bullshit where nothing is real. We're not going to do that. So if you go back to that, we're just going to move on to somebody else. But you can please continue. What is your either ask me for my evidence for why I think that they didn't exist, or you provide evidence that says that they did exist. Which one would you like to go with?
That's what I was trying. That's what I was trying to do. So thank you for talking me through that. I was trying to ask you what the basis of your argument of them not existing. That's what I was trying to get at. So I apologize.
Not a problem. Not a problem. So as far as them not existing goes, we can see that these texts that are presented in the New Testament, and what I'm saying is the official stance is that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. That's the official statement for me and my data science co-partner. But the point is, when we compare these writings that are saying this is what happened, and we see that these writings in the New Testament, like the Gospels, are never claimed to be from anybody who actually saw it, or claim to be anybody even from that century or anything like that, or a contemporary of them, we can then compare it to what we have from archaeological standpoint, what we have from geographical standpoints, or what we have from actual contemporaries of the first century in that area, and see if it actually lines up with what they say. And it doesn't. And that's when things get weird. We have to either say, okay, this contemporary who was there is wrong, or this book that doesn't even claim to be from a contemporary is wrong. And so it's pretty easy at that point, not to mention the Gospels contradict each other sometimes.
Wait, but can you go into specifics of what evidence you have?
Yeah. Like say, for instance, when, excuse me, when in Matthew 23, Jesus talks about rabbis, and he points them out to the disciples and says, oh, this is what rabbis say and do, how they pray, where they sit in the synagogues, and this is even how they dress. That's really weird because the first rabbi is Yohanan ben Zakkai, according to the Jewish Mishnah. He starts the first rabbinic school with the approval of Emperor Vespasian in 70, right outside of Jerusalem, after the first Jewish-Roman war, after the temple had been destroyed. Prior to that, you would go to a Levitical priest, a Cohen, not a rabbi. The first rabbi is in 70. So it doesn't make a lot of sense that Jesus is talking about.
Is that the exact word that he used in that scripture? He
yes.
used the exact word?
Yes. Okay. In fact, it would have... Your question is a good question, because like if it had just been translated to rabbi in English or something, because we're like, oh, rabbi means teacher or whatever, who gives a shit, then yeah, that would be a problem. But considering the fact that in the oldest codex for the New Testament, which is Codex Sinaiticus, in that text, it goes out of its way in Greek to use the Hebrew term rabbi. We can tell that it's either anachronistic or at least misquoting Jesus. It goes out of its way to use the wrong term.
Okay. And the rabbi that you're referencing, the first rabbi, who chose to recognize him as the first rabbi?
The school that he created, the rabbinic school, the first rabbinic school. Yeah, like he's the first rabbi. Yeah, because he's the first like head of that school. Like prior to that, there's not rabbinic schools.
So theoretically, if we go back to Matthew, why couldn't Jesus use a word to describe somebody, despite the fact no one had been recognized as a rabbi yet? You know what I mean?
Because that wouldn't make a lot of sense. He's describing the position when the position isn't there.
I get what you're saying, but for believers, we believe that Jesus is God in the flesh, and he has always existed. Even before he walked the earth, Jesus was in heaven, and Jesus is in heaven now. So he can see and know things start to finish. So
the only way you can explain it is magic. Okay. Well, all right.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he might have had the word rabbi before the world had it, and that would make sense to me.
Well, that makes sense to you because you're appealing to magic. Likewise, the Book of Mormon can appeal to magic and say that it's the truest book that's ever been written, even truer than the Bible. How do you feel about that magic?
I think the word magic is,
it's not what you call magic, but You don't like the word magic because you assume that magic isn't real, but it's still
No, I
magic.
believe in miracles. I believe
Yeah, you
in
call them miracles, they're
things
still
that we
magic.
don't understand. I believe things happen that we can't always define, and
Yeah,
that's
that's
what faith
magic.
is walking by faith, not by sight. But
No, faith is the excuse that people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. That being said,
I have a lot of good reasons to believe
no,
in
you do
Jesus
not have
Christ.
any. You do not have any reasons to believe that Jesus actually knew that term rabbi 40 years prior to the first rabbi, other than to appeal to magic, which you also don't have any evidence for. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, let alone do we not have any evidence of Jesus. You don't have any evidence that he said it, and you don't have any evidence that like he has the ability to know the future. Like,
Didn't archaeologists just claim to find the blood of Jesus?
no,
You didn't see that?
that's not a thing.
Hmm.
I mean, what did you see it on Facebook or something?
No, I saw it as
an Instagram
like
reel.
a news. No, I don't scroll Instagram, but I saw it as a news story that that archaeologists found the blood of Jesus.
Archaeologists found the blood of Jesus. How does what?
Can you look it up? Because I don't have a computer next to me, and if I
What would they
swipe out
find
of
it
here
on?
to try to look it up,
What would they find it on?
I don't know. I don't remember the whole
All right,
post.
okay.
Start to finish.
have you ever seen? And I talked to somebody earlier about this. Have you ever seen like cold case files or like not unsolved mysteries, but like cold case files or 2020, that kind of thing? You ever seen those shows? Okay. You know how like there's stories from like the 1970s, 1980s where there's like a murder or something like that, like some guy gets unalived or something like that. And they keep evidence, and there might be like a knife or something like that, and it's got some blood on it, and that's or like some DNA on it or something, and they're like, okay, this is the thing that the perpetrator used, right? And they keep the evidence, but they don't have the DNA technology to actually like pin the guy. But then later on they do, right? And that's because the advancements and everything like that in DNA, but nevertheless, they still just can't say, oh, hey, we just like analyze the DNA and bingo, that's who it is. No, what they have to do is they have to compare it to something that is known to be from that person. So they have to like, if the person's still alive, they like tail them or something like that and wait till they like throw out a cigarette or like use a glass, and then they go and like get that glass or something. And then they analyze that and they say, this is something we know is from them, and we compared it to this knife. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. We cannot determine that we found the blood of Jesus unless we had something that we know is from Jesus. That's not how that works. Like even if like we found like some old stick that someone said, oh, this is something that Jesus played with or something, it's like, great, cool. Even if we found DNA on it, we wouldn't be able to say this is Jesus's DNA. That doesn't make any sense. We'd have to somehow know something from him and compare it to that. That people can make claims all the time. There's 3 churches that think that 3 or 5, I think, one of them that think that they have the foreskin of Jesus. It's called the Holy Prepuce, but like that doesn't mean shit. Like they just kind of claim things.
Oh, right. And he wasn't the only one being sorry, I was trying to use my iPad to look up the story that I saw, but what it was saying is, one archaeologist claimed he had found.
Is it Ron Wyatt?
Yeah.
Okay.
And obviously, there's not people backing him up. So I was just seeing if you had seen that post. And the reason why he claimed it was Jesus's blood is because it showed to be living blood, like the way when he studied it under a microscope.
So Ron Wyatt, so you had mentioned that it came out here recently. No, that's just some old post, which is why I thought that you had maybe seen it on Facebook where old people go to die. But nevertheless, on Facebook, you might possibly see something like that because that's something from prior to 1998, 1999, because again, 1998, 1999 is when Ron Wyatt died. He died around that time, and he's a known fraud. He's a pseudo archaeologist. He does not. He didn't find shit. Now, what he claims he did is he claims he went into the Garden Tomb, which is a place that was found in the 19th century, and people say that this is the tomb that Jesus was buried in. There's no evidence of it, but he goes in there and he dug like a shaft, a hole down into the rock and everything, or down under it. And people who worked there also stayed there, and they made sure that they were around whenever he was in there. He went into this shaft, and he said that while he's down there, he found the Ark of the Covenant, took a picture, and it was really blurry because God didn't want you to take a picture of the Ark of the Covenant, which is stupid and very what a coincidence.
Yeah.
But the point is, he then says that above the Ark of the Covenant, he found a little bit of like blood, and he took the blood and he put it into like some kind of thing, I guess maybe, and like a vial or something. And then he takes that dried blood or whatever that he took a sample of, and he said that he took it to a lab and they found it to be living blood that only had like X amount of chromosomes or something like that, like 24 chromosomes or something. It's something dumb. Like it doesn't make any sense. He never tells us what lab he took it to. No lab has ever said, we're the ones that tested Jesus's blood. No one ever claims it. It's not a true thing. It's just some guy from the 90s who really, really, really wanted Jesus to exist and lied in order to actually do it. In fact, if you go to the garden tomb where he dug now, and upon request, they will give you a written thing that is typed up from them that says, he didn't find anything here. Like, we understand that he makes these claims and that his organization that's still around today can make some claims orally, but honestly, it's not we totally refute the claims that he's trying to make here.
Okay. And so all of the stories, like all of the miracles that are told, because I remember you saying something like the people who, the writers of the books of the Bible, they weren't, what did you said that they weren't contemporary people? Is that what you said? Like, I'm trying to clarify for the people who wrote the books of the Bibles and in the New Testament, and they're describing the miracles that Jesus performed, like healing the man's daughter, healing that man of leprosy,
Yeah.
healing the man so he could walk. All of these things that are written are like you're saying that those people didn't witness them firsthand. They're just telling stories that were told to them.
The Gospels never even say that they're written, like the authors or eyewitnesses or anything like that. The only one that comes close to that is the Gospel of John, and it says that they're getting the story from someone else. They say that we know his testimony is true, but it's like, okay, cool. But we can already determine that it's the last of the 4 canonical Gospels, and so all we have to do is just show that the other Gospels are written so late that they couldn't be from eyewitnesses, and so John is just out.
And so the only stories that you feel confident backing or saying, yes, that's factual, would be firsthand stories.
Well, either that or something that we actually have archaeological evidence for, or some kind of written evidence for. Like, for instance, when it talks about Pilate, Pilate is a real person. Pilate did serve in Judea as the prefect. He was like a type of governor. We know this because there's contemporaries of Pilate that talk about him. And there's a stone called the Pilate Stone, which dates to that time and mentions his name and his government position. Pilate's a real dude, but he didn't do anything with Jesus. We don't have any evidence of that. We don't have any evidence of the disciples, Mary, Joseph. We don't have evidence of Nazareth in the early 1st century. Like, there's a whole bunch of different things that we don't have any evidence for. But we do have occasionally some evidence for some people that are mentioned, but not really much else.
I just want to say one thing, because then you're going to tell me that I'm trying to say, well, then we don't know anything is real. And that's not my argument. I'm just trying to say that in theory, if Jesus is real and the purpose of Jesus is real, him dying for us for our sins, if all of that were factual, in theory, don't you think that the enemy, which is what the Bible tells us, Satan, in theory, wouldn't you think that the enemy would do everything in his power to hide us from the truth?
Well, if God wanted everybody to see him, to see Jesus, to know about Jesus, to follow Jesus, and God decided when to send Jesus down or when to have Jesus be born of a virgin and all this kind of stuff, knowing full well that Satan would have attempted to try to blind us and stuff like that, why didn't he send Jesus to a better location where they were keeping better records, or at the very least send him later on when we can take video? Instead, he decided to send him to the middle of nowhere where only 3 to 5% of the population could read or write. And even then, you probably were only able to really write your name, read your name, or write like a receipt for fish. So, nah. And by the way, what he decides to do is leave a whole bunch of texts that are only written in Greek, which isn't the language that they would have spoken anyways, which is really strange because some of the people who are in the story don't even have Hebrew names, like Andrew and Philip, and Jesus says some words that are only found in Greek. They don't have any Hebrew connection. It's really, really strange. He also has Jesus born during the reign of King Herod, I guess, in Matthew 2. But in Luke 2, it says that Jesus is born during the reign of Quirinius, the governor of Syria, who reigns 10 years after Herod the Great died. So it's almost as if this is really something that like actually was from God and was planned out in his almighty wisdom and power and all knowing wisdom, it seems like he did a really, really, really bad job of sending himself down and then had everybody else with the Great Commission do the work for him when Jesus says, go out and make disciples. Why didn't you just do a better job? Like, why is it up to humans to have to
How
not
could he say
only
go out and
discuss
do a good job if
all right, sorry. Again, why is it
you
up to
contradicting
humans?
yourself?
Sweet. Okay. Well, Jacob, you're gone. All right. Why is it up to humans to have to defend Jesus or even defend God? Really? Why is it up to humans? If this is a real thing, hell, God. Sorry, heaven. God could send Jesus multiple times. Why doesn't he send him again? Like, why does
Going
he?
to.
Well, I mean, whatever. But like, what is stopping him from saying, okay, Jesus pops in from time to time just to make sure that everybody's still okay? I mean, hell, the Mormons, they believe that when Jesus went up into heaven, he hung a sharp left and came down into like Mesoamerica, like Central America, and like preached to the Native Americans there. And then there was like 200 years of peace or whatever, and then he fucks off again, I guess. But where I'm going here is like, why don't he just check in every once in a while? Like, not like oh hey, I'm not coming back. Not that this isn't this coming back. I'm just showing up just to make sure everything's cool. Like, just do that. Why are you relying on humans who are apparently using a flawed book, like you said, like the enemy has used and corrupted, and all this data and evidence that we don't have, this proof that we don't have because of Satan, but God knew that Satan would do this. It just kind of gets all fuzzy. It doesn't really work.
Well, I'll be honest, that's something that I struggled with in my faith is like trying to wrap my head around like if he knew Adam and Eve were going to sin, then why even start this whole world, you know? Like it is it was challenging for me because I am a person of logic and I like
Yeah.
physical evidence in order for me to believe something. So I can't necessarily put my faith into words, and I didn't come into my faith until my mid 20s, but I don't know how to argue my faith, and I don't have factual evidence that I could be like, this is why Jesus was here, and I'm not going to
Right.
get upset and angry and defensive, and I don't feel like it's my job to prove Jesus's existence. I think it's my job as a child of God to just follow him. And
well, technically, it says in 1 Peter 3:15 that you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do so respectfully. It's straight up telling you to go do it. And like I said, the Great Commission is literally saying, "Hey, go and go and spread the gospel." Like it's literally telling you to do the job.
Yeah, and I do, and I spread the love of Jesus and the truth of Jesus, and I believe the Bible is real. I do believe that the world is corrupt, and we are all misinformed. Like as far as the smallest things, the easiest things, we're just misinformed. Like, I question space. I question if the world is round. I question so many things because the people who are in control do not care about us. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's hard. So in order to even just exist in this world, I feel like believing in Jesus makes it a lot easier. I don't know.
Kylie, you know the Earth is a globe, right? Like, it is. You know that, right? We've known this since the ancient Greeks.
I mean, I don't know, because I've been seeing a lot of information about how scientifically how
No.
gravity doesn't make any sense. The videos of them out in space, they
What?
don't look real. The
Okay.
explanation of why can we be on video calls with them all the way out in space, but my Wi-Fi fucking sucks. How does that make sense? You know what I mean?
No. I mean, this is a
But
globe.
I'm not trying to get us off topic. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, look,
Um,
look. First of all, yes, we have been to the moon. Secondly, yes, space is real. Thirdly, yes, the Earth is a globe. It is not flat. That has no, not at all. Like, gravity, it is a fucking thing. Yes, absolutely. That being said, I understand where like a certain amount of skepticism can come into play. I understand where you might want to do that, where you might want to say, hey, you know, I feel like every once in a while people don't have my best interest at heart when they tell me things, especially if you've been burned or lied to, you know, about a particular thing. And even this, when my co-author and I, when we were kind of digging through all this kind of research and everything like that on the New Testament and finding out that Jesus and Paul didn't actually exist, it's more like a mythological story, that kind of thing. Like there would be times where late at night, my co-author would call me and be like, dude, what the hell's going on? And he'd be like freaking out, almost like on the verge of a panic attack, or I would be too. You know, I'd call him because, I mean, there is a frustrating element to this where you go, I have been told something my entire life. What else could I be lied to? You know, what else have I been lied to about? And that's, you got to keep your wits about you, because there are some things that we can actually prove. Plenty of flat earthers and stuff like that, people who believe the earth is flat, have gone down to Antarctica and been proven wrong because the sun at a certain point doesn't actually, like, it can go all the way around. You can have a 24-hour sun down there. Plenty of people have seen this. People have gone up into rockets, and you can watch the video as it leaves the surface of the earth, and you just go up, and you will see that it is absolutely a globe. You can see the curvature of the earth in a plane. Like, it's very obvious that the earth is a globe. A lot of this stuff, like, I get why you would question, but at the end of the day, it is you have to wonder, or you have to kind of think, what would be the benefit of even saying these things? What would be the benefit of saying that we went to the moon? What would be the benefit of all these other countries? Like even if you said, oh, it was just a benefit to say that we went to the moon because, like, that beats the Russians in the space race. Cool. Then what's the benefit of the Russians saying that we went to the moon? What's the benefit there? And what's the benefit of no one over there speaking out and saying, oh, hey, they didn't go to the moon? Like what? And what's the benefit of saying that the earth is round?
Because it distracts us
From what?
from the word of God.
Okay.
And I'm not fighting for flat earth. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying in my faith, my brain is constantly like, but what about this? But what about that? That's all I'm saying.
Are you not aware that one of the people who stepped onto the moon the first time we were on the moon believes in God and is a Christian? Buzz Aldrin is a Christian. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying that.
He's so Christian. He's even far right. Like, he loves the Bible. He's a big fan of Trump and the MAGA movement and stuff like that towards the Bible and stuff like. Huge fan. But like, I mean, what? Like, no. What you're saying is not. You're just kind of getting to a weird conspiracy theory at that point in time, because the Bible itself, like, when we talk about Jesus and Paul, you ask, what would be the benefit? What would be the benefit of people saying that Jesus existed? And the benefit to people saying Jesus existed is the same benefit that you get for literally any other religion saying that their God exists. And if you don't believe that one, then why do you believe this one?
Well, actually, all of the Christianity, which I don't even like the label of Christianity. I think all of these labels just cause more division, and that's the intent of the enemy. Anyways, in our faith, our salvation in Christianity, we are the only religion where you cannot earn your salvation. It is a gift. It is given to you. You cannot do anything. You cannot be perfect. You cannot do enough charity. You cannot do anything to earn it. It is given to you. You can choose not to accept it.
Wouldn't it be doing something?
Where every other religion, it teaches you have to earn it through acts, through, good behavior, through this, through that. Christianity is the only one where your salvation is a gift.
You were the second person to bring this up today, which is really strange. No, that's not the case whatsoever. If it was a gift that was free and you don't have to do anything, then it would apply to everyone, and you wouldn't even have to acknowledge that Jesus existed. In other words, you would just go to heaven because he paid the price and you're good to go. Like, you're fine. Literally everyone's going to heaven, don't have to do anything. The fact that you even have to consider Jesus specifically and worship Jesus in order to get into heaven means that you have to do something. If it is truly free and for everyone, then it would literally be something that just automatically applies. If you don't have to do anything, that means that it automatically applies. That's what that means. but you do have to do something. You absolutely do have to do something, and that is choose this particular religion. If
And I know
that's
that
how that
that's written
works.
in scripture, but it's also written in scripture because because I'm like you, I need factual evidence. If I have to accept Christ as king in my heart in order to go to heaven, what about someone in in the world that is never even exposed to Jesus, who never even hears the name Jesus? What about her? She doesn't have a chance.
I
And
mean,
those
yeah,
are
according
that's where my brain goes. Like
well,
I
yeah, according to
agree,
literally the
but
earliest church fathers, they would say that doesn't
and
they
that's
would
why
die.
they're wrong, because I believe it's not my job to interpret where you're going to end up. That's
Well,
God's
I
job,
mean,
and I
that's
believe that
fine.
we'll
That's
all
fine, but
meet him in the end.
that's fine, but that's not what we're talking about here. I don't really care too much about that theology or theological question. What I'm talking about here is whether or not this is a work-based religion or something like that. You try to make a claim that Christianity is separate from all these other religions because you don't have to do anything. You do have to do something. If you didn't have to do anything, then literally everyone would go. That's not how that works. It is explicitly something that you still have to do. In fact, if you believe in, if you accept Jesus or whatever, but you also accept that Jesus was not the Son of God, like if you accept that Jesus existed and that he said certain things and that he died, but he wasn't the Son of God, you didn't do it correctly. You literally have to do something in order for this to work. So it is still a work-based religion.
But
I
that's
don't know
what
what to
the
tell you.
world has taught us. So I believe that in the end, no matter what,
What do
each
you?
person is going to
So
have that
everybody.
meeting with God. No,
So
I'm not saying we're all going to end up in heaven.
okay,
I'm
well
going to
then
say
it's
that we're
not.
all
Then
going
it
to
is
face
work
the
based.
Lord.
I didn't say anything about not doing that. I'm simply saying that you were trying to separate Christianity from everything else by saying that everything else requires that you do something, but Christianity does require that you do something. It's just like all the other religions. You still have to do something. You might not have to do as much, but you still have to do something. I mean, hell,
You have to accept the
Mormonism.
gift. Yes.
Yeah, but that's still doing something. Mormonism does the same thing. Does that mean that Mormonism is true?
No,
All
it's
you have
very
to do
much
is just
not.
accept. Yeah, all you have to do is just, in order to be a Mormon, all you have to do is accept that Joseph Smith was a true prophet of Jesus. Okay. Accept Jesus and accept that that Joseph was a true prophet of God, and the Mormon Church is true. Boom,
And
done.
doesn't the Quran uh, have writings about Jesus?
Yes, because Islam, as just like Mormonism, is an offshoot of Christianity. The Quran isn't even written until almost 300 years after Christianity became the official religion of the entire Roman Empire, which is
No, I
where Saudi
know.
Arabia is right next to. So it's definitely something that pulls from Christianity. Absolutely. Some of the earliest Muslims were buried with like crosses above their gravestones, or on the gravestones or grave markings. So like,
That's
I mean,
wild.
they used to pray towards Jerusalem. Like it's absolutely a it's a Christian spinoff, same as Mormonism. But nevertheless, the
And there's
point.
no teachings or like time logs or whatever you would call that of Paul's time in jail.
What? No, oh, definitely not. No one outside of Christianity ever mentions Paul. I'm not even kidding. None of the disciples, none of the 13 disciples that are mentioned in the New Testament, nor Paul, are ever mentioned outside of Christianity.
Outside of the Bible.
No, outside of Christianity. Like, there's no. I mean, like Christian, and what I mean by that is like Christian church fathers, like they'll say it, like stuff, people that like are aware of the stories and stuff like that, like aware of like the Bible. So in other words, unless you are explicitly writing the Bible, unless you're an author of the Bible or an author of something else that is just talking about what the Bible says, you never mention any of the disciples or Paul, ever. Yeah, literally, and in fact, for Jesus, there is not a single person who mentions Jesus who isn't just taking a Christian's word for it. Like they're either Christian or there's someone who has come in contact with a Christian. Like, just like I said, the Quran mentions Jesus, but that's an offshoot of Christianity. I don't know how to say it really any other way. Like, literally everybody in history who has ever mentioned Jesus Christ has just or that Jesus from the New Testament is either Christian or come in contact with someone who's come in contact with Christianity. Like, this is how it works.
I don't know. Well, I appreciate your conversation, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. I'm gonna disconnect.
Yeah. Again, the reason why I feel like that last point that I just made is something that actually applies to a lot of things in your life, especially like the moon landing and stuff like that. Like, consider where it's coming from, and then consider the people who are against them. Like, the fact that only people who are either Christian or come in contact with Christians talk about Jesus is really suspect. There's no one who's like not Christian, or there's no one who's not Christian or someone who doesn't have anything to do with Christianity or anything like that talks about Jesus. Likewise, but on the flip side, when you talk about like the moon landing, it's not just America, like with NASA, that says we landed on the moon. It's the other places that we were in a race with, like the space race with Russia and stuff, that also said we landed on the moon. So if both sides are saying the same thing, that's pretty good. But considering the fact that only one side, or people talking about that one side, or getting their information from that one side, is the only one talking about Jesus, that's pretty bad.
I mean, I just think that the world's gonna, I don't know. I just feel like they don't want us to know the truth. And I feel,
Who is they?
can I ask you, have you read the Bible cover to cover?
Yes. Yep.
Well, I pray in the end that you encounter him and that something shifts for you. And regardless, I really hope you.
Someone turned off your microphone there. I didn't, but Ahmad did, because that's not cool. It's not cool. I mean, I'm literally talking to you about evidence and stuff like that, and you're just like, well, I'm just going to appeal to magic yet again and just hope that you just accept more magic without any good evidence. And despite the fact that you presented a bunch of evidence against the guy, I hope that you just go against all that you just said because of magic. Well, whatever. That's fine.
No, that's not what.
It is. It is. It's really a shame. Like, we had a good conversation there. It's really a shame that you had to fucking ruin it like that. But nevertheless, you kind of did. You couldn't help yourself. All right. So, moving on to some super chats there. Let's see here. Let's see. $5 there from Micah Brooks. Says, I commented, but I feel like religions are just like shoes or like food. Like, you pick which one you like and can change at any time with no consequences. Well, say that to people who live in places like America's trying to become. Most notably places over in the Middle East, where if you come out and say, hey, you know what, I'm an atheist, that is a problem. There is at least one government agency or government organization, or one particular government over in the Middle East that declares atheists to be a terrorist group just because you're atheist. That is fucking terrible. Yeah, I mean, you can try to change it anytime, I guess, like mentally, and there's no worries, I guess, but I mean, it's pretty tough. There are some pretty big cults out there that can absolutely ruin your life, or religions that can ruin your life, or people that can ruin your life simply because you changed shoes, if you will. But I do see what you're saying, though. I get your sentiment, but yeah, hopefully you understand what I'm saying there as well. Let's see. Then we've got $1.99 from a Nope says, karma is my Jesus. Checkmate, dumb cowboy. Sarcasm. The Reddit sarcasm. Queefing for Christ. Oh, God. All right. Well, we're actually not doing too terribly bad today. I can stomach this amount of cues. All right, $5 from Micah Brooks says, you never responded. I wanted to hear your response on how I feel religion is from a young person standpoint. Hopefully you're still here and able to hear the response. Hopefully. But that was my response there. So hopefully you're here to hear that. $1.09, or at least watching back on YouTube, because this is on YouTube. $1.99 there from Hardwork8395 says, caller, I'm logical. Also caller, Flat Earth for the win. That's a good point. She did mention that she was logical, and then she started talking about like how space is just like fake or something. So yeah, I mean, but again, I wanted to kind of empathize with her there, at least a little bit, because I mean, maybe she was just kind of getting caught up in like being, like I said, very questioning of a lot of these different things. Like, it's easy to get, well, fairly cynical even whenever you get into a lot of these topics and stuff like that. So I get it. I get that you can have your doubts. That's fine, or you can question things, but it's tough. It's tough. All right. Let's see. Oh, she's still chirping in the chat there. Kylie says the host twists our thoughts and comments to make us sound dumb. I was genuinely listening. Again, yeah, I feel like we had a decent conversation. I'm not saying you weren't listening. When did I say that? I didn't say you weren't. Now you're trying to twist my comments. What are you talking about? I've never said you weren't listening. I just said that it's a shame that you ended up, saying the things there at the end. But maybe you're just questioning and stuff, and you just kind of got wrapped up in some conspiracy theories, because you definitely did. At a certain point, you got wrapped up in them. And so I was trying to untangle that in the short time that we have here. Let's see. $5 there from Hosa says, have you read Caesar's Messiah by Joseph Atwill, and what did you find wrong with it? The whole Roman providence thing, where like, the Roman government, especially like the Flavians and stuff like that, created Christianity or created the Gospels or created Jesus. That is bullshit. That definitely did not happen. And Caesar's Messiah, a lot of it is dependent. A lot of his theory, like his conspiratorial kind of thinking. As you can tell, I don't like conspiracy theories. It is based off of the assumption that the New Testament is written in the late 1st century. This is not true. We do not get it until the middle of the 2nd century. So therefore, what he's talking about doesn't really make a lot of sense. All the Flavians had been dead for about 50 years by the time that the first gospel is published. And Josephus even had been dead for about 40 years by the time that Christianity, or by the time that the Gospels first get published. So it's definitely not anything. Now, it does get influenced. Yes, it's kind of like the zeitgeist. That doesn't mean zeitgeist shit where they're like, oh, Jesus is just Horus, or it's just Mithras, or whatever. It's like, no, not exactly. It's just these things influence because these things were beliefs that were swirling around at the time. Then $4.99 from Gerd Engineer. All right, so we got Gerd Engineer over here. Oh man, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Before I read this here, let me see if I can get some background music here. Royalty free bluegrass. Let me see if I can read this while this plays. Let's see. I can't. All right. No, well, yeah, fuck it. All right. I like to slam Rockstar energy drinks, even though my sugars got my caretaker wife changing my Beatus Depends diapers more frequently. I don't know what this person has on GERD, if you know what I mean, but that's I'm here for it. All right. $2 from Dionysian Masks says Islam is Aryan Christianity. Yeah, a lot of there are particular sects of Christianity that started popping up that are very similar to Islam that just happened to be at the same time around then. Let's see. All right. Who's that guy? Who's this RJ guy? Oh, no, it's not anybody who's there. Okay. $4.99 from Cravenor6369 says, they just don't care. Quote, then Jesus said, quote, if anyone wishes to come, there's a verse. If anyone wishes to come after me, he must deny himself and take up his cross and follow me, end quote. Oh, okay. Yeah. Basically saying like there's things that you have to do. There are things that you have to do to actually like follow Jesus. In fact, I think because of the fact that a lot of people were complaining about how much you had to do in order to be Christian, they ended up trying to make it as simple and whittle it down and water it down to as not just as close to nothing as possible, which is just accept the gift. But if you went back and you started talking to some of the early church fathers and stuff like that, these people who were still like who were making like edits to the gospels and stuff like that, or doing all this shit, and you said, "Hey, is it really is just as easy as saying I accept it?" They'd be like, "Fucking no." So like, no, it definitely wasn't supposed to be that easy. Definitely not. Let's see. $5 from Resting Op Face says, I do not consent to prayer. I do not consent to queefs. So many queefs. You know what? As long as there's not a ton, it's not that bad. All right. Xenolapudre $5 says, a phantom wind leaves me in tight. This is not going to end well. We're like autumn air so gently spiced, a holy breeze that has sufficed, just out here queefing for Christ. And then put queefing for Christ. All right. Okay. We've now reached the point to where I'm not having fun anymore. All right. $5 here from Polenta Forest says, I'm chipping and twisting queefs. What do you mean twisting? What do you mean chip? That sounds fucking painful. You guys wonder why I start later and later every day. $2. Polenta Forest corrects herself. Chirpin' twistin' queefs. That doesn't even fucking fix it. That's just kind of. $2 from Polenta Forest. Have a great weekend, Jay. Yeah. Yeah. What a lovely send off. Something that I don't understand. Oh my god. A new Emery single just dropped. Well, I got to go check it out. Their last single was pretty good. Or unless you're talking about the same one that happened like a couple weeks ago or something like that. That's because, Jaron, you on Jamaican time. You're making me crazy with all these Q words. Polenta Forest. Do I have a sound for Polenta Forest? Yeah, I do. I don't know. Anyways, weakest jungle enjoyer, what you got? You there? Going once? Going twice? All right. Let's see. $5 from Everlasting Godstopper. I've been informed that we're running low. I've been informed that we're running low on queefs, so I thought I would contribute for a few more. It was the best of queefs. It was the worst of queefs. You guys realize that we got like 10 in the last like fucking 5 minutes? It is your fault, Dr. Ajam. It is your fault. Entirely your fault.
Oh, shit.
All right. All right. Oh, my God. Claustrophobia. What? What? All right. Chris Yazzie says, I'm not saying it's fact, but some suggested Jesus was Zeus. I don't know about history at all. No. That is it's a fairly common now, for some weird reason, claim, but it's not based in any reality. It's the idea that Jesus, which is what we call him in English, in Spanish is Jesus, which in English kind of sounds like Hail Zeus. And Hail Zeus, I guess, is what they were wanting to say in the Greek, I guess, even though he if he existed, should have spoken Aramaic. It doesn't make any sense. It's stupid on like 4 different levels of language or 4 different languages. No. No. Huh? There's no way Hanji told you that Jesus is supposed to be Zeus. Okay. Yeah, I was like, there's no possible way that she said that. No. I don't believe that for a moment. Okay. I was like, no. If anyone knows Zeus, it's Hanji. And anyone would be able to suss out some kind of random bullshit in not only Greek, but Spanish, it'd be Hanji. Okay. $2.79 Canadian from Serenity Serpent. Hey, Queef. Queef's in the chat for Jaren. Please, Queef raid Queef. No. That is no. Nope, not gonna happen. Not gonna be able to do it. We're now at like no. All right, moving on. Okay.
Bruh.
Okay, so if you've got evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. If you're over on YouTube, you can click the link that's in the chat. I take guests on TikTok. And if you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come up on TikTok, don't worry about it. You can send a super chat. I will read it here on the air and respond to it, which is why I'm having to read all these Q words here on the super chats. But yeah, if you have anything there, you can definitely put it in the super chat or click the link. I'll put the link there in the chat yet again there. It is a link that goes to TikTok there. Yeah. It's really cool whenever we see I switch over to the live chat there on YouTube and I see some members over there. It's kind of like seeing members over there on TikTok there with the 35-second gang little thing there next to him. TFSG, it's a 35-second gang because the most that anybody ever watches the show is about 35 seconds or so. So thank you very, very much for becoming a member on YouTube or becoming a subscriber on TikTok. Oh, we thought of some more things that we could do there for you guys. The people who subscribe and the people who are on TikTok and the people who are members on YouTube, Matthew and I will be going through we will be going through bad reviews of CBJ and responding to them. We're going through it. We are going through them. We're going through the book reviews. We're going through the stuff that Carrier said. We're going through it all. And we're now, granted, we have not read all of them. So some of them will be a surprise. And we're not going to read them until live on the video. But we are going through all the bad reviews. They will be fun. Bad reviews, everybody. Bad reviews. $5 from Disbeanmean says, the only Jesus I know is this G-hole I went to back in 2016. Dear God. And then $2.79 Canadian from Serenity Servant. W Community, W Queep, W Mods. Okay. And then finally, Xeno Lapudre, $2. Queef quota must be met for the census of Queefrenius. Thuner?
Thuner Sledge.
Thuner Sledge. Okay.
So I just had a couple questions for you, and I apologize.
What language is that?
It's Old English.
Oh, okay. So
So
just mean like Thor's hammer or something?
Yes, actually, it does. I'm an Anglo-Saxon pagan. I honestly just had a couple questions for you. I'm not really arguing in favor of Jesus or Paul's existence, so please forgive me. I just had a
An
couple questions.
Anglo-Saxon pagan.
Yes, sir.
Wait, hold up. Are you white?
Yes.
So you're a wasp. You're a white Anglo-Saxon pagan.
Yeah, that's a very common,
in like a really weird way.
Yeah, that's a very common pun used in the community.
That's awesome. All right. Anyways, so what you got?
So I heard you say earlier on your live stream, I was watching on YouTube, that certain verses in the Bible mention Jesus using the word rabbi. Do you know the earliest attested usage of the word rabbi in Hebrew?
The earliest attested to?
Yeah.
Like in the Mishnah?
Or just period. Like, because I was
I
wondering
think
if
the
there was
earliest
even...
attested to would maybe be the writings there from like Akiva, that kind of thing.
Do you know around what year that was?
That's be like in the 130s or so.
Okay, yeah, I was just
But like the
wondering
Mishnah
because...
itself says that like the first rabbi was Yohanan ben Zakkai.
Okay, I was just wondering because I was wondering if the word could have possibly existed before the founding of the school.
Oh, no. I mean, that wouldn't really make a lot of sense, at least in
No,
the way that
okay.
it's used, because it's a position.
Okay.
So they first say the first person to get the title would be him.
Okay. So the founder of the school literally established the usage of the word to
The
mean
position, yeah, because it's the position.
Okay.
Yeah, prior to that, like the Torah was taught by people who we translate the word to sage, or like a priest, like a high priest, or like a Cohen, a Levitical priest.
Is that the word you just said, Tohen? Is that what they
Cohen.
refer to themselves?
Cohen.
Oh, Cohen. Okay.
The Cohen, yeah. Which is a
Okay.
word that we still see today, because I assume that they're descendants of Levites. Cohen, like Cohen, like the last name.
Oh, okay. That's pretty interesting. I appreciate you answering that question. And the second question I had for you, ironically on the same note that someone had asked if Jesus was Zeus. I find that pretty ridiculous myself. However, I have seen a lot of comparisons with Jesus and Dionysus, or Jesus and Krishna. How founded would you say those comparisons are?
Krishna, not so much. Really, the only time that there's really any overlap is because people say Krishna sounds like Christ, that kind of thing. There might be some occasional things that you could point to, but I mean, influences are that's how they work. I mean, you could point to some things in Wolverine from X-Men and say that he's similar to Superman because he like has like maybe strength or something, or
Yeah, I see what
like
you're
you could say really anything. And you could say, oh, well, it's got a tie to this. That doesn't really mean much. It just means it's influenced by the same kind of stuff. But the line with, or the connection with Dionysus is really good, because he literally quotes Dionysus in Acts.
Wow. Okay.
When Jesus, let's see, I'll go ahead and pull this up. I fucking always forget it. Is it Acts 9? Is that what it is? Yes, it is. Hey, I got it on the first time, this guys. Yeah. Hold your applause.
Bravo.
Okay, so Acts 9. It is the conversion story of Saul here. So it's interesting because I believe that in NRSVU it actually takes it out. Let me see here. Yeah, so it actually takes this out. I'm not really sure why, if I'm being honest with you. But in the King James version, it straight up adds a part that is right here. It is hard for thee to kick against the pricks. It's in verse 5.
And that's quoting Dionysus?
Yes, that word for word. It's in the play The Bacchae, written by Euripides. It has Dionysus talking to somebody who is persecuting his church, and it says, it is hard for thee to kick against the pricks.
That's really interesting. See, I don't know very much about ancient Greek literature, so it's pretty interesting to see these parallels.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And of course, Dionysus is like, he changes water to wine and stuff like that at parties and shit.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's pretty obvious that like there's a lot of influence from that. And of course, there's a cult of Dionysus that was going around at the time. So it only makes sense that Jesus would start to incorporate some of those ideas, because that's just part of it. Like Jesus straight up has like a wine and bread ritual that Dionysus would
Yeah.
have as well. So it's yeah, it's pretty obvious that they're pulling from those things. You would see some connections with older things that have been around for a lot longer, like Krishna and whatnot, but it would be a lot smaller connections, and
Would you
maybe just kind of coincidental more than anything else.
Okay. Would you say that Krishna is a direct borrowing, like say from contact with the Greeks, or would you say that it's its own evolution of an
I do not
Indo-European
know enough
word?
about Krishna to really talk about that. If you wanted to talk more specifically about Krishna, I would maybe hit up AJ Everyday, who's in the chat there. I believe he might be Hindu.
Okay.
Or at least he knows a lot about it. Yeah.
I certainly appreciate your time and allowing me to talk to you on the live stream, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for coming up. Thunerschleisch.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't even get your name because I only just found your channel on YouTube scrolling through
Oh yeah.
shorts.
Oh nice. Well, yeah. My name's Jaron, and hey, if you're interested at all, a little bit of a shameless plug here, but me and my co-author, we have an ebook that's just $3. The link is on my bio here on TikTok, or in the YouTube chat, or not YouTube chat, but the YouTube profile, and we talk about the dating of the New Testament, because that's like realistically our biggest contribution to like the mythicism argument, the idea that Jesus didn't exist, is like the understanding that this is a 2nd century text. We find that it's written in the 2nd century, and then we back that up using something called stellometry, which is a peer-reviewed and accepted form of literary analysis, which attributes authorship by taking a look at the style of writing. And so when we take a look at the New Testament, we see that it lines up with writings from the 2nd century. And so it shows up much later. And so this is, Jesus and Paul not existing. It's kind of like it's a bit more like the fallout of understanding that these are 2nd century documents.
Have you ever heard of a cosmic skeptic? That sounds like something that he did a lot of research in.
Maybe.
He points out a lot in his debates that the timing in which the books of the New Testament are written are very late.
I don't know if I know Cosmic Skeptic.
He's a British guy. He's a British YouTuber.
I might know him. I at least know that it's been an argument for quite some time that like, oh hey, the Gospels were written so long after Jesus that they couldn't be accurate, but I mean, I don't. So the most popular opinion for the dating of the New Testament is that the Gospels are written sometime between like 60 something and like 110, somewhere in there. So like late first century is when they're written. And people say, well, Jesus died in 30, so those are quite a bit later. And that's true. But I would say that the Gospels are written over 100 years after Jesus dies. So it's even worse than previously thought. So it comes with its fair share of problems.
Yeah, people are correcting me in the chat. It's actually Alex O'Connor. I just said his old name. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Alex O'Connor. Okay. Yeah, I definitely know who that is. He definitely doesn't know me, but I know who that is, at least. I don't know if I've really talked to him much, but he would probably say that the Gospels were written in the late 1st century. And if he has a problem with them being written that late, then if he understood that they were from the 2nd century, it'd be bad.
Well, like I said, man, I really appreciate you letting me talk on your live stream, and yeah, I appreciate your time.
Yep, not a problem. See you later.
See you, dude.
What a nice Vespa. Okay. He's definitively not a mythicist. Yeah. He's definitely not a mythicist, and typically capitulates to scholarly. Yeah. Well, the scholarly consensus at this point right now is that the Gospels are late 1st century. So again, if Alex O'Connor has a problem with like that the Gospels being that late. Oh yeah, it would be terrible. What was he? He was a Vespa. Zzz. I haven't heard him called the cosmic skeptic in a long time. I don't know. I have no idea. Please, we need your book translated to Spanish. So I actually got notified that apparently Amazon does ebooks now in Spanish. Like it automatically like translate it or something like that. So we're like, oh well, I might as well. So I think currently right now, let me actually check. I'll check really fast. Let's see here. Let me think. Okay. So the book is actually available. It is available in English, obviously, or at least, our version of English. Whoops. Oh, come on. Don't be stupid. Okay, there it is. All right. It is in English. It is in Spanish. It is in Portuguese. It's in German. It's in Italian. And then on top of all of that, it is in French. The book is listed at $3. $3 in Spanish, $3 in Portuguese, $3 in German, $3 in Italian, and $6.16 in French. Guess fuck the French. I'm not even kidding. All right. French, unrelated. Can you remove a language? No, well, it's the equivalent of dollars. It asks us the price to put it in dollars, and then it converts it over to like euros or whatever. Yeah. Missing my language, Portuguese. No. It's in Portuguese. It's in Portuguese. All right. Let's see. Get to some super chats there. Hard work. 83.95. $4. 1 second there, less profit. Let me get some super chats real fast. Hard work. 83.95. $4.99. Thank you very much. Says caller, I'm totally logical and don't sound crazy. Also caller, there's an invisible evil entity called the enemy. He hunts us down and changes history. Yeah, I mean, nah. Hopefully she realizes that what she said was absolutely asinine. $1.99 there from Pookie Mans said Jesus is real, all one word there. Jesus is real. He's the first century. I don't know what that is. Lakin Riley? What is that? Am I supposed to know what that is? No idea. No idea. It looks like someone who was maybe unalived, if that's what you're trying to spell there. I have no idea. But it's not that correct spelling, so I'm not sure if that's what you meant or whatever. $1.99 from Felinius says, I missed it last time. What ruined Amberlin for you? Is not what, it's more who, and also what. And unfortunately, that person ruined it for me, so I had to break up with them. Anyways, last prophet. What you got there?
So I just wanted to know why you don't what do you mean by this title? Like never existed in any sense, or the teachings aren't real and like the Bible isn't real?
Well, if the Bible isn't real, then how would he exist in any sense?
What about historical evidence from people that were against him?
Like who?
That wrote about like Josephus, I guess, right?
Anybody else?
I mean, I feel like, all right, let's take the feel out of this. What is it that makes you believe? What makes you believe what you believe? That's what I want to know.
What makes me believe what I believe, that Jesus and Paul never existed?
Yeah.
Ooh, let's go with a fun one. It's written in third person omniscient, which is indicative of fiction. So some of the stories are impossible to have been written because the authors couldn't have known any information or certain information.
I feel like it was written by historical, like first person viewing.
Okay.
From different,
So who is a first person account, or what first person account do we have from anybody who is there when Jesus is praying in the Garden of Gethsemane before he is arrested and unalived? The disciples are asleep, right?
3 of the disciples were asleep. The other ones were not as close to him, but they were in the garden as well.
They were all asleep.
No.
It says that he found them all asleep.
No, he brought 3 with him. He brought them all to the garden, then he brought 3 closer into the garden with him. Only
Okay.
3 that were closer into the garden with him fell asleep.
That's
As
the
far as
only
other
ones. That's the only
I
ones.
mean, you could look it up, yeah.
How many disciples were asleep in the garden?
It's gonna be 3. It's Peter, John, and his brother James or Jacob.
So everyone else is not even there.
They're in the garden, but they're not as close.
So they're the ones who were writing?
I'm saying the people who were there, they can write, I was asleep during that time, and this is what happened.
That's not what it says. Where does it say in the Gospels, I was asleep?
Where does it say that they fell asleep? It doesn't say that they fell asleep, but it does respond to.
Where does well, you just said they could say I was asleep.
I know what
Well,
I'm saying,
where does
but
it say I
listen,
was
let me
asleep?
finish. Jesus responds to them sleeping and says, "Get up."
Who was even there? The other disciples weren't even there.
The disciples who were asleep were told, "Why did you fall asleep?" by Jesus.
Okay. And so how does anyone know that there was an angel that appeared with Jesus and what he was praying? Because if he wasn't even close to the 3, if he went away from the 3, then he was even further away from the rest of the 12. Or rest of the 11, I guess.
It never said an angel appeared to.
Yes, it does. It says that an angel appears to Jesus while he's praying.
In the Garden of Gethsemane? I don't remember that.
Yep. It is in Luke. Let's see, which chapter should we look at? I think it's 21, maybe? Let's try 22. Yep, 22. Okay, so we're going to take a look at this. What's your favorite version of the Bible?
Right now, I'm reading, I can read KJV, I guess.
Alrighty. So the worst one, got it. King James Version, Luke 22. All right, so we're going to go through here. Let's see. Son of Man goeth.
I see where it says an angel. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. I want to make sure that everyone else is aware that there's an angel that apparently
40 something.
Yeah, it's going to get there. There appeared an angel unto him from heaven, strengthening him.
Okay. I see that now. So how would they know there was an angel there, basically?
Yeah. So we've got 3 people who you believe were asleep, and they were the closest people to Jesus, where he goes away from them. But even them, they were closer to Jesus than the other people. But you're saying that the other people who you said didn't go to sleep, and I'll grant you that they didn't go to sleep. But
no.
How do they know any information about what Jesus said? Because they're not even with the 3 that are asleep, and they're not even with Jesus.
I'm gonna backtrack because right there I made a mistake. So how about this? Let's forget the other people who were in the garden. Those 3 who were asleep, they were said to seen his body risen and that he had conversation.
Oh, okay. So you have to appeal to magic. You have to appeal to the magic parts, and the magic has to be real. Like the supernatural things have to be real in order for this to have been written.
You don't believe in anything supernatural at all? Are you like an atheist?
What I'm saying here is that if you have to appeal to magic in order for your favorite book to have been written, then that means your favorite book wasn't written. In fact, if that's what we're going to do, then we're going to have to appeal to, we're going to let all the other magic books talk about their magic as if it's real. So I guess the Book of Mormon is also real whenever Jesus ascends into heaven and then hooks a sharp left and goes over to Mexico.
Also, I'm not going to lie. It's not just like the Bible was written and there's no historical evidence.
So again, how did these people write about Jesus if they were asleep?
Okay, so it says that Jesus came and he was resurrected. So
if you're appealing to the magic, then
Okay, so
you
wait,
got to let
look,
the other
look,
books
if
appeal to
I'm
their magic too.
No, because in my book, it says Jesus says he is the only way, the truth, and the life. That
Sweet.
means-
Well, Jesus shows up in Mexico in the Book of Mormon. It's the same Jesus. So I guess
it
the Mormons
also
are
says
correct.
that anything that comes after this that does not line up with what is taught is not true.
Unfortunately, that's not in the Gospels. And on top of that,
It's
the book
inside the letters of Paul.
well, the letters of Paul, is that talking about Jesus? And is it talking about the Bible?
It's talking about any prophet that comes after me that does not teach the gospel that was preached to you is a false doctrine, and it's made by wolves.
Well, unfortunately, when the Old Testament says that if a prophet says something and it doesn't come to pass, then he's not a true prophet. And Jesus says there's people here who won't even taste death until they see the Son of Man coming. So I guess he wasn't a true prophet either, if we're going to use that logic.
Did they not see him coming when
Nope.
he came down?
Do you think? No.
Oh, you don't believe that he resurrected,
He
that's
explicitly says when the second in the second coming, when the Son of Man comes in his kingdom. Is that what he did? Is that he came back from heaven with his kingdom whenever he resurrected? Is that what you think that means? That the second
Kingdom
coming
of
was
heaven
his.
is within when you believe in him.
No, he
you
explicitly said that he would be coming down from the clouds.
Yeah, no. Listen, brother.
So, do you think that that's what happened with the resurrection?
I'm gonna explain a Christian doctrine to you. We
No,
believe-
no. What you're going to do is you're going to either answer the question directly or you will
I don't
be
know what you're trying
disconnected.
to
Okay.
say. I feel
So
like-
what I'm trying to say is that when the Old Testament says that a real prophet, the way that you can tell that a real prophet is or a prophet is real and shouldn't be stoned, is if what he says comes to pass or doesn't come to pass. And if it doesn't come to pass, then he's not a real prophet. So when Jesus says that there are people here who will not taste death when they see the Son of Man coming in his
You
kingdom.
understand the prophecy because you don't hold
Okay.
a biblical
So
worldview.
okay, listen. When he says when you see the Son that you will see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, what is that alluding to? What is that talking about?
Okay. So now when it says you will see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Yes.
and in
What does
his
that mean?
glory- Okay.
Does that mean the second
So-
coming of Jesus? Like the return of Jesus?
I believe that
Yes or no?
yes or no is a hard way to just
It's
say.
a yes or no. Is that the second coming of Jesus?
I believe that it's
Yes.
the coming-
Okay. All right. We have reached the point where we are going to use ultimatums. If you cannot answer this question correctly, or if you're not going to be honest and answer it yes or no, we're going to go ahead and move on to somebody who is actually intellectually honest and willing to have a conversation about how Jesus is actually not a prophet or anything like that, if you want to really get into that weird prophetic bullshit. That being said, I'm going to ask you this question again. You either have to answer yes or no, or if you say something else, I'm just going to disconnect you. You can also pull the oh shit handle. It looks like an X right about there. Okay. So, when Jesus says you will see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, is that talking about the second coming of Jesus? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So, I want you to tell me what it's talking about, and it has to be something within the lifetime of literally everybody there, or at least some of the people there.
The second coming.
No,
or
no.
the kingdom of heaven
when he comes
is-
when he
alright, so
comes
now the
when he
kingdom of
comes in
heaven-
his kingdom.
When you will see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it says. You will
Yep.
see him going to his kingdom.
No, coming in his kingdom.
Come, like, what verse is that? Give me the verse so I can read it, so I can break
All
it down.
right.
Context.
All right, this is going to be Matthew 16:28.
Matthew 16:28. Okay. Matthew 16:28. Are you? Oh yeah, go
Yep.
bring it up.
All right. Let's see.
I don't think it's 16:28. I just read it.
That's
Alright.
what we're at here. It's literally the last verse in the book or in the
You
chapter.
will not taste. That's
It says what it says here. It says, "For what is a man profited?" We're going to read it in context. "For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his own soul? For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
So coming in his kingdom, so going to heaven, or what do you think coming in his kingdom means?
You're going to have to pick. Which one do you think it means?
Coming in his kingdom means going to heaven because he
So
went to
you are
heaven.
just saying that this means going into heaven.
Coming into heaven, coming in his kingdom. But I feel like coming in his kingdom doesn't mean just the literally like coming into his kingdom. I feel like the people are his church, right? Like this is gonna be some preachy stuff. I understand. You're not going to probably like this. The people are his church.
Sweet.
Like,
all right. So yeah, well, now you're getting into some weird like gobbledygook stuff. But no, literally everyone who has ever read this Bible verse understands that this means the second coming. There's not a single scholar who says that this is him going into heaven. That doesn't make any sense. In fact, what it talks about right here is that shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. It's right here. So like this doesn't happen when he goes into heaven. That doesn't make any sense. He's talking about the second coming. And because of the fact that there are no people alive who he could have been talking to, if this was a real thing that he said to people, then he would be a false prophet according to the Old Testament, and therefore he's not a real prophet. So I don't give a shit about your whole like, hey, Paul said stuff about prophets and stuff like that kind of bullshit.
Prophecy about Jerusalem getting destroyed.
Listen. It doesn't matter. It doesn't say that like, oh, hey, a real prophet is somebody who gets some things right and some things wrong. It literally just says in the Old Testament that if something he says is not true, he is not a real prophet. It doesn't say you can bat 300, you can bat 800, you can bat 900. It says you have to be batting 1,000.
All right. I'm not saying Jesus
that
is
being
wrong,
said,
but
no,
there's an Old Testament prophet that was wrong, and he came back and apologized.
Listen. Not only is the Old Testament bullshit, so I don't really give two flying fucks anyways. This New Testament is listen. If you say anything while I'm talking, you're going to be disconnected. Got it? Okay. So that being said, the Old Testament is not a real story. So if you appeal to like some like prophet or something like that, like Nathan, that's not going to mean anything. It's still going to contradict itself. And what I'm ultimately trying to tell you is that the Bible contradicts itself anyways when it tries to say that Jesus is making this prophecy that doesn't actually come to fruition. That is a problem. So if you're going to appeal to the Paul verse that says, oh, there can't be another prophet and everything like that after that to try to say that the Book of Mormon is bullshit, I don't know what to tell you. Not to mention, the Book of Mormon itself says that all books prior to it were not as true as it, which means that if you follow the Book of Mormon, that means that the Bible isn't as true as you think it is. So that means that could be one of the lies that the Bible says. And since we've already kind of seen that there's contradictions here, where Nathan actually gets to apologize, but he's still a true prophet, or how Jesus is kind of sort of seen as a prophet, this person who's like able to foretell the future and stuff like that, but very clearly some of the times he gets things wrong. Like, we're not going to play that game. What I am saying is that based on your interpretation of how magic works, or your based on your interpretation of the book, and you're saying, not interpretation, but your take on the book, where you say that magic can happen, and so therefore the disciples who were asleep could hear what he said, I now get to approve the magic of the Book of Mormon. Like, using that same logic, any book that talks about magic or miracles or supernatural bullshit just gets a pass because you believe that happens and you're allowing for it to happen. So unless you want to just open up the floodgates to all magic, explain to me how they were able to hear what he said and even see an angel that shows up. How do they know that? In fact, there's other stuff where it says that he's sweating drops of blood. Are the people who further away from the three who are asleep able to see the skin of Jesus or something? Like, make it make sense. Go ahead.
I'll be real. I feel like with that first argument, I cut myself, but I'll be real. As far as like the prophecy goes, since you don't believe in the fact that the Bible is real in any sense, that means you shouldn't even be checking to see if the prophecy is real. If you don't believe that the Bible is real,
it's called an internal critique, dipshit. I'm absolutely able to use an internal critique. I'm able to use the Bible itself against the Bible if I'm trying to say that the Bible is not correct. Try to explain to me that Harry Potter isn't correct without ever mentioning anything from the Harry Potter books. That's dumb as shit. That's a terrible argument, and you should feel terrible for even bringing it up. What's your next point?
that actually makes no sense. You're coming from a place.
Okay, so now what I want you to do is I want you to tell me that Spider-Man is not real without ever appealing to anything from the Spider-Man comics or movies. Go ahead. Unmute.
You're picking and choosing what is real based on your own interpretation and understanding, which isn't aligned with interpretation.
I'm doing an internal critique. That's what an internal critique does. You were trying to say that I can't use the book when talking about whether or not the book is legit.
You don't understand how to read the book in a way that can interpret what the prophecy actually means.
Do words mean words?
Do words mean words? Yes, but people don't understand words all the time.
Sweet. Well, unfortunately, you think you believe in magic, and you believe that God sent down His Son or Himself or whatever you believe in, whatever Trinitarian or Unitarian bullshit sect you believe in. And what my point is that you believe this was all a point. Like there was a reason for it. This was all premeditated. it was part of a plan. God sent down whatever Jesus was in order to get us to believe in Jesus. And you think that the words He put into this character's fucking mouth needed to be so incredibly vague that someone named Last Prophet on TikTok was the one who was going to interpret it the correct way. You mean to tell me that God in His infinite wisdom and His infinite power couldn't come up with a better way for Jesus to be very clear and very precise in the words that He uses? So clear that we know in all translations exactly what we need to do and exactly what He meant. If you have to rely on human beings to interpret something, then there wasn't a very smart God behind it.
Based on what I'm hearing from what you say, I understand that you're at a point where it's just...
All right. Moving on to somebody else. All right. Let's see here. A Warrior for Christ. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, brother? How are you doing?
Doing good. What you got, man?
Yeah, dude. I'm thankful it's Friday. It's my off day for work, and I needed it.
Oh,
so
nice.
I'm gonna spend some energy talking with you now.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us on this fine day. What you got?
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. One of the first things I want to say, just to kind of set the tone for the conversation, is I understand that we're going to have different viewpoints and we're going to disagree with each other on some things, but at the end of the day, I still respect you as a man. I'm not going to say anything to insult you.
Who said I was a man?
I just asked for the same courtesy that we have a respectful dialogue.
Who said I was a man?
Well, you look like a man to me. Maybe you're not. Who knows? But I just asked that we have a respectful dialogue.
It's 2026, boy. Nah. Anyways,
right? Can we do that?
Yeah. We can have it. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So I was listening to your last conversation with the guy, and you referred to the supernatural as magic. So are you discounting any supernatural whatsoever? Like, are you a naturalistic atheist, or what are you?
I am somebody who is aware that supernatural claims are magical claims. And
so you deny
the reason
all supernatural?
I did not say that. I'm saying that it's magic, and if you have to appeal to that in order to explain how something shows up naturally or can come about naturally, then there's no stopping. The sky's the limit. The sky can taste funny and be purple. It doesn't. You're now dealing with a realm of conversation or a realm of thinking that it's not capable of being nailed down. If you appeal to supernatural things, then other people can too.
There is some new supernatural at play in the world. You do accept that there's some supernatural.
I'm not making a statement either way on it. What I'm saying is that if we're having a conversation about history, like Jesus and Paul, then we're going to have to deal with history in the way that we deal with history.
Yeah. So
if you want to say that, like someone,
why do you feel uncomfortable sharing your opinion on whether they're supernatural or not supernatural?
Because it's irrelevant to the topic of history.
Well,
That's
it's
my
not
point.
because we're talking about faith. So I need to know if
Okay,
you believe
so
in
really quick.
supernatural.
All right. Well, listen. This is how this is going to go down. You need to understand that my religion and your religion don't come into play when we
What's
try
your
to figure.
religion?
My religion and your religion do not come into play. I don't know what your religion is. I don't care. If you want to share it, you can, but I don't care because it doesn't change history. And if if you change your religion, does that change the past? Does that
If I
change the
change
past?
my
If
religion,
you
does it
were to
change the
change your
past?
whatever religion you are today, if you change to a different one, does that suddenly mean the past is different?
No, whatever has taken place in the past is the past.
Exactly. Jesus and Paul either existed or they didn't. You either have evidence or you don't. It doesn't matter what your religion is, my religion is, what your religion will be tomorrow, what my religion will be tomorrow. It doesn't matter. We
So
are
you do
just
believe in
talking.
supernatural?
We are just talking about history.
Yeah, so you do believe in supernatural.
If that's what you got from that, then that's what you got from
No,
that.
I find it really interesting that you don't have the balls to admit that.
It's not that I don't have the balls, it's that it's an irrelevant question. What's your social security number?
Because we're going to go
What's
into
your social security number?
Yeah, so we're going to go into a conversation.
Warrior for Christ, do you have the balls to answer this irrelevant question? What is your social security number?
That's not relevant. What I'm asking is
exactly. You deem it as relevant, but it's not. Because I've tried to tell you that your religion and my religion do not affect the past, and we're talking about the past.
Well, can I tell you why it is relevant?
No, because it's not.
Yeah,
so
because
if you want to
you want to control.
Correct. And you see how I have a mute button, and I use it whenever someone keeps prattling on about dumb shit. If you have any evidence for Jesus, please present it. If you want to hear my side, for my evidence why he didn't exist, then please ask. It's up to you, but we can have this conversation without asking irrelevant questions.
You're just not a true debater.
I'm not going to debate something that's irrelevant. That's how that works.
No, you just don't stand on principle.
Sounds good. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
You're a dirty player?
Sounds good. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Yeah, so we're going to get in a conversation, and within...
We're not going to have one if you don't have any evidence or ask me for my evidence. You have about 5 seconds to fix the problem. Go ahead.
If you kick me off, it just shows who you are.
Sounds good. I'm somebody who understands the topic. That's who I am. All right, moving on to somebody else with wrinkles on their brain. What's going on? Apollo Delian. I think Delian? Delian?
No, it's Delian. It's
all right. I got it the first time.
So, hi, nice to meet you, sir. I was listening for a little bit here, and I want to ask a quick clarifying question. I'm going to apologize if I interpreted something you said wrong. You don't only deny the idea that Jesus was a religious figure or supernatural, I guess is the word, right? But do you also, are you saying that you deny the historical evidence that someone named Jesus existed that preached this philosophy as well? Like that's actually the thing I'm very interested in.
All right, so for the sake of technicality and not getting tripped up, technically, and to all you people who are watching and thinking, oh my God, is this Jaren coming out of mythicism? No. But based on the technicality of his words, yes, I do believe in someone named Jesus who preached this philosophy. Kind of. It's not going to be in the way that you're thinking it, most likely, but yes.
Okay. First of all, I apologize because I tried to ask a clarifying question in chat before.
And just to clarify for everybody, it's Jesus ben Sirach in the early 2nd century BCE. So it's not the Jesus of the New Testament. So no. But anyways, keep going.
No problem. I apologize because I actually was going to, I don't want to say call you out. I don't want to actually fight with you. I was really interested in what you had to say because specifically I found it very interesting. Now I myself am a Catholic.
Okay.
I don't believe in religious supernatural things. I'm like I guess agnostic. It doesn't matter. As you said before, it doesn't matter. I specifically was going to ask, how do you account for the works of like people like Tacitus and I can't remember his name. Josephus, the Jewish historian, philosopher, and things like that. Yeah. obviously we're talking about two different things here. So I do sincerely apologize on wasting your time. And that's all I can really say.
We're not talking about two different things here. We're talking about that. I'm talking about the natural Jesus and Paul. I'm saying that the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist. Yeah.
So you are saying that even though we have writings that talk about his execution by a Roman governor.
Okay. Really quick, and who says this?
So Tacitus is talking about I believe it's like 100 CE.
It's 116.
He talked about specific. Thank you. You're very specific.
Yep.
He talked about the execution by Pontius Pilate. That is as far as I would say a large number of historians consider that evidence enough that this person existed.
Okay. So in Tacitus's Annals, Book 15, Section 44, which is what you're talking about, written in 116, do you know what he says?
Off the top of my head, I'm afraid not. I'd have to read it. It has been a long time since I looked at it.
All right, not a problem, not a problem. I will pull it up here for you. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick look at the oldest manuscript that we have of it.
All right? Oh, that's beautiful.
So this right here is the oldest manuscript. It's found in the 11th century, or it dates to the 11th century. It is Tacitus's Annals, Book 15, Section 44. What we're going to do really quick is you know what? What should we go to first? Let's go ahead and go to Pontius Pilate. So you were talking about Pontius Pilate. You're saying a governor. The word is not governor that's used. It's this word right here. This is in Latin. It's procurator. Procurator.
Yes.
So here's the problem. Pilate wasn't a procurator. He was a prefect. Judea didn't even have a procurator until the decade after Pilate was dismissed in 36.
Absolutely. No, that I could understand that too. I often believe that I attribute that to the fact that this was using a more modern term in Tacitus's time. But
really,
that does I will admit that is a strange oversight for someone that was trying to be very precise.
Well, interestingly enough, if we take a look at, let's see here, should be this one. Oh, well, I don't know if it will be or not. Interestingly enough, when we take a look at what Tacitus did write in the rest of his text, let's see here. He actually mentions prefects and procurators. He talks about them. He uses them correctly elsewhere. There's a difference, and he knows it. A prefect is somebody who has a military backing, while a procurator is a governor who is over a region or a state that is part of the Roman Empire and only really had control over the money, like the monetary things, because the Roman Empire's government or military itself was actually supplied there.
It was a separate entity in some way.
Yeah. So Pilate had the backing of the military. He came from a military family. He was an equestrian family. He was really good with like horses and shit.
Yes. No, understandably. So, what is the? I guess was the conclusion on that you're drawing.
So what I'm saying is that it immediately starts calling into question whether or not this is a legitimate reference, especially since it also uses the word, and we'll go ahead and zoom in here. This is the word Christus right here, or Christ. Now, is Christ a title or a name?
It's a title. Well, that's a good question, right? I would say that probably in the time that we were talking about this, it is a title.
Yeah, it's a title. Yeah.
And I would say
nowadays, if you use the term Christ or something like that, like everyone knows who you're talking about because we've only used that title nowadays for one person. Kind of like how, technically speaking, Dalai Lama is a title, but like if we think of him, like there's only one at one time. So yeah. Anyways,
in his philosophy, he's supposed to be the same person. And
okay. Well, then the Pope. I mean, yes, there's technically some other popes or whatever, but generally speaking, everybody knows who you're talking about, and they know that you're talking about the current Pope, who, by the way, has eaten more hot dogs than all previous popes put together. So the point is, when we talk about Tacitus's Annals written in 116, when he says Christus, this is problematic because he doesn't say the name of the character. He doesn't say the name of the person. And the the title Christ would not be on a crucifixion record or an arrest record. It would be Yeshua or his Greek or Latin variant. It wouldn't be Christ.
Right.
So this is already kind of strange. And it's made even worse considering the fact that you see this word right here above it.
Yes, I cannot read it on the
So
screen here.
Yeah, this term in the text, it is translated as Christians, but it's not Christians. You see this little gap here?
Yes.
That's because you can actually see a little bit of the erasure mark. This used to be an E. Here's an I in the word Christus here. It looks kind of like a Y. Here's the I in the word Tiberius. Looks kind of like a Y. Here's the E in the word Tiberius. This used to be an E. In fact, later scribes all put down an I because in the margins they corrected it and said Christians. They needed to put Christians with an I in the margins because the initial word was not Christians. So this is really weird. I mean, I'll grant you that it's the same group. That's perfectly fine. But it seems strange that the Christians with an E, as Tacitus would put it, got their name from Christus with an I. It also is weird because Christians is a term that appears in a Latin inscription over in Rome called CILVI 24944, which dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. That's really weird.
That's fascinating, actually. I never went down that rabbit hole that far.
So,
okay.
So, one more thing I'd like to show you.
Go ahead, please.
My co-author and I, we are data scientists, and when taking a look at the text of Tacitus's Annals there, and chopping it into like pieces and whatnot, we get something using an analysis known as stylometry, which takes a look at the style of writings and like your most frequently used words to analyze the text and try to figure out authorship. So we get something that looks kind of like a family tree. Let me see if I can pull this up here. So I don't know if it's going to work or not. Let me see. Hopefully it will. Give me 1 second here. All right. Okay. So we get this right here. It looks like a family tree. Okay. It's called a dendrogram. And it clusters people together. And again, it looks like a family tree because the further you have to go up the family tree to get to another file, the less likely it is to be written by the same person. So I'll go ahead and zoom in here. All of Tacitus, all similarly sized lines of Tacitus appear under this particular branch. All right. With the exception of what we call Tacitus J, which is the section that talks about Jesus. It comes up the furthest from the rest of Tacitus. Now you'll see branches here. You'll see some Pliny right here. Trajan is about right here. Tertullian is kind of mixed all in because Tertullian does a lot of quoting and Tertullian's kind of crazy anyways. But the point is, when it comes to Tacitus, we can tell that he didn't write that particular section that is talked about. In fact, Tertullian, who is also kind of mentioned here because he's the first Christian that we know of who wrote in Latin, he writes in about 200. So the end of the 2nd century, early 3rd. Okay. And he is the first Christian that we know of to write in Latin. And he's the first time that we get any kind of allusion to Tacitus. He says, consult your history books. We were blamed for the fire in Rome, which is what that writing is about there in Tacitus. It's blaming the Christians for the fire in Rome. But he never mentions that Tacitus says anything about Jesus. That line doesn't show up in any quotes from Christianity until the early 5th century. So it's pretty obvious that this is not from Tacitus, so it wouldn't have been in his original works. Someone interpolated into the text the line that says that the Christians got their name from Christ, who was unalived by Pilate. And then they even made a mistake in calling him a procurator when he was a prefect.
So the idea is being that this is a different source claiming to be this another historical figure. Interesting.
Well, no, it's not. It's the idea that a later Christian went in and added a line that talks about the Christians.
Oh,
there.
they modified. Apologies.
Yeah, it's an interpolation.
Just more modified it.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, really, it's funny you bring up Pliny the Younger because that's actually one I don't write about because I believe he only talks about later Christian worships, right? So it's more like accounts of things like that.
He writes in late 111, early 112, and writes to Emperor Hadrian, does not mention the name Jesus, and just says that the Christians worship a Christ deity. He doesn't mention anything from the New Testament or anything like that, and shows a general lack of knowledge of the Christians anyways.
And I always took Pliny's as more authentic because he is speaking of what people are actually doing in his lifetime, and it's very, nonetheless. May I ask a question that's going to ask you to deviate from? And I understand you may not have all the sources for here, but obviously, in historical study, we have to sometimes accept that there are no firsthand sources or people that are witnesses to this event that are creating these. Like we have this problem with and I'm much more knowledgeable of the Hellenic world, but we have this problem with like Socrates, who we generally accept existed, but only his students really spoke about what he was talking about at the time. Do we feel like we've crossed a line?
But that would be firsthand.
No, you're right. That's fair. Rather, allow me to say this, but from the source itself, like we don't have any writings from Socrates, so we don't have any writings from Jesus, but we have people that claimed stories that are claimed to be in the gospel. I would say the Gospels and other
the gospel authors do not claim to have even been alive in the first century.
Absolutely. No, that's fair.
There's not a single person who we have any writings from who says I personally knew Jesus,
I guess
or
the
even
closest
I
would be
was,
Paul.
or even writes
Yeah.
about Jesus and says I'm writing in the first century.
I guess the closest would be Paul, wouldn't it? Because he claimed to know. I'm gonna get it wrong. I'm sorry. James. No, he claimed to know James, right? I believe. So I guess it would just be a secondhand source. Or yeah.
Okay. Here's the deal. You see
Go
that
ahead.
second person mentioned up there on my background?
You might have to move your head to the left for a second so I can.
Oh,
peek it.
no,
I'm sorry.
like in
Oh,
the
yeah,
red.
I see you. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. Paul didn't exist
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
we don't have anybody outside of Christianity who ever mentions Paul in the first or second century or anything like that. And on top of that, unless they're talking about maybe like Christians or something like that, believing something, but we don't have any Christians who say that they knew Paul. We don't have any Christians who say that they know someone who knew Paul. We don't have any text from anybody who says, I knew someone who knew Paul.
So do we have any proof of something like he was like basically someone writing as a pen name or as like a source?
Yes. So the first time that we get Paul presented by any Christians is roughly 144. The dates that we think of whenever we think of like the New Testament, lots of times that scholars have given us where Paul is writing between like 48 and 60 or something, and then the Gospels show up about 70 all the way to 110.
Yeah.
There's no evidence of any of that. I'm going to go ahead and just cut to the chase. Me and my co-author, me and my data science co-partner, when we run stellometry and stuff like that for the New Testament and compare it not only with itself, but also with other Greek texts from the 1st and 2nd century, the 3rd century, some of the 4th century, and even the 1st century BCE, we see that this New Testament, just about all of it, for the sake of the conversation, all of the New Testament is written in the 2nd century. We don't get any of it until about 144 or later. Roughly about 144 is the first time that a New Testament canon is published, and it's published by a man named Marcion. And we have multiple church fathers who talk about him and talk about what he published, to the point to where we're able to reconstruct what he said and what he had to some extent.
Huh. All right. No, I appreciate your time with that. I actually did not know that went that deep because I had just kind of taken for granted that a lot of these basic statements that kind of pop up from time to time, like these people are writing in here, is there. I really appreciate your time with that. I'm sorry I couldn't create a better argument for your channel.
Oh,
but,
no, I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's all about being
yeah.
able to say, hey, like, let me dive into this and see if there's actually evidence behind this, or let's see where this actually goes here. It's good.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. I mean, I definitely want to check out your book. Like, this is definitely outside my wheelhouse of what I know as far as historical things. So I appreciate that a lot.
we try to not only, and by the way, the ebook is just $3. We're not like trying to break the bank or something like that.
Yeah. The barely what. Yeah.
The link's in my bio if you're interested. But that being said, we try to give as much information to people as possible to where they're able to understand things. We try to break it down super simple. But then we also give links, a link to the software that we use, which has been peer reviewed itself, This software that we use to analyze the text, we tell you how to install it, how to run it, and check our work, because we want other people to be able to do this. Gone are the days where only scholars are able to actually take a look at this kind of stuff. We can actually take a look at this stuff really easily, and it puts it out into these little nice dendrograms and everything like I just showed you there. We are able to take a look at this stuff. We are able to dive deep and try to figure out if these quotes that we have been told are about Jesus are authentic to the authors that we believe they are. We're able to dive into it or dig into it and see if these books are even written in the right time. Like we can check these things out. And there's even scholars who have reached out to us for our work in stylometry and our work in this analysis and everything like that, and quoted us or cited us in their findings on like Paul and 2nd century writings.
No, I appreciate it. It definitely, beyond this argument, it actually feels like a tool to kind of get a better grasp of what was happening in the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like where can we trust that? I really enjoy that. Yeah. And I'm gonna final question for you. So you now, I said I was Catholic earlier, so we were always told to pronounce all Roman C's or like all Latin C's with them. So you go with Tacitus instead of Tacitus.
Technically, in English, generally it's Tacitus, but we'll say the way it was pronounced back then is Tacitus. Tacitus. Interestingly enough, the first person to publish a gospel, Marcion, his name was Marcion, which literally means little Mark. So the first gospel that people say is written of the 4 canonical gospels, we have the name Mark associated with it. It doesn't say it's written by Mark, but it's associated with it because it's probably a play version of Marcion or Marcion's gospel. They're like presenting it in a way that's like a drama.
That's interesting, because didn't that come out in around like the 140s as well?
Oh yeah, I mean his gospel Evangelion comes out in 144, and I would say that Mark comes out about 145. It's like a play version of his gospel. Mm-hmm. Mark is the
fascinating.
Yeah. Mark is the gospel that if you take a look at it, like the King James version is actually interestingly enough the one that actually maintains a lot of the stuff. Just give me a random chapter in Mark to look up. Just give me a random chapter.
God, I'm trying to think. Look up, I guess, chapter. I'm trying to think 1:8. Like that's when he's. I think that's about healing the sick, right?
In 8, you said is.
It should be between. Yeah, it should be like 6 to 8. I think.
6 to 8.
Go ahead and look up chapter 8, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let me see here. Let me see what we've got.
For the sake of this, I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I realize you're doing a show. I don't want to distract you too far from that.
Well, not a problem. Not a problem. I'm just trying to show that it's actually pretty interesting here. Let's see. Mark. We'll go with 8. I think you said Mark 8 or something. So you'll see that just about every line, like you'll see in I, but then you'll see and. So and. The reason it does that is because it's almost like a play. It's telling you, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. The other gospels don't do that. So it also has it also has the most present tense verbs of all the gospels, because it's almost like it's like something that is to be read out loud to an audience or acted out like a drama,
which was a very common form of showmanship in the time. You know, we had a lot of again, like, you know, the famous one is Homer was in the Greek world, but
your
they passed that
tragedies
down
and
for
stuff.
centuries to speak it out loud. To that's fascinating. And I always remember when I was younger and I was truly like all this is I at one point in my life believed like all this is real, all this is literal. And reading Mark is like, okay, this is clearly an allegory. Like this is clearly, you know what I mean? It's very obvious that it's meant to be like a show reading. That's fascinating, man. No, I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah.
That's all I got for you. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate your time. Thank you for the information.
Well, thank you very much for coming up, man. That was Apollo there. Apollo Delian or something. I think it's Delian. I think that's what he said. Also, $2 there for Christina Gonzalez. I've got to read it out loud, even though I know what you're talking about. Meeting moved to 3:30 CST. Rock on. Then $1.99 from Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, your voice is making me ovulate. Queef. What is... Anyways. All right. Put that there. Okay. God. damn. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. We've still got some people who are requesting up, so I'll keep talking to people. I'll keep talking until people don't want to talk no more. Or me. All right. Basil. What's up?
So, sorry, I don't know of your research. So, are you you said you're a data scientist? What kind of expert is that? Like, are you specializing in a particular field? Without I'm understanding.
I mean, textual criticism at this point. I mean, it's not what I've always been involved in as a data scientist, but yeah, sure.
So, are you trying to tell me you have conclusive evidence that proves that Jesus did not exist?
I
Or
mean,
are you
the Bible has that in and of itself, but okay.
The Bible has evidence that Jesus did not exist?
Yeah, the natural Jesus. Yeah, you can't be born 10 years before you're born.
So you're referring to what exactly?
Matthew and Luke being 10 years apart in their birth narratives.
So is it possible there's any sort of scribal error?
It's not a scribal error. The entire purpose of Joseph and Mary being in Bethlehem in Luke is explicitly the census of Quirinius, of governor of Syria, who begins in 6 CE, his census and his reign. But then in the Gospel of Matthew, it straight up has Herod the Great being the king. And even if that was just like a little mention, I mean, that'd be fine. But no, Herod the Great has speaking lines. So, and actions. He unalives a bunch of kids and shit. So like it's pretty obvious that this isn't just a scribal error. This is the intention of the author. So
you're saying for 2,000 years the Bible has existed and nobody has caught the fact that
there's a lot of people have caught that fact.
Okay. And what's this consensus that
they just pick one? Like whenever you look up, like you can just go to even the fucking like just Wikipedia thing here. Let's see, census of Quirinius. It'll just tell you. Let's see. In the Gospel of Luke, the Gospel of Luke uses the census of Quirinius to date the birth of Jesus, but also cites the time of Herod, who died between 5 BCE and 1 CE, while the Gospel of Matthew only references Herod the Great. Most critical scholars agree that Luke is in error, while some religious scholars have attempted to defend the Gospel, sometimes invoking unproven claims. So in other words, people have known for a very long time that it doesn't line up, so they just kind of pick one. So yeah, it's just how that works. Like if you looked up like when was Jesus born, it wouldn't tell you 6 CE, even though Luke tells you that, because that's when the fucking census is. It says like between 6 and 4 BCE. They just take because it just takes Matthew. Luke does not line up with that. Matthew does.
So I'm confused. Yeah. Even if one of them is wrong, does that not mean the person still existed?
No, what I'm saying is that the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament didn't exist. So you're going to have to tell me why you think that Matthew is better than Luke. Like, why?
If I ask somebody who knows you, they tell me your birthday, and it's wrong, and you tell me your actual birthday, aren't we still referring to a person who actually existed in reality?
No, if you wrote a book about me and said that I was born on a different day, then the way that you have presented me in that book is wrong. So that's correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. The way that the New Testament presents Jesus, even the natural Jesus, is incorrect. So it's in fact, it's impossible. In fact, if you read a book about me that said that I was born and then 10 years later it says that I was born, that doesn't make any sense. And at the very least, you can say that the Jaren that is in that book did not exist. Now, if you have other evidence for me outside that book, great. But until then, we can just say the only thing that we have is this fucked up book that doesn't make any sense. And we can at the very least say that version of this human or of this character is not real. So unless you have any other evidence for Jesus, I'm sorry, the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament can't exist. So you can either A, find me evidence elsewhere, or B, carve out a Jesus from the New Testament that you think did exist and show me why.
But is it not possible that they were using some sort of birthday method that was different? There was different dating methods. Like Luke and the other person, they're totally different accounts, right? So isn't it possible they just have different birthdays for the same person?
They do have different birthdays for the same person, and that's how I know that it's a contradiction.
Okay, but that does not disprove the fact that the person still existed. Am I wrong?
No, you are wrong. It in fact says that the Jesus that is presented in the New Testament didn't exist. Which one do you want to go with? Which birth date would you like to go with, or pick neither of them? and show me the evidence that he actually existed at this point. Because the
Is it
only
not
thing we have
possible-
is the one that's wrong.
Okay, so let's say Luke used one census and the other one used another census, or
Only
there was
s-
different
only
like,
one gospel mentions a census.
So
which
then
is
let's say
even worse.
whatever administrative practices proved Jesus' birth date, they both had different accounts for the same birth date. How is that disproving the fact that that person still actually exists?
It's not different accounts for the same birth date. It would be a completely different birth date, as well as different accounts. Matthew says that he goes down to Egypt and stays there until Herod the Great dies. And then Joseph happens to find his way in Galilee because he tried to go back to Judea, but an angel told him he couldn't he shouldn't because Herod Archelaus, Herod the Great's son, was reigning and he was scared. And so he happens to go to Nazareth. Luke says he's from Nazareth initially, and then when Jesus is 8 days old, he gets circumcised. At 40 days old, they do the purification rites that Moses gives for the uncleanliness of Mary because she just has a baby, and that's fucking gross. So they go to the temple in Jerusalem, do the purification rites, and then it says that after they're done there, they go home to Nazareth. So it's not even the same story. It doesn't even fit. Even if you wanted to say it's the same birth time, no.
So what's your proposition that we're talking about two different people here?
No, what I'm saying is that the Jesus that is presented in the New Testament did not exist. If you want to carve out a Jesus, please tell me why you carved that particular Jesus out and discarded the rest of it. Because the same evidence that you're going to give for this one being bullshit and this one being right is the same one that I'm going to give that both of them are bullshit. Because you don't have evidence for the one that's born in 4 BC or before 4 BCE, and you don't have evidence for the one in 6 CE. Whichever one you decide is the best one, I'm going to use your argument for the one that's bullshit, or that you think is bullshit, and I'm going to apply it to the one you like. That's all that's going to happen.
So obviously I'm not an expert on any timelines or anything, but are you just ignoring, Paul's letters, Christian traditions?
I'm not ignoring Paul's letters. I'm literally attacking Paul because it says Paul never existed right here. In fact, Paul's letters don't actually pop up until 144, about 80 years after his supposed death. We also don't have any material in Pauline letters that even dates to the 1st century. In fact, we have things in the Pauline letters that date to the 2nd century or the 1st century BCE. That's really weird.
But in reference to ancient sources, is it not possible that when you're talking about Alexander the Great, for example, is it not possible that there are some things about him that historians reject, but he still remains to be a figure that we all acknowledge existed, I would assume?
He absolutely existed. I don't give a shit about what you think happened in his life, but he was a military leader at one point in time, or like a king.
But would you not acknowledge that some people might have gotten some things wrong about him? Correct?
Sure, but I don't give a shit about those things. I don't care. I'm not making a stance on them.
Okay, so Jesus' crucifixion, it appears in multiple early Christian sources. Do you not agree?
Multiple early Christian sources?
Correct.
It depends on what you mean by that, but sure, yeah. And they're in the 2nd century when they come up with the mythology of Jesus, they include a death, yes.
But you're saying that does not refer to the Jesus that we're talking about, or the Son of God, or I still don't understand.
I mean, that's what it's referring to. That's their story. Their mythology is that a Jesus who is the son, at least their first mythology that comes out in 144, is a mythology that says Jesus is the Son of God the Father, a previously unknown God, different from Yahweh. And Jesus comes down from heaven. He descends out of heaven into Capernaum, does some miracles, does some teachings, does some healings, and everything like that, dies, and then fucks off. I mean, okay.
You're still saying that both of them have at least one of them has an inaccurate date. It doesn't show that no person existed. I'm still confused about that.
What I'm saying is that it is impossible for somebody with 2 different birth dates to exist. So you're going to have to pick which one is bullshit and which one you like. And the argument that you give for the one that's bullshit, I'm going to apply that to the one that you like, and it's not going to go anywhere.
Okay, there's people in the Middle East who don't know their birthday, so they use January 1st, but they actually have a birthday and they have on their passport that it's January 1st.
Cool. What do you want me to do with that?
I just don't think that's is it not
the version on their passport is not a person who exists. And unfortunately, the person that is presented on that document is not real. However, the person that is actually behind that, like the real person who was born, is real, and that's fine, but we can still prove that they exist because, I mean, there's pictures of them on their passport. For Jesus, if you have any other way to confirm that this person is real, please present it. But we have other ways to confirm that the person who has a weird birth date on this passport from the Middle East is a real person. We have other ways to get to it. What is your other way to get to Jesus?
But would you not agree that historians deal with contradictory dates all the time?
I don't even know what you're even really trying to ask me there. Do you have any evidence for Jesus?
The Bible, the accounts of
Sweet. So
Christianity,
the thing that doesn't
2,000
even
years
line
of
up with itself
worshippers.
contradicts itself, and it includes anachronisms, things that are out of place in time and impossible.
So, pardon me. Are you religious? Is that okay to ask?
Irrelevant question.
Do you believe in a religion?
Irrelevant question.
It's not relevant. Okay.
You are correct.
So, can I confirm you're not an atheist?
Irrelevant statement.
Again, irrelevant. Okay. So you believe God does not exist, or is that also an irrelevant statement?
Irrelevant.
Gotcha.
We're trying to figure out history, man. Either they existed or they didn't.
So what proof are you willing to accept for Jesus having existed?
What do you got?
Like, do we have a photograph? Not really. But we got Paul's letters, you got the Gospels, you got non-Christian.
What is your
references,
evidence that Paul
Josephus
existed?
and Tacitus and all these other things?
Sweet. What is your evidence that
Paul existed?
Yeah. What's your evidence Paul existed?
But again, like I don't understand. You're acting like you're looking at you're counting down the
Do
number.
you not
of
have any
times-
evidence Paul existed?
So, for example, this Tacitus thing. Are you saying that all scholars got it wrong, but you have it right? Is
No.
that kind of
There
what
are
I'm
some
understanding?
scholars who acknowledge that Tacitus has been interpolated into sometime between the beginning of the 3rd century and the 5th century, when Sepulchre Severus at the beginning of the 5th century mentions that he talks about Christ. So yeah, I'm saying that some scholars actually did get it right. Actually,
Right, some of them did, but you agree that the majority of classical scholars do not acknowledge your evidence of
the majority of scholars who take a look at this are going to be religious because they're religion scholars. On top of that, as Dan McClellan, who himself is religious, actually just posted a video here recently on TikTok, he stated that appealing to scholarship is a stupid argument anyways, considering the fact that the majority of, or not the majority, but a lot of scholars actually sign disclosures or sign agreements or sign contracts with the religious institution that hires them that they will not deviate from their religious beliefs. Or the institution's religious beliefs.
You're not willing to acknowledge classical scholars. You're basically asking for modern evidence for an ancient person, and that's not
because
how
we can
ancient
actually
history
use
works, though, right?
Yeah, but it absolutely is. How the fuck do you think that we came up with carbon dating? Do you think that was an ancient practice?
Do you want a carbon dated piece of Jesus' body? Is that what I'm understanding? What about
I didn't say anything that
the
sounded
Shroud of
like
Turin?
that.
You looked into anything about the
Yes,
Shroud of
in
Turin,
fact,
for example?
whenever
What do
we
you think about
carbon
it?
date that, it comes to the 1300s, which is exactly when we actually start getting letters about it. But that being said, when it comes to carbon dating, this is a practice that we have now. We can absolutely use modern methods to take a look at the past and look at it much better than people who didn't have these methods before us. So yeah, dipshit, I am actually
So,
looking at
listen here,
modern
smart
methods.
ass. If you go into Jerusalem and you go carbon date the tomb, what are you going to find?
Which tomb? There's 3. The
Whatever
Talpiot tomb, the
you
Church
want.
of the Holy
Let's say
Sepulchre,
you
or the
carbon
Garden
date a
tomb.
and find nothing. What's going to happen?
That doesn't do anything.
And what if you find something? What's going to happen? How are you going to prove that that's Jesus based on carbon dating?
We don't use carbon dating to find a person. That doesn't make any sense.
So then why are you talking about carbon dating?
Because you mentioned that I would be looking at modern methods to take a look at history, and I explained that we absolutely do that all the time. And also, I called you a dipshit because you're a dipshit.
But that's not how ancient history works, smartass.
It is. We do use modern methods. We do use modern methods on history.
From antiquity, right?
We do use modern methods to take a look at history, and that's what you were trying to criticize.
But historians do accept people existed based on the evidence available from their time. Is that
Cool,
not the case?
awesome. And then something comes out that actually makes them a dinosaur because it's a modern thing that actually supplants what their opinion was. I don't give a flying fuck what some opinionated person with a DR in front of their name or a PhD after their name said before we started using stellometry to analyze whether or not Josephus or Tacitus actually said these things. But now that we say that, now that we use these analyses to actually take a look at the text and see that they're not authentic, I update my stance. That's what I do. I accept science and I accept advancements in technology. Do you not do that? You just want to stay in the past? At a
But
certain
that's the
point,
weakest
at
part
a
of your
certain,
argument.
I
Is
don't give two flying
stellometry even
fucks.
useful at all? In
Yes,
any sense?
absolutely. Stellometry is actually
Is it
in
considered
courts.
conclusive evidence of authorship?
Yes. In fact, that's
Or
why it's used in
especially for
courts.
ancient text?
Yes, it is.
So ancient works survive through handwritten copies, not originals, right?
Ancient words. How else would you? How else would you
changes.
have the Bible if the words didn't come through, genius?
Is it not possible that the author's style changed across different topics, especially since it's a compilation? They like to reference.
Oh yeah,
the
that's a
Bible
good
as
point. That's why the
library.
Gospel of Luke actually splits to two different authors in the middle of the text. That's why the book of Romans actually comes up as 4 different authors, because Paul was just like, I don't know, growing up while writing Romans. That doesn't make any sense.
But is stellometry conclusive
Yes.
evidence of authorship?
Yes, that's literally what it's designed for.
In ancient history.
Yes.
So you're going to use a current technology to prove an ancient.
Yeah, dude. Carbon dating is a current technology for something ancient. We've already been around this tree. How many times do you want me to piss on it?
Have you ever spoken to a scholar
Yes.
who has...
In fact, scholars reached out to me and my co-author because of our work in stellometry and cited us on it. Do you have anything else? Or do you want me to keep pissing?
And the majority of them agreed with you, hey...
The scholars that we've talked to? Yeah.
So basically you're going on your opinion and the scholars that reached out to you against the
people who don't use data
consensus.
science, yeah.
And this has been a field for since when? Since
the 1800s? When
Since the
stellometry
1800s.
starts showing up? Yeah.
So you're saying since the 1800s, you can argue that... the
Yes,
existence
because
of God-
F.C. Bauer actually took a look at the in the 1800s and took a look at the gospel or the epistles of Paul and said that at best only 4 of them come back as Paul.
But this is just another tool. It doesn't replace traditional analysis, right?
It absolutely does. It makes them dinosaurs.
That's not at all true, and you know that. And
It
if
is
you were
true, and
research
you know
is
that you don't even
disagreeing,
know what
doesn't
stellometry
automatically
is.
mean consensus is wrong, right?
Sweet. A consensus is absolutely wrong when
So
it
you're
came to
swinging
whether
your
or
dick
not
about
the
stellometry as if it matters, but you won't actually acknowledge 2,000 years of history. Like,
yeah, dude, that's how that works. Prior to people understanding that the Earth went around the sun, they kind of just didn't give a shit about science or anything like that. But once we figured out that the Earth went around the sun, we looked away from thousands of years of human existence where we thought that the sun just went around the Earth. So I don't
okay,
give
so
a
you're
flying
saying
fuck.
basically
I don't
that
give
the
a flying
majority
fuck.
are not data scientists.
The majority of people, once actually accepting math and accepting that science moves on without them, don't give a shit about the past.
Even though they were
I don't care how many
specialists and
philosophers
and
actually
manuscript
said
scholars
anything
and all
prior.
that.
I don't care how
So
many
basically
said
you're getting
something
rid
in
of
the
2,000
past
years
that
of
were wrong.
history because you think your science is better, basically.
I
Right?
know it because I know it's better. That's the problem.
Good luck with that one, buddy. Jesus loves you, and the sooner you admit it, the better, eh, buddy?
Sweet. Tell your mama said
Good
hey.
luck. Muhammad?
You thought I said Muhammad there at the end? Tell your mom I said, hey, I guess it kind of sounds like Muhammad. Yeah, that's kind of funny.
So funny. Hey, Jaron, can you hear me okay? I'm in my Bluetooth.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I can.
Yeah, okay. Hi, Jaron.
Hey.
Thanks for pronouncing my name right. I swear to God, I did not get up here to yell Happy Queer Friday. I actually have a I know, seriously. I have a serious question.
All right.
Okay,
All right.
I have a
What's
question.
up?
Okay, so I've heard you say several times this week that you and Matthew are maybe going to try and do something like extra special for the members, on YouTube, because I'm a member.
ma'am.
And I was just wondering, are you guys ever going to maybe do like a special Zoom class or just to educate some of us that have all these different questions and things like that? Were you guys going to consider
So,
like giving like
we
little classes,
were-
like a little seminar or something?
Yeah, we were considering doing something very similar to that, but we ended up abandoning the idea for some reason. I think it was just because just life changes and stuff like that. We were planning on actually doing some classes on stellometry and trying to dive into that and show like how to do it and whatnot. But over time, we actually realized that people in the chat, like Gray Eyes and stuff like that, had actually been doing a lot of this stuff on their own. Like Gray Eyes has done it. I know Everlasting Godstopper, I believe, Heady Artist has done it as well. And they've actually made some videos that actually explain how to do it there on TikTok and whatnot. So, I mean, I really appreciate the work that they've done, and I didn't want to do something that was like, hey, here's like a paid version of something that is available right there. I didn't want to do that, but we were considering doing like a class or something. It was going to be like super cheap. It's like $50 or something like that for like a 6-week course, or like once a week for 6 weeks or whatever on like stellometry and doing that kind of stuff.
Right.
We may still do some stuff like that eventually. But we did definitely consider it, is basically what I'm saying.
That would be awesome. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. And what you're doing is really, really great. People cannot stand to have the truth smacked in their face. Because I was raised Christian, and you and I have spoken before about the book Eli and stuff. And when you wake up to the truth, it's extremely, extremely traumatic. People rather cling to a lie that makes them comfortable than wake up to the truth. So, anyway,
yeah. Well, it's kind of like the last guest who came up or whatever and was complaining, because it more or less, and I get it. He's resistant to change because that change comes with the potentiality that not only he is wrong in his current stance, but everyone else that he's trusted and stuff like that, who has leaned on the shoulders or stood on the shoulders of the people who came before them, they're all wrong simply because of the fact that we have better tools now. And that's just kind of how it works. Like before carbon dating, we were just looking at things and saying, oh, hey, we think that this is this old because of X, Y, and Z. But then someone else comes around and says, oh, hey, no, we've got better science. We have this stuff in criminology as well. Sometimes DNA research reaches a certain level of advancement where we're able to exonerate people who are literally on death row. You know what I mean? Like this is something that like it matters. Technology and advancement matters, and it absolutely does throw it out. I mean, like imagine if you will, like that guy arguing in a criminology class saying, "Oh, you think the DNA, proving that this person's DNA is actually not the perpetrator or whatever, or that kind of thing." You should get them off of death row. What about all those people who sat on the jury? What about all those judges and stuff like that they went to for appeals that just never listened to them? What about all the grieving family of the victim and stuff like that? Like he literally would be the type of person who is arguing to keep somebody on death row, even though technology proved that that's just not the right person. Like it's that level of stupidity that we're up against sometimes.
Right. Now you guys are going to do the Old Testament next.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you? Okay. Ooh, I can't wait for you guys to get to Job and Samson and Delilah. Okay. Well, that's all I wanted. Have a great weekend.
Yeah. Good old Samson and Delilah there. Yeah. Make sure.
Your super chats are taking all my piggyback money.
Oh well, I'm sorry. To be fair, so people comment on TikTok lots of times, and I'll read TikTok and stuff like that, but on YouTube the comments get so crazy. Like that I pretty much just kind of keep it on just whoever's sending super chats there for YouTube. So if you're on YouTube and you're sending, if you want to comment or you want to like say something that I see, you got to send it in super chat, or you can request up. And of course, Belinda, you can request up. That's fine. But as far as the comments go on TikTok, if you send something on TikTok, then I'll be able to see it a little easier. But there's also you can send a DM. You can always send a DM there in like on TikTok or stuff like that. That's fine. Or an email.
Oh, yeah, cool. Well, me and my doggies are your biggest cheerleaders over here in Sacramento, California.
Sacramento. That is very nice.
Yeah. Well, enjoy your weekend. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Thank you very much. That was a polenta, everybody. Really fast, wanted to get to a super chat really fast before I got to hop off because $4.99 there from Hardwork8395 says, caller, so you're saying stellometry replaces outdated scholarship? CBJ, yes. Science and knowledge update old positions. Caller, what the fuck? I never learned. That's how that works. That's how that works. I mean, again, yeah, advancements mean that what was going on in the past could be wrong. That's how that works. $1.99 from the prototype 1619. How about a Zumba class? Happy Queef Friday. What? Actually, there was a Zumba class, like in like my area kind of thing, neighborhood-ish, that my wife was gonna go to yesterday. I went to the last Zumba class with her. Oh my god, I went with the whole family and stuff. I am not cut out for Zumba. Like I want to support. I want to, like, if she's like, "Ooh, we got like little salsa dancing classes." That's my best wife impression there. Hopefully she's not around me. Otherwise, but like I'll do the salsa, I'll do the bachata, like I'll do yeah, all that kind of stuff. But like Zumba just wore me the fuck out. I can't do it now. I will do goat yoga. Goat yoga is fucking awesome. Like it's really cool. I really like it. That was a lot of fun. And we do that every time that there's somebody in the area that does like some goat yoga or something. We'll go out there. But they do pee on you sometimes and poop on you sometimes. They'll poop before they pee. Actually, they actually don't usually pee on you. They poop on you. Anyways, I'm sure that I've got to hop off. But I'll do like a really quick like lightning round here. Yeah, Zumba's no joke with motivated moms. Oh my god. I'd never really done Zumba before. My wife was like, "Hey, let's go to Zumba. We'll take the whole family." I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." And so I go out there, and I thought it would be like a lesson because I've been to like bachata classes, I've been to salsa, I've been to line dancing, I've been to fucking what's the other one? That's not the, I don't know. It's like old timey people do it or whatever. I can't remember. Swing. There it is. So I've been to all those classes and stuff like that, and then like they teach you like, oh, this is what you got to do, and the 6, 7, and the 8, and the stuff, or whatever. And I'm just like, whatever. But the point is, this bitch. No, like not my wife. No. This crazy person who is leading the Zumba class just decides, she's like, "Hey, has everybody done Zumba before?" Half the people say no, and she's like, "All right, well that sounds good," and then just and just all this crazy. I'm like, whoa, you're gonna have to like teach me the steps or something. She's all just like I'm like, oh my god, I can't move that way. I was sore in places I didn't even know I had. Or at least places that I haven't checked in a while. Like, wow. That's all I'm saying. Zumba is cool, I guess, for people who like their heart beating out of their chest, and I guess maybe are good at dancing. But I'm neither of those. Anyways, okay, AZ Mike, I would imagine that you were good at dancing. I don't know why I assumed that. Maybe. I don't know. Easy Mike says, I'm good. All right. Wait. There it is. Just Jossie, what you got here?
So, I've never seen your show before, but
Oh, yeah.
I see your prompt.
Okay, I normally don't talk about Zumba, by the way. Normally not. That's normally not the topic.
Look, I don't know. If it's your thing, it's your thing. Dude.
It's not my thing, and that's my point, but keep going.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, before we get started, why Jesus and Paul and not Jesus and anyone else?
Because Jesus is the main character in the New Testament, and Paul is the author of most, or he authors the majority, or the he authors the most books in the New Testament, supposedly.
Correct. So why do you think he doesn't exist when it's not even debated about Paul?
It is debated about Paul. In fact, recent scholarship has actually questioned that, with like Dr. Nina Livesey, Dr. David Trowbridge, even some works like by M. David Litva has shown that like these letters, like you could argue, first come out in 144 and aren't mentioned or don't have any bits or pieces or anything like that date prior to that. But Paul is presented in the New Testament as somebody who's writing in the 1st century, and he wouldn't be alive in 144. That's 80 years after his supposed death. So that would mean that Paul, that version of Paul presented in the New Testament, didn't exist.
I don't know anything about them presuming he was in the first century. I would have to go back and look at that. But I do know, unless that's recent development, I do know over a decade or so ago, there were no scholars. I mean, I'm sure there's some out there, but out of the ones that they counted in their, excuse me, in their study, none of them debated Paul's existence. Paul had many letters that are actually non-debated that they knew came from Paul. There were too much
How would they
evidence
know?
that a Paul
No
did
one
exist.
even says they knew Paul. No Christian even says I knew someone who knew Paul.
Most of it does say that though. See, so anything I can look now, I don't have my tablet. I'm driving in a car.
But like,
so I
can you
can't
think
look
of a
up this
Christian
stuff.
who says I know Paul?
Well, why would they say that? I mean, yeah, there are the ones that when he wrote from prison or when he's writing to churches,
Well, like,
that yes, they knew who Paul was.
where I'm going here is you're saying that they knew Paul. They knew that these things came from Paul, but we don't have any Christians that even mention him until the 2nd century. And we don't have anybody who says I personally knew him or I even personally knew somebody who knew him. We don't have any writings back to Paul. We don't have any early drafts of Paul's letters necessarily. No one ever says I only have one letter of Paul. They always mention a collection. Like, it's very clearly like something that has been meant to be read as a collection. It's not real letters. The letters themselves are huge. Like, compared to letters back then, like letters back then were like a paragraph or two maybe. But like the letters of Paul are massive. The only thing that's even remotely close to like an actual letter, like the size of a letter back then, would be Philemon. But like Romans is huge. And it's like the equivalent of a college textbook today. And he writes it to Rome before he leaves for Rome from Corinth. He would actually beat the guy carrying the mail there because he's got to make stops. That doesn't make any sense. And it would be expensive. He would beat it there, and it's huge. It's not a real letter. Like it's insane. Not to mention the letters themselves actually mention things that aren't even from the 1st century. Like
In
Paul,
what regards?
yeah. So like Paul in Romans says that he's harassed while he's in Damascus by King Aretas, and so a lot of people today think that that's King Aretas IV, who lived in the 1st century, but he didn't have control over Damascus and couldn't have had control over Damascus because we know who did have control over Damascus, and it wasn't him. But King Aretas III did have control over Damascus, but that's a guy who dies midway through the 1st century BC. So like. What? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
So, sadly, I mean, I just stumbled upon your live.
Okay.
What I will have to do next time is I'll have to come up here when I'm at home, when I have my tablet in front of me.
Yeah, that's
Because
fine.
I know this is what you debate for a living, so you know these things off the top of your dome. This is what you do.
Yeah.
But I do have where the studies show more evidence about a Paul existing. I honestly didn't even think we were going to have to debate Paul. Paul, I didn't even think was up for debate. That's why I asked you that. Jesus is the one that, even though there's no archaeological evidence per se, there's more things leaning towards a character. Now, the character of Jesus wasn't debated. It was whether he was a God per se. That was always debated among scholars. There's evidence that, yes, there was the guy that was closed in a tomb. There's different evidence along the lines, but yeah.
No, there's no evidence whatsoever. And which tomb are you talking about? There's three in Jerusalem and one in Japan and one in Pakistan that claims to be the tomb of Jesus.
The tomb that he was buried in. If you're in front of a computer,
we don't
and you
have the
Google it-
tomb that he was buried in. Like, there's 3 tombs in Jerusalem that claim to be that one. When you close your eyes and picture the tomb of Jesus, are you picturing one with like a big stone circle outside the front?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I believe that the boulder was moved, so I'm not going to picture it there.
No,
now.
well, like it's like. Anyways, you're probably picturing the Garden Tomb if you're Protestant. If you're Catholic, you're picturing the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. But the Garden Tomb wasn't found. Okay, well, the Garden Tomb wasn't found until the 19th century. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre was pointed out to be the tomb of Jesus in the 4th century. And there's the Talpiot Tomb as well, which is another like family tomb that people say, oh, this is where Jesus was. Sure. So like
So let's ignore the tombs and not the which one it is. And if you are in front of a computer now, and I don't remember the guy's name who discovered it, they discovered articles of clothing
No.
that they were able to get DNA from, and I'm telling you, you can look it up.
No. What you're talking about is Ron Wyatt. He died in the 98 to 99, somewhere in there. He's been debunked multiple times. It's not a real story. Like, he tries to say that he went to the garden tomb and found like blood of Jesus and took it to a lab, but he never said what lab it was. Then no lab has ever said we're the lab that tested the blood of Jesus and stuff like this. And this would have been a good 30 years ago. So no, there's no evidence whatsoever that that's the case. In fact, there's no way to actually determine that it's Jesus's anyways, because you'd have to have something you know is from Jesus in order to compare it to that has his DNA. So no, it's not. No, that's not a thing.
Necessarily, because the claim, if we're referring to the same guy, you wouldn't have to have anything of Jesus to compare it to, because his DNA is different than everybody else's.
No,
which
well,
would
there's
only
no,
make it
there's, he
godlike.
never shared any kind of evidence for this kind of thing, and no lab has ever been named or came out and said that we're the place that it's been tested to, or tested at. Like,
Yeah.
he literally, like, that's a claim from a guy who's been debunked. He was a nurse anesthesiologist and not even an archaeologist. Like, he's a pseudo-archaeologist, and he died in like 99 or something. In fact, the people who usually went around and like search for shit with him, like Noah's Ark and stuff, literally came back and said, "Nah, it's fake." Like, they.
So what about the guy,
did.
speaking of Noah's Ark, that they claim now? Excuse me, I've lost my voice.
Well, we're not gonna go to
they
Noah's Ark.
claim-
I just mentioned that because that's also what Ron Wyatt is known for. But Ron Wyatt is known for going over to the Middle East and finding everything in the matter of like 3 months. Like, it's crazy. So like, it's not a real thing. Like, he can say it, but like, there's no evidence that he ever provided for literally any of it. Like, none. Like, he said it, but he literally provided zero evidence for it. In fact, the garden tomb itself, like, if you go to the garden tomb, you can actually see online little papers that they'll give you if you ask about Ron Wyatt, because people ask about it so much. Like, Protestants go over there and go, "Ooh, Ron Wyatt, didn't you find Jesus' blood?" And they will hand you something that literally says, "We refute all of these claims because we were there whenever he was digging a shaft in the garden tomb back in the early 90s."
Yeah, but the one I'm
and
referring
he
to
never
doesn't
found
have
anything.
to do with blood.
Well,
Okay.
again,
I'll
they
have to
didn't
look
find
it
any
up.
clothing, so I don't know what you're talking about then.
This was an article of clothing. It was actually a fairly new development. That's why I'm bringing it up.
No, there's no.
But
Why
when
on
I'm-
earth would there be
I like
clothing
the
that we found in the tomb when we've had the tomb
Because it
since the
wasn't
1900s?
dust particles.
What?
It wasn't dust particles. They think it's fabric particles that they tested.
What does that have
And
to
that
do
there
with
was skin cell
Jesus?
DNAs.
That wouldn't. How would they know that that's
Because
Jesus?
The DNA that they found on it wasn't that of a man nor a woman per se. The DNA didn't have the same chromosomes.
Okay, so what
they're
you're
suspecting it being of.
No, okay, so
I'm just saying, you're more than welcome to look it up.
Just Jossie, I understand. Did you hear this on Facebook or some little video that you just kind of scroll past? Because there's no this is not a real thing. Like,
No,
I understand
actually,
that you
I don't
think
really
it
get
is,
on Facebook or
but like,
anything.
that's not a real thing. Like, it's just not.
I-
Like, it's. I understand that you saw it and it impacted you. I am
Yeah, no,
telling
no,
you
no,
right
no,
now,
and I
what you're
appreciate
talking
you
about is
being-
not real. They did not find any of this. I would have known about this. It would have been brought up a billion times. I do this live for like 5 hours every weekday for the last 2.5 years. It would have been something that came up. You're the first person to even bring up the idea that they did this. This is not a. This is just some weird thing that you came across. I apologize for being the one to burst the bubble here. That's not a real
Oh
thing.
no, and if this isn't true, I'll research it. I love researching. If it isn't true, I'll be the first to come back up and say, "Hey, I apologize, it wasn't true." But no, I don't get all. I mean, don't get me wrong, I watch videos, but this wasn't anything that came
I'm
from
not
social
really
media, and I
sure
don't even
where
do
it came
Facebook.
from, though. It literally, scientists have not found clothing with Jesus' DNA on it. They've tested the shroud of Turin, a cloth they some believe wrapped Jesus' body. This fabric holds human DNA from many different people and places. Like, no, I don't know what you came across because I've never heard the claim before, but it's not it's not real. Like,
I
no.
can't click off of here to try to find it, but I do know when I debate people about the existence of Jesus, when you're debating someone that's not a Christian, they obviously want evidence based. They don't want
Yeah.
circumstantial. So what I probably should have to do next time is, like I said, when I'm at home and have my tablet and all my information in front of me, I can come back up.
Okay.
Because I can't click off here to give you the websites and things like that. But I seriously, there's nothing I could say evidential, but I can tell you Jesus is for sure, without a doubt, 100% real.
I mean, you can say it, but I mean, the Mormons say that Joseph Smith is 100% without a doubt for sure a real prophet of God who did meet Jesus, John the Baptist, God, Holy Spirit, all three different characters, by the way. And an angel Moroni gave him the golden tablets that God took back up, and then he translated into the Book of Mormon. So, I mean, you could say it, just like Ron Wyatt can say that he found the blood of Jesus, or Joseph Smith can say that he met an angel, or Muhammad could say he split the moon in half. But that doesn't mean anything. Like,
that is very much true, but Christianity is the only religion that still has a living God. So
no,
I don't know.
Explicitly,
I'm not
explicitly,
God.
Scientologists say that Xenu is still alive. In fact, the Hindus say that their gods are still alive. What are you talking about?
Oh, and
Where'd you
believe
get
me,
that?
I believe they come to him. I just don't think it's God. In our religion, we know that it's not of God that's coming to them. But yeah, they are deceived. Even Satan comes as an angel of light.
How did you determine you weren't deceived?
Easily, because my God's the only one that says you're not.
How did
good
you know
enough for
that
me
it's
to
not?
save your-"
Yeah. Well, how did you know that Satan himself didn't say that? Because Satan is the prince of the world, you believe. So, I mean, how did you know that Satan didn't come up with the Bible? Because the Bible is of the world. Human beings from the world wrote the Bible.
Very good question. So the only way I can say that I know that, because everything in my life since I've encountered God, and what I was going to say is,
are you living on the world?
I don't. Am I living in it, or
Are you living on the earth?
Yes.
Yeah,
We're to be in the world, not
okay,
of the
cool.
world.
Sweet. Well, that's again something from a book that comes from people who also lived on the earth, who again is controlled by Satan. So yeah, anything that you can point to in the book and say that this is something that like you see in your own life, if that book comes from Satan and you live on the planet that Satan's supposed to be over, then how did you determine that wasn't more stuff? How do you know?
It's the only book that's mimicked.
How do you know?
Because I know what I encountered.
If it's mimicked by other things that you think are the devil,
was not Satan.
Yeah. Well, how did you know? Did it tell you it wasn't Satan?
Yeah, very much so.
It literally told you my name is not Satan.
Didn't have to.
Okay.
You
so
know,
you just
when
kind of
Jesus encounters you, that it is Jesus. It's understood.
Sweet.
And
you just kind of went with it, even though it never told you it wasn't Satan. You just know it wasn't Satan
Very much
because you
so.
know exactly the difference between Jesus and Satan.
I do. I've experienced both.
You've experienced Satan.
I've experienced both.
Okay, cool.
And I know
Did Satan
you
tell
don't
you my
have
name
to-
is Satan?
He don't have to either.
Okay, so how did you determine that one was Satan and one was Jesus if they never told you your names?
Because I can tell you what came forth out of each of them was either fruits of good things or fruits of bad things.
Fruits of good things like
And-
what?
Joy, happiness, overwhelming
Those are all earth.
feeling
Those
of
are all
love,
like things from mortals. Those are things from earth. Like you can find joy and love and stuff like
things
that.
given
The
from
only
a
reason.
good God. Anything good
Yeah.
comes from God. All this sounds
Where'd you
great,
get
and
that?
it
The
doesn't
book
even
that was
say-
written by Satan?
Yeah, no, the book that was written by God ordained himself.
But you don't
It's
know
the
that it
only
wasn't
book
written by
that's been
Satan. If the book
I
was
do.
written by Satan,
It's
then you're
the
just quoting the
only-
Bible again. You're just quoting the book that was written
Very
by
good.
Satan. That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
Like there's no way
It's
of
the
knowing
only
that
book
it's.
that's been translated
Mhm.
over generation and generation by multiple people, and they came up with the same thing. If you put a group of us
That's
in a room
not even
right
remotely
now,
close to true. Homer's Iliad
Yes, it
and
is.
Odyssey is actually just as close and has been translated to a bunch of different languages. Just the same amount. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey has been around longer than the New Testament and longer than the Old Testament. It is bigger and
And
comes
I-
from one particular person, which
I wouldn't
makes
agree
it
with that.
even more impressive.
no, but I do think that those things were ordained spiritually. I will give you that at least. I
Cool.
don't think it came.
Well, how did you
from a
determine it
good
was
place.
Satan or Jesus?
Look, it don't matter what I say at this point. I see where you're going to try
I
to
know.
go.
It's because the only
There's
thing you can
Christians-
appeal to is just magic that you don't have any answer for.
Yeah, there's people that have been Christians their whole life, and it makes me so sad because
Mhm.
they say that they prayed and prayed for God to reveal Himself to them, and they never did. So now they're not.
Well, you
believers.
had Satan appear to you, and you thought that it was Jesus. So I don't know what to tell you.
No, never thought it was Jesus. I actually knew it wasn't. I just was living in
Yeah.
the world. I
Oh,
never
okay, cool.
once said it was
So
Jesus.
it told you that it was Jesus.
Did I say it did? I said no, it didn't.
Did
Neither
it
one
say
of
it
them had
wasn't
to.
Satan?
No, neither one
Okay,
of them had to.
Well, you were duped. I'm sorry.
And look, I get it. It says people who don't even understand the Bible or have the spiritual revelation won't get
Cool.
it.
Well, the Bible's from Satan, so why do I care?
But it's not. It's
Well,
God
prove it.
ordained.
Well, how do you know that? Because it says it? Satan put it into the book that it's from God? Okay.
With
Is that all it takes?
A hardened heart. No, all it takes actually is God gives examples and instructions. If you
In
want to
what?
know the
The book
truth,
that's
knock,
from
the
Satan?
door shall be knock and the door shall be open.
How did? Well, that's another book. That's another
wholeheartedly,
verse from the book from
and
Satan.
he
How
will.
did you determine
Yeah,
it
but
wasn't
have
from
you ever
Satan?
tried it?
Yep.
Have you ever tried it?
Yep. Sure have.
Wholeheartedly, not arrogantly.
Yep. Yep. And a deity came down and told me that that book was written by Satan. See how I can just make up magic stuff too? Doesn't really work. If my magic and your magic have a battle, which one wins? Which one loses? Neither one of us knows because you're making stuff up and I'm making stuff up. And the only real way to determine something is actual evidence. Do you have any evidence
Yeah,
that this
but
book
here's
is
the
coming
end
from
of it.
anything other than Satan?
Everything that comes out of your mouth when you say your deity isn't true. You're making it up. Where my
No, my
living
deity is
experiences
Yahweh.
is true.
My deity is Yahweh.
Is true. My
Okay.
experiences did happen, and once you have it
Cool.
happen,
My
you
deity
can't-
is
you
Yahweh
won't
and
be
your
able to
deity
deny
is Satan.
it.
My deity is Yahweh and your deity is Satan. Prove me wrong.
Easily by the fruits of your, even what you're saying, I would be able to tell.
Okay. Why? Because you're comparing it to Satan's book?
I'm comparing it to God's book
Okay. How did you determine it was from God and not Satan?
because it's when you read it and
Yeah,
you have
Satan's
spiritual
book.
eyes that have been opened.
To Satan.
It very much is clarity on
Satan.
things of good and things that are of the world.
Okay, but if
And
it's
I
from
don't
Satan,
mean
then you flipped
yourself
it.
are
You
bad.
think good things are bad and bad things are good because you're reading Satan's book.
No, but you do know in the Bible it said people will think good is bad and bad is good.
Yeah,
Everything
that's
you're actually
exactly
saying
what you're
is
doing.
coming from the Bible.
Yeah, that's what you're actually
Just
doing.
like
Yeah,
you
that's
were
because
onto
it's from
something.
Satan. It's almost like Satan knows exactly what somebody on earth would actually believe and fall for.
No, but it's almost like Satan mimics everything of God. If I was Satan and I needed to fool a lot of people in a short amount of time,
Then you'd make a book that someone named Just Jossie would read and get duped into believing.
yeah, I would make so many religions that are so
No, you'd make a book. You'd
similar
make a
to the
book.
real
You'd make a
one
book. You'd make a book
that no
a
one
bunch
knows what one to believe.
Just Jossie. If I wanted to dupe somebody as Satan, what I would do is I would make a book that makes people become arrogant fucking pricks that thinks that every other religion is wrong and they're the only ones on the planet with the truth because of this fucking book that they can't provide any evidence for, and a bunch of gods that they claim that they have seen without any evidence that they were this, that, or the other. That's exactly what I would do. Congratulations, you fell for Satan's lies. All right, we're moving on to somebody else. In fact, no, we're not. Actually, Christina actually is requesting up, and I've got to get onto a call here with Christina herself. All right.
Late.
Yeah, I know. Is the call going on right now?
No, we're waiting for you.
Okay. I'm hopping off. All right. Let's see. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. Thank you very, very much for
Can
hanging
you
out.
lever me?
Oh, yeah. Oh, let me hit that lever button. Where's that lever button? Where is it? There it is.
Pull the lever, Gronk.
I like that. Okay, I will see you guys later. Again, if you're on YouTube and you wanted to come up and stuff like that, you didn't have a chance. I do take guests on TikTok. The link is in the chat. You got to click that and everything like that. Make sure to subscribe there to YouTube, and I will be live again on Monday. On Monday, I think I will be live at about 11:30 a.m., starting about 11:30 a.m. So if you have any questions or anything like that, or you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, make sure to hit the subscribe button. If you're on TikTok, make sure to give me a follow and everything like that, because I will be back on Monday and we can have this conversation. I promise you, I will have the conversation with you. If you got some evidence for Jesus or Paul, just hit your hit the request button and everything like that. All right, I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. I'll be down for some Thin Mints. And over there on YouTube, thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you for the super chats. I will get to as many as I possibly can, and if I miss any, then I will mention them there on Monday. But you've been you, and you've been